and come and join me. This treaty is not the ruination of us, but another war is. It is now 6 months since I and my fellow delegates, nominated by Dáil Éireann, signed the Anglo-Irish Agreement, which paved the way for the Irish Free State. I know that it does not give us all that we had hoped to achieve, but it does offer a different way, an alternative that will not lead to any more bloodshed. We've seen enough. Now, many have suggested that when we travelled to London for negotiations, that we were travelling to meet a vanquished foe. This is not the case. We were travelling to meet one of the most powerful nations in the world that was coming to us with a seldom...
See right there, the hand movement that he did? Mm-hmm. That was taken straight from the archive footage. From the beginning.
So they like study this shit to reenact it.
If you watch his hand movement here.
We were travelling to meet one of the most powerful nations in the world.
That one.
Yeah, and then if we go back to the beginning when it showed the archive.
Friends, neighbours, people of Clonakilty, people of West Cork, I stand here today before you looking for your vote. In Ireland's destroyed an empire for the first time. For the first time in 250 years, British statesmen have relinquished their cherished empire, and in an official document, this former empire has been referred to as a community of nations. It is an admission by them that they can no longer dominate Ireland. The empire is broken, and it is the toil of Irish men and women who have broken it. Now, what does the treaty mean for you? Well, first and foremost, it means the withdrawal of British troops from this country and the formation of the Irish Free State. Now, it was not by any form of communication, except through military strength, that the English held this country. These people could not operate except for the military strength that was always here. Now, starting from that, I maintain that the disappearance of that military strength gives us the chief proof that our national liberties are established. Furthermore, we are defined as having the same constitutional status as other independent nations such as Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. And that is where we find our strength. Strength in our shared association with these...
What's interesting as well is, like, Ireland being a part of the South African anti-apartheid movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't just because they suffered a similar apartheid. It was because it goes back to this origin of founding the Free State and seeking alliance with the other nations.
Mm. I mean, it really is a good idea. I just... the time that it happened was just not it. Like,
I mean, South Africa... like, this is, like, still when South Africa's an apartheid state.
Yeah, like, this is what I'm talking about, is, like, it just was not the time for them. They were fighting an uphill battle. Gaddafi didn't support these... it wasn't these guys, it was, like, the commie guys, right?
It's the future
troubles.
guys in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Gaddafi wasn't around in 1916.
No, I know. I'm just
other independent
Double-checking.
nations, which makes us stronger than if we stood alone. Now, we must look facts in the face. For our continued national and spiritual existence, two things are required: security and freedom. If the treaty gives us these, or helps us to acquire these, then I maintain that it satisfies our national aspirations. Now, deputies have spoken about whether dead men would approve of it. They have spoken about whether children still unborn will approve of it. But very few of them have asked whether the living will approve of it. Now back on the 20th...
And that's what I was saying back with, like, the Zelensky dilemma thing, right? The opposition is specifically, like, using the blood of the fallen radicals, saying that they would oppose this. And that people who, like, grow up in a future state will look back on this time as a betrayal.
has
And,
that
like,
come to be? It has not. Right?
No! I
No,
mean,
of course
for
not.
the fucking weird nationalist and shit.
Yeah, it
And
might
like
seem
those
like I'm
weird
answering obvious
nationalists,
questions,
like,
but I'm setting shit
often
up for
simp
them.
for the Iranian regime. Like, look at what's her name, Kayla Walsh. What a
Yeah.
crackpot account, am I right?
I mean, look at all the Irish Assadists that exist.
She's the fucking head of them.
Oh, she's the very top of it, is she?
Yeah, she's like
Okay.
she's like the partisan girl of Ireland.
Ah, okay.
Why do you think she says some of the dumbest shit you'd ever see?
Like, I'm just not very aware of these people specifically. Like the Irish Assadists, I'm like vaguely aware of, but like not really.
The Irish anarchist also, I don't think, like him.
Michael Collins.
Yeah,
Interesting.
because he did form a state. Or
True.
something. I don't know.
But I mean, it was a
First
nationalist
of
movement.
December,
Like the whole goal was
made a
an
pledge
Irish state. Like
before
it's
the
not, it
dawn
can't just be
that I
oh,
would bring
the
this treaty
nationalism. Like
to the
it's a
people
different kind of
and explain what it
nationalism.
means.
It's anti-colonial
pledged
nationalism.
that I would
It's
bring it to you.
people nationalism.
And to let you decide.
It's nation as a people, not
Because
nation as a
that
state.
is the republic.
But like, I think that like all these people's arguments really go to shit when you point out that it wasn't Collins who decided this. It was the fucking free state that voted.
He was just the front man, the
Yeah.
face.
He was the representative that they voted for. They voted to end the war. And even now, he's aware that civil war is a potential.
Oh yeah, always is.
That I hope to achieve. A republic of the people, for the people, and led by the people. Now, many TDs of Dáil Éireann would rather cast aside this treaty than bring it to the people.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No,
now.
Michael,
A vote
that's
for
not what
me
this is about.
is a vote for the treaty of December last. I know that the treaty doesn't give us the total
pause it.
freedom that we have been fighting for.
I also saw a bunch of anarchist pages talking about the Kronstadt Rebellion, and this is actually something that I had forgotten about when I studied the Russian Revolution, because when I studied the Russian Revolution, you know, we're learning about Soviet socialism, and they kind of don't talk about the worker uprisings that the USSR squashed in the formation of its state. So we should look into the Kronstadt Rebellion as well, because that happened like 115 years ago yesterday or some shit.
My question is, Michael Collins as leader in Civ 1.
That's a good point. You could probably make a mod.
For these last
Huh?
You could probably make a mod.
Oh, yeah. But, like, you know, like, definitely spies would be one of
Oh,
his
yeah.
mechanics.
Maybe also...
But, like, as much as I'm demonizing the people who were against the Irish people voting for their independence, like, people were killed for refusing to give their name in English
yeah.
to the British regulators or whatever they were called.
But that's a pretty common thing, is it not? Like this whole banning language and then punishing people for
Yes.
speaking language. Kurds.
So
it
I'm just
happens in
saying, like,
Kurdistan.
I understand, you know, and even like the PKK, the Freedom Falcons, who did that attack on Turkish aerospace, like, they are people, like, they may have even joined the PKK originally and then become increasingly radical and went to the more extreme faction. But, like, even them, the reason why they exist is because Apoism doesn't call for a independent Kurdistan.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think what people need to realize about a lot of these things is that, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it matters, like, if you're choosing your own representatives, right? And that's why, like, with a unified Syria, like, as long as the Kurdish areas are still being led by their own representatives, then the revolution was a success.
Yeah, I watched a video from Anarch yesterday, and he was talking about the standard of success and why Marxist-Leninists always try and make this argument that anarchists have never been successful. Yeah, because the goal is never to build a fucking state. Like, people power is the goal, and if the people are empowered, then that's a success. Like, Marxist-Leninists literally, and this is what he was saying, is Marxist-Leninists literally want to create a capital state of social democracy, essentially. And because it's closer to the normal, it's more acceptable than, let's say, horizontalism, which says destroy hierarchies. That's hard.
We should see if we can get Kayla Walsh to give her opinions on Michael Collins and see what she says.
Who dat?
The one account I was talking about, you quote tweeted
Oh.
them.
Okay. Yeah, sure, why
Like-
not?
Like, you literally, I just saw you quote tweet them.
Was I fucking with them?
I don't think so.
700 years. But it gives us the freedom to achieve that freedom. I know that this treaty doesn't give us the republic that our comrades have fought and died for since 1916. But it is a stepping stone that will lead us to that republic. People of Clonakilty, when you go to the boys' school tomorrow to cast your vote, vote for me. I spent many a happy day in my childhood, nearly 20 years ago, with Master Crowley and Master Blewett, and I salute those two gentlemen here today. Clonakilty, vote for me. Vote for freedom. But most importantly of all,
So the Kayla Walsh?
vote
Yeah.
for Ireland!
Okay. Oh, actually, pause it. It's funny you mentioned this. So, I retweeted it because it was the video of Earthquake faction allegedly attacking an Elbit factory. I heard it wasn't an Elbit Systems factory. I heard that it was just a Czech weapons factory that had looked into a partnership with Elbit Systems, but it hadn't gone through. I don't know if this is true or not. This is just something that I saw that I kept in the back of my head for the stream. So we should look into that. I want to do the Kronstadt Rebellion, and I want to do a couple other things. And maybe if I can pull Wendy in, we can talk about Tulsi, because she went on a rabbit hole. And she's basically said she's found connections between Tulsi and like the Hindu cult that Modi is attached to, and a bunch of other shit. And it's like, okay, look, I'm happy to talk about that, but we ran out of time because we got distracted talking about Afro Man. But I want to cover those as well. So if you're happy to do that, we can make that work. I messaged Wendy earlier, so we'll see.
Maybe we'll have her do a debate with Simple Black Theory.
We would have to moderate it. Need that mute.
Well, you know. I don't have a side that I'm taking. I think that
No, I mean moderate as in like keep it chill.
People can come to their own conclusions.
Well, that's the whole point, right?
The world contains marvels beyond
Keep
the
going.
bounds of ancient prophets.
Wait, do an
And
Instagram.
terror is more fearsome
Yeah, I'll do
than
it.
any apocalypse.
Do it before you get up.
Machines search
Yeah,
for
yeah.
meaning, and new matter weaves dreamlike
Put Michael
forms.
Collins on the screen.
Choices made long ago bear grave consequences in this age and demand resolute answers. Go now and
Well, I
achieve
figured
your vision for
straight
the
at your
future
news
of
is what we want on the screen.
civilization.
That's true.
You chose the
I'll make
sunny
that post.
ways, Wilfrid Laurier, and made cheerfulness and courtesy the character of the Canadian people. Where others look to divide and sow mistrust, you inspire cooperation and understanding. Show the world that a unified people can forever stand the test of time.
Going on with shipping, the Trump administration has a plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's by repealing the Jones Act. Jones! I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano, and welcome to today's episode. So, I got 3 stories to go over with you today. We're going to, of course, have an update on the Strait of Hormuz, but I want to talk about 2 other things. One, the ships and crews that are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz right now, because I've got a first-hand report from somebody talking about that. And then lastly, we're going to talk about what the Trump administration is currently doing regarding the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. And it is pretty out there. And we're going to talk about what they're specifically doing. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. So here's the story by Mike Schiller. The G7 allies have condemned Iran's de facto closure of Hormuz, and they're calling for immediate halt to attack. The International Maritime Organization is pushing for Safe Maritime Corridor, a plan to evacuate the ships trapped west of Hormuz. Now, this is very similar to what we saw happen up in the Black Sea during the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That Safe Maritime Corridor has kind of gone out the window, by the way. And now what we're seeing is full-on combat between the Ukrainians and the Russians, and they're targeting commercial vessels. Now, the issue came up in the extraordinary session of the IMO Council held on March 18th and 19th in London. As it says here, a straightforward approach. Give vessels currently stuck inside the Gulf a coordinated way out, voluntary, non-military, and focused on reducing the risk of further attacks. By IMO's estimate, roughly 20,000 seafarers across about 3,200 vessels remain stuck in the Gulf, dealing with growing security risks, operational bottlenecks, and mounting fatigue as the conflict drags on. All right. That is a report that's very abstract. This is coming out of London. I'm going to give you a first-hand report from my phone because I had a merchant mariner who's out in there text me. And I'm going to read it to you almost verbatim. I got to change a few things so you don't know who it is or where it's coming from. But this is from the word of a merchant mariner stuck on a ship in the Persian Gulf. You read into it what you like. Just had a ship here at the anchorage call in desperately to port control, saying they're officially out of water and need to come in as soon as possible to take some on. The request was denied. Start multiplying stuff like that by the number of vessels stranded, add stores and bunkers to the mix, and you have an issue well beyond the energy crisis for the folks trapped here, and one folks back at home likely aren't even considering. We're in the same boat as them, no pun intended. That's what was written here. Overdue for our stores and fuel, water, and trying to ration ourselves. Each of those ships out there have about 20 to 30 crew members on board. They've been sitting there now for over 3 weeks. They don't have enough food and water to go beyond that usually because they're always planning to do this. Yes, they make water on board, but it's the Persian Gulf. Persian Gulf is not a great place to make water. There's issues with making water. Evaporators go down. Food is perishable. It goes bad. I mean, they need assistance. And everybody's sitting there going, well, wait a minute, Sal, they can pull in the port. Can't pull in the port. Ports won't let them in because ports don't want targets at their pier side. At the same time, there's only a finite amount of tugs and resources out there to get to every ship. This is turning into a disaster for the crews on the ships. And in the meantime, while 20,000 mariners on 3,200 ships are trapped in the area, Iran has started a process to allow ships in. Story from Lloyd's List, Iran establishes safe shipping corridor for approved and paid transit. India, Pakistan, Iraq, Malaysia, and China are in direct talks with Tehran, coordinating vessel transits via an emerging IRGC, that's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, run registration and vetting system. At least 9 vessels have already used the corridor routed close to Iran's Larik Island for visual checks by the IRGC Navy and port authorities. A more formalized approval process is expected soon, requiring extensive disclosure of vessel ownership, cargo destination, often via Iran-linked intermediaries abroad. Security experts warn Iranian approval does not guarantee safety, noting that the IRGC factions could still delay or seize vessels despite the clearance. All right, I will give you example A in this right now. Behold the Jia Jing Da, a Panamanian-flagged bulker at anchor off the port of Qasr in Iraq. This vessel is Hong Kong-owned. What makes this vessel so interesting? Let's pull up her past track. You will notice that the ship is right here up at Qasr. Here's the ship coming through the Strait of Hormuz, 16 March, 20:33 hours UTC time. Switch over to the nautical chart feature. She came in right down the lane of the vessel traffic scheme. She's not going and swinging between the two islands up here. She is coming in as if everything was normal, nothing out of the ordinary. And that ship steamed all the way up the Persian Gulf and is now at anchor off of Iraq. So while 20,000 seafarers and 3,200 ships are trapped in there, Iran has got the toll gate open and they're letting ships not just out, but also in now. I can't explain this. I really can't. I don't understand 3,200 ships why this is being allowed to happen. Again, I understand the U.S. military, and I listened to the most recent press conference by Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, that they're on this sequential aspect. They're bombing the the missile sites along the coast of the Strait of Hormuz. But obviously Iran is allowing ships to come in. The problem here is all the other ships. Everybody's spending a lot of time focusing here on the Strait of Hormuz. But let's focus up here at the northern end and all the ships that are stuck. Huge anchorage here off of Kuwait, with vessels waiting to get into Kuwait and Iraq. Massive anchorage here off Ras Tanura, El Jebel, and Daman. Tankers waiting to get in. Come down even further, liquefied natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas carriers here off of Qatar. We're going to talk about Qatar here in a minute. And a massive anchorage here off Dubai in the UAE. You're not seeing all the vessels. The ships, a lot of them have turned off their AIS for fear of attack because they've been getting hit. But again, huge amount of vessels stranded in this area, and it doesn't appear we're doing anything to help them out. I have a real major problem with this, and you just heard it from the voice of a merchant mariner on board the deck plate of one of those ships out there. We have the latest update from the Joint Maritime Information Center. Not a lot of change here that we've seen. 21 attacks since 1 March. 1 vessel attacked in the past 24 hours. 3 vessels able to get through, and still widespread interference. The JITMIC still has the area under critical. We've had 2 attacks in the past 24 hours. One was 11 nautical miles off the coast of Khor Fakkan, that's off of Fujairah. Chemical product tanker hit by unknown projectiles, caught fire. The crew of 15 are rescued and 1 still unaccounted for. And then at the inner anchorage at Ras Laffan port, about 4 nautical miles outside, a tug at anchor was hit with debris from a drone which impacted on board. No injuries to personnel. If we look at the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz on 18 March, we had 2 vessels. 2 of them were heading eastbound. You'll go back on the 16th of March, you'll see 1 vessel heading westbound. That was the Zhangda that came in there. And a total of 1 tanker came out on 18 March. This is the latest Operation Epic Fury sitrep showing you the specific attacks. Again, one of those attacks right off Qatar, and 2 more to the east of the Strait of Hormuz. Plus, we're going to talk about another attack that just recently occurred. So you may remember the container ship Safine Prestige. This was a ship that was struck very early in the crisis. The ship was abandoned by the crew. A salvage tug that was sent out to help assist the vessel was hit. At least 4 merchant mariners killed on board that. According to tanker trackers, the Egyptian-owned Maltese flag container ship Safine Prestige may have been struck again, adding that the vessel appeared to be on fire as of March 18th. Now, no idea why the Iranians would strike a ship that was largely abandoned, except for the fact that their targeting is not probably the best. That goes in par what we saw with the Houthis in the Red Sea. They're kind of blinded, and so they may be sending drones out. We don't know what exactly hit the ship, but what we do know is the ship is on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's your Strait of Hormuz update. Real quick stories based on that and looking at the different sectors. So Iran has attacked the Qatar's LNG capacity. They wiped out 17% of Qatar's liquefied natural gas export capacity, causing an estimated $20 billion in lost annual revenue. So according to reports, 2 of Qatar's 14 LNG trains and 1 of its 2 gas-to-liquids facilities were damaged in the unprecedented strikes. The repairs will sideline 12.8 million tons per year of LNG for 3 to 5 years. Give you an idea, the U.S. produces a little bit over 100 million tons of LNG per year. Qatar does about 77 million tons. Australia is a little bit more by that, but still, that is a significant reduction in Qatar's ability to produce liquefied natural gas. And it doesn't end there. Container spot rates have edged higher, especially on the Trans-Pacific. According to the Drewry World Index, it rose 2% this week to $2,172 per 40-foot container. The rates from Shanghai to New York jumped 7%, while Shanghai to Los Angeles climbed 4%. Drewry expects further near-term gains as supply chain uncertainty tied to the Middle East tensions continue to underpin pricing. Now, nearly all the major container carriers have added fuel surcharges to their shipments, ranging anywhere from $200 to $500. So if you got a container out in the middle of the ocean, it doesn't matter if it's anywhere near the Persian Gulf, you are going to get charged more. It's just going to happen because of the added fuel cost. Bunker fuel has almost doubled out there for everyone. Then another sector that's gotten hit, I haven't talked about it recently because it just hadn't really registered, but great story by Rob Wilmington over at Lloyd's. The automotive sector set for disruption as large vehicle carriers remain stranded. At least 15 vehicle carriers are stranded now, usually up to 25 pure car and truck carriers, PCTCs as they're known, serve the Middle East Gulf ports on a weekly basis on long-haul services. The impact is significant as the Middle East is a key export destination for Asian automakers. If you remove 15 PCTCs, these car carriers out, you're going to cause disruption. You're not going to be able to flow cars. That means production is going to have to slow down at the car manufacturers because they can't get rid of the cars. All of that means problems in the supply chain for cars out there. And then, of course, the oil sector. Greg Miller with always a great story. Yanbu loading risks rises as Iran targets energy infrastructure. Iran has hit energy infrastructure in Kuwait, in Bahrain, and Qatar. But now this report comes in. Crude exports from Yanbu jumped to 3.4 million barrels per day, more than double pre-war levels, but still 1.1 million shy of the port's loading capacity. Ship position data shows 33 very large crude carriers and Suezmaxes loitering off Yanbu at midday on Thursday with more tonnage en route. Tankers of U.S.-listed companies shied away from Bab el-Mandeb amid Red Sea crisis, but Frontline and DHT are pursuing lucrative fixtures in Yanbu. And Yanbu is off the east coast of Saudi Arabia. If you're going to Asia, you got to go through the Bab el-Mandeb. Cheers. And head up to that area. I did a report the other day, and I was wrong. And I always admit when I make a mistake. I talked about the fact that tankers off Yanbu were all drifting. I talked about the fact
I admit when I make a mistake. By the way, I'm always right. And this isn't about me having a mistake. I'm Ryan Macbeth. Israel did nothing wrong.
We're probably doing that for security reasons, like a friggin' moron that I am. I didn't pull up the nautical chart. The depth off Yanbu is too deep to really anchor. So I should have looked at that. It was just a complete error on my part. I've never pulled into Yanbu. My apologies. Parts of the Red Sea are much shallower. This is a deep part of the Red Sea. And so those ships are drifting because you just can't anchor. Still, it's a good security reason to be out there, but that's not the reason they were. So I want to make sure I clarify that. I never like to leave anything out there where I make a mistake. All right, that's your update on the Strait of Hormuz and the different sectors. Last, I want to talk about what the Trump administration is doing regarding to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And this is going to be out there. I'm sorry, because I got a couple of stories here, and I'm having a hard time digesting them. I'm not going to lie. This is giving me a little bit of pause here. So the first one here. The U.S. may soon remove sanctions from Iranian oil that is stranded on tankers to help lift global supplies and reduce prices, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on Thursday. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. So depending on how you count that, that's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply. Bessent said the addition of sanctioned Iranian oil into the global supplies would help keep oil prices down. Oil prices have been above $100 per barrel. The Treasury recently took a similar step to allow the sale of sanctioned Russian oil stranded in tankers, which Treasury said added 130 million barrels. Bessent said the U.S. would take other actions to increase supply, including a unilateral release of stocks from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve above last week's coordinated joint G7 release of 400 million barrels. I don't even know how to respond to that. I just don't know. We are bombing Iran. We've been bombing Iran since February 28th. We are trying to cripple the regime and destroy its leadership and its military power. Yet, we are allowing Iran to load tankers, sail them through the Strait of Hormuz, out into the market. We have sanctioned Iranian oil for years. I mean, almost decades we've sanctioned Iranian oil. This has been this is what created the Dark Fleet, is sanctioning Iranian oil. And now, Secretary Bessent says, yeah, we're going to unsanction that, and Iran can sell their oil. Oh, and by the way, the Russian oil we've sanctioned, you can sell that too. Oh. I don't know how to answer this. I try to explain everything. I really do. I
axis of
try to make
resistance
this
is winning.
understandable. I don't understand this. I am at a loss to understand this. You
That's
know
'cause you're
where
a
there's
shit man.
oil right now, Scott, that can supply the world? In the friggin' Persian Gulf that is bottled up there because you're bombing Iran. Get it out.
Uh-huh.
Those 3,200 vessels,
Pause
a
it.
lot of them have oil on it. I know, because I'm talking.
So, can we... I'm sure people have brought this up already, but, like, can we just talk about how America always says, we are the water police. Our Navy is the best in the world because we keep the shipping lanes open. When? Fucking crunch time. And the entire Persian Gulf is full of ships. Because the US Navy is scared to have somebody touch their boats. Why don't you use your fucking boats, dickheads?
I'm gonna touch
You
the
got a
butt.
whole fucking thing. So why don't you send your fucking Navy to do its job instead
gonna
of
touch
starting
the
a
butt.
war and fucking everyone over? How about that for a fucking idea? You know how you get people to support the theocratic fascist state of Iran? Make them line up for fucking fuel. Make them pay $3 a liter for fucking diesel, raising the prices of literally everything because you're a fucking retard.
Okay.
Do your fucking job. You want to wage this
Jack?
fucking war?
You can't say the R word.
I can call Trump retarded.
No,
Nobody's going to be offended at that.
I'm offended.
Like,
Now what?
the US Navy has positioned itself for decades as this peacekeeper. Yet the second that the Air Force goes and bombs a country and they shut down a part of the waterways, America's like, please help NATO. Please come and help us. Our ships, we don't want to get our ships hurt. Please help us. Our biggest aircraft carrier literally had shit pouring out of it. Please come and help us. Like, do your fucking job. How about that? You want to start a fucking war? You want to get dog walked into a war with Iran by fucking Israel?
Hang
your
on.
fucking job.
Stop. Okay, so I don't think that we should say that this is a war that was created by Israel because it doesn't put the responsibility on
the
Trump
United
where it
States?
belongs.
No. That's not okay. So let me clarify.
Like Trump was walked into this war through multiple sources. It wasn't just Israel, but like neocons have been calling for this. I mean,
Yes.
the fucking like Newt Gingrich literally is calling for nukes on the state.
Of course he is.
Like we covered that the other day. These
Yeah.
are the same, like the neocons still underpin
Everything.
the Republicans. They're just waiting for this MAGA shit to disappear so they can like
Yeah.
take their
I mean, look
fucking
at
power
Lindsey Graham.
again.
Lindsey Graham is a perfect example. Like we've seen so
Yeah,
much
he's a
from
classic
Lindsey
neocon.
Graham. So yes, well that is a good point to bring up. I think it's fair to say that the final decision was given the go-ahead by Netanyahu. Like there's all that pressure from inside the state, sure. But at the end of the day, he didn't go through Congress, he just fucking did it. Right? Which makes me think that it's similar to the nuclear facility bombings where it was also Israel. Israel was like, they're about to make a nuclear weapon for the 70th time in 70 years. But like, sure.
Also, speaking about allies, I don't understand why when I'm in alliance in Civ with somebody, I can't have spies in their state because like that's not realistic. Like, what
No,
if
it's
I
not,
want to
is
be
it?
like Israel?
Yeah. Put spies everywhere. Steal all my shit. Sell F-16s to China.
Yeah. Do me a favor. I just sent you 100 gold per turn. Both of us have an aid request right now. Send me back 100 gold per turn, and then we'll both be getting 100 gold per turn for the aid request.
Okay. So what?
And then
just
you
put
can...
100 gold per turn, accept gift. Okay. there. Make deal. Gold per turn. 100. Done. Hacks. But yeah, like ultimately, like America, realistically, what's America's interest inside Iran? Because as far as we've seen, Americans, whether leftist
That's the thing.
or right wing, do not give a fuck about what the regime does to
The
the people in
reason
Iran.
why, like, you'll hear people say things like, Israel was trying to get us to go to war with Iran instead of Iraq back in the day. They also didn't want to fucking join a coalition with Iraq and did some discretion bombing runs ahead of time. They didn't want us to invade Iraq because they had fucking assets there.
Yeah. Yeah, like Israel really is the imperial power of that area. Iran is the other one. And at the end of the day, this is
Turkey-
Israel wanting, well,
Turkey
sure.
and Saudi can't be underrated as well, but
That is true. And we have seen, as I said the other stream, that Israel has been switching
Saudi's
its
just
focus
going
to
through
Turkey.
this, like, all those Gulf Peninsula states are going through this phase of being too incompetent to really be supremacist imperialist. But like Saudi
Yes.
Arabia is the reason why Al Qaeda exists. They exported the Wahhabi nationalism all over the world.
Yeah, and it's like
And then tried to undermine the Wahhabi nationalism by saying real Salafis believe in the king of Saudi Arabia and pledge
You
to
gotta
the
love that.
monarchy.
But like you see, like Israel's behavior here is obviously in its own imperial interests. I mean, they've been doing nothing but like bombing neighboring countries, claiming
But
that they're protecting shit.
I think the real point is that there is no interest for the United States. That's why there was never intervention in Iran. And like I said, the United States has been bombing Iran in the past. They're normally stealth strikes that Iran won't report because it makes them look weak.
Wow.
You know, like, and not only that, when we want to do a retaliatory strike on Iran, we know that, like, hitting, well, we don't know anymore, but, like, for example, the Biden admin knew that bombing gas fields and weapons facilities inside Iran will only hurt the people of Iran. But if you actually want to damage the IRGC, you hit them in the Golden Zone.
Yes. And
Like,
that's where it's always been happening.
That's the thing, is like, it's not a
That's
war
where
with the
Soleimani
Iranian
died, wasn't
state.
it?
It's a war with the IRGC, just like the war on terror was a war against Al Qaeda.
And ISIS. Oh my god.
Well, the war on terror, technically, the global war on terror is
Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda. ISIS is a different. It's like under the same umbrella, but just like how the Iraq Civil War is not considered a part of the Iraq War.
Okay, I gotcha. It's a subsidiary.
Yeah, the Iraq War is like only, like, once the Iraqi government is in place, technically that's the end of the Iraq War. Like when Bush rolls out the mission accomplished shit, technically, but really it's not, because the global war on terror is still happening. Technically, that's what it is now. It's just, instead of ISIS and Al Qaeda, it's IRGC.
Yes. Okay.
And they've also been fighting the IRGC the whole time. They were just never the primary faction. Because the IRGC ultimately wasn't attacking America and had no interest in attacking America, and still doesn't. They might now. Also,
Maybe.
I'm not sure if I sent you the article, but someone wrote this article like, the IRGC won't fight to the last man to protect the regime. And I'm like, why are we talking about this? We should not be getting to the point where they have to be fighting to the last man.
Yeah. Like, that's an accepted thing that is going to happen. We shouldn't get to that point. Like, you make a perfect point.
Hang on, I gotta get rid of this manager shit at the bottom. I'm gonna have to do this in all the videos I have in my tabs. Hey, we gained more subscribers on our live channel.
How many?
What's that?
Make this understandable.
Hang on. Let me see. I want to pull up our analytics real quick for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe we didn't. Wasn't it like 7 the other day?
Yeah. Why is it 8 now?
No, it's 18.
Oh, what the fuck?
Give me 1 second.
Check the notifications.
That's what I'm
come
doing.
up there.
I'm specifically looking at the subscriber analytics. Maybe I'm just crazy. Yeah, it hasn't grown. It was just me thinking it was a single digit number.
I'm gonna meant to do this yesterday. I'm gonna message AJ and see if he has any assets he wants to put in the thumbnail.
Okay.
I don't understand this. I am at a loss to understand this. You know where there's oil right now, Scott, that can supply the world? In the friggin' Persian Gulf that is bottled up there because you're bombing Iran. Get it out. Those 3,200 vessels, a lot of them have oil on it. I know because I'm talking to some of them. Get them out. Don't make the country you're bombing be the one that saves the world from the oil shortage because you're bombing them. Again, I'm not sure what logic we're using right now in the administration. And to be clear, everybody always sits there and yells at me and says, "Oh, Sal, you're MAGA. Oh, Sal, you have Trump derangement syndrome." I am going to question any administration in what they do. Understand that. I try to be as objective as I can. I don't understand this. I don't understand what they're doing right now. Because to me, the logical thing to do here is to get the oil that's on ships, loaded already, in the Persian Gulf, out. And not depend on Iranian oil, which, by the way, they're going to get the money for, and use it to buy, I don't know, more weapons and nuclear development. I don't understand this. Remember the video I did where I said we should be grabbing Iranian oil tankers? No, we should be buying their Iranian oil. Oh, and by the way, let's do the Russian oil too.
Yeah,
Okay.
he makes a really good point. Like, they're literally at war with Iran. Just seize the tankers.
All right. The second aspect is the Trump administration has decided the way to solve the Strait of Hormuz problem is to waive a 106-year-old law that's been on the books. Actually, longer than that, to tell you the truth. It's actually been around since 1817. But they're going to issue a 60-day waiver for something called cabotage. What cabotage is a requirement under U.S. law that if you want to move goods from one U.S. port to another U.S. port, you have to meet 4 requirements. Number 1, you can only do it on a U.S. flagged, U.S. built, U.S. owned, U.S. crewed ship. This law has been around since 1817. And to tell you the truth, the very first Congress passed a series of laws that basically prioritize U.S. shipping for the coastal trade. And the reason you do this is to ensure you keep a reservoir of shipbuilding and ships and mariners in the U.S. registry. It's the whole reason for it. It is not designed to ensure that we have a massive U.S. shipbuilding program. That's not what it's there for. I can give you the full rundown of what has caused the decline of the U.S. merchant marine from 1945, when it was number 1 in the world, to where it is today, number 23. All you gotta do is watch this video up here. I list the top 10 reasons why it happened. One of them is not the Jones Act. It's not. The coastal trade provision did not cause the decline of the U.S. merchant marine. However, there is someone in the White House who basically blames the Jones Act for everything. I give you Kevin Hassett, the director of the National
Never heard of him.
Economic Council
looks like a
under
weasel.
President Trump. Now, Ken Hassett here hates the friggin' Jones Act. And the reason I know he hates the Jones Act is because in 2022, he wrote an op-ed, waive the Jones Act to get supply chain flowing again. An exception in the law allows the Department of Defense to let foreign-built ships to operate in U.S. waters for national security reasons. Well, Hassett got what he wanted because of this. The White House has approved a 60-day Jones Act waiver, moving forward with a controversial policy that U.S. shipping interests warned just days ago would do little to lower fuel prices. Carolyn Leavitt, the press secretary, confirmed the decision on Tuesday, saying the waiver is intended to mitigate short-term disruptions in the oil market. Now, the focus on this is on two areas, fuel and fertilizer. But according to Energy Secretary Chris Wright, he said that waiving the Jones Act is, quote, ensuring that oil and other energy resources flow to Americans across the country, even during times of disruption. Okay, number one, almost all oil transportation within the United States is done by pipeline and by truck. There is some done by ships. Most of the oil that is moved by the United States is done out of the Gulf Coast over to Florida because there's no pipeline in Florida, so you're going to move it over there. And then some crude oil out of the Gulf area is brought up to the Delaware Bay area and up to New Jersey, New York to go into refineries. The other place where you get shipments to is California. Crude oil out of Alaska down to California because California has this huge refineries, which they're closing. Did a whole video on that, where California is shutting down their refineries, and now California has to import gasoline. Why does California have to import gasoline, you ask? Because there's no friggin' pipeline that stretches from the Gulf Coast over to California. So they need to import this. Again, because they're cutting
shit off tiles
10% of their refinery capacity.
So I can fix them.
10%. Oh, I should add, too, that California gas is so different, it has to be specially mixed with all the additives and everything needed to it to get that blend necessary to go there. It's one of the reasons that gasoline is shipped out of the United States over to the Bahamas to a Phillips 66 site, mixed, and then shipped directly to California, and it bypasses the Jones Act because that fuel is so different that it's considered new fuel. Well, according to this story, there's a lot of pushback about this. Now, not surprisingly, the maritime unions have penned a letter together, which is always hard to get the 9 maritime labor unions to agree to anything, but they came together to say, when it has been justified in the national interest, maritime labor has previously supported narrowly tailored waivers of the Jones Act, but this sweeping action does not meet the standard. This sweeping waiver will undermine national security and hurt the American maritime workforce during a volatile time for our country. We know this decision will not lower gas prices or benefit consumers and will instead benefit foreign flagged carriers. Goes on to say, at the time of heightened global instability where American sailors are being targeted in the Persian Gulf and surrounding areas, opening U.S. waterways to foreign adversaries, a blanket Jones Act waiver further jeopardizes the risk of American security and safety in open waters. Again, there are 5 U.S. ships stuck in the Persian Gulf. That's over 100 merchant mariners. There are merchant mariners right now working on supply ships supporting both the Abraham Lincoln Battle Group. There are 2 ships out there that are doing it, USNS Carl Brashear and the USNS Henry J. Kaiser. And then out in the Red Sea, there are also 2 other ships out there that are supporting the Ford Battle Group. So there are people out there, merchant mariners, supporting this. Meanwhile, there's others trapped. And now the United States administration, the Trump administration, through Ken friggin' Hassett, has pushed through a 60-day waiver. Now, in that story, there are other people who are commenting about it, but I want to talk about what has happened so far since the waiver. Let me be clear. The Jones Act, I talk a lot about the Jones Act. I actually counted how many videos I've done on the Jones Act. It's a lot. It's like 35. It's a ridiculous number. A lot of them involve Peter Zeihan, but besides that, I've done a lot of videos on it. And I get into discussions about the Jones Act all the time. And one of the reasons I talk about the Jones Act is, number one, everybody doesn't understand the Jones Act.
Stop pounding your desk, Sal.
There are groups out there who oppose the Jones Act and people who criticize the Jones Act who don't even know what the frick it is. Some of them misrepresent it, they don't understand it, and what I tend to do, as the historian in me, is I talk about it. I try to get the right information out. Am I pro Jones Act? I am pro U.S. Merchant Marine. I will admit that out there. The many things I am. I'm pro U.S. Merchant Marine.
Stop pounding
I'm
the
pro
desk.
Alabama football. I'm pro New York Yankees. There are a lot of things I'm pro on. I am pro U.S. Merchant Marine. I like anything that supports the U.S. Merchant Marine. Do I support keeping the Jones Act? I support keeping the Jones Act if we can reform it to update it. I think the entire U.S. maritime legislation needs updates. Why I've talked about the Ships Act. It's why I've talked about the Maritime Action Plan. I think all of these things need to be discussed. Do I support repeal of the Jones Act? No. And the reason I don't support repeal of it, number one,
Just
is
hang
nobody
on,
can
'cause
tell
I gotta,
you what happens immediately after they repeal. They will tell you unicorns and rainbows,
my next
magically
wave.
everything is better. What I will tell you is this. I know exactly what happens you repeal the Jones Act. If you repeal all four of those elements, gone. Every U.S. carrier reflags their ships and they go offshore. Now all of a sudden you have foreign ships coming into the U.S. marketplace. And when I say foreign ships, sure, there are foreign ships in U.S. ports every day. No question. But now all of a sudden that trade between the West Coast of the United States and Hawaii, that's in foreign hands. Trade between West Coast and Alaska, foreign hands. Trade up and down the Mississippi, foreign hands. Great Lakes, foreign hands. Ports, tugs, ferries, fishing boats. The dudes from Deadliest Catch out of business. It has wide-ranging implications, and I think we should be talking about it. But what I want to do in this 60-day window, I am not going to sit here and argue. It's done. This is a waiver that's already out there. I the other day said something about get the right people in the office and talk to them. That obviously didn't happen because Kevin Hassett didn't want to have that discussion because Hassett is against the Jones Act. But we're already seeing some of the impact here. So, for example, there was a fixture. A fixture is a contract for a tanker that was placed on a run from the U.S. Gulf Coast to Jacksonville, Florida for about $6.74 per barrel. That is twice the rate for a Jones Act tanker. Another deal from New York to Hawaii was reported near $22 per barrel. New York to Hawaii, why the frick are you taking gasoline out of New York and going to Hawaii with it? I'll tell you why, because this is the thing they're not talking about. The problem is, and there's a great piece over in by Greg Miller over at Lloyd's List, and I'll have it on the show notes for you. Hawaii usually gets its gasoline from the Far East, but you can't do it because California has shut most of their refineries down and they killed their capacity. So there's not enough gas in California to export. In fact, they got to import. If Hawaii is getting its gasoline from Korea, the problem is if oil is not flowing out of the Middle East, it's not getting in the refineries. And what is happening is refineries in the Far East are cutting back. When they start cutting production, cost starts going up. We don't have enough tankers. Tankers are on average 20 years old now. There is a finite number of tankers out there in the fleet. So what you're seeing is lifts of opportunity. Why are you hauling gas from the Gulf Coast to Jacksonville, Florida? That's a very common run. There are Jones Act tankers that do that all the time. All the time. Why are you doing this now? There's no fuel shortage, I think, at Jacksonville, Florida. It was just there. There was no fuel shortage there. That's because we're going to be pulling gas and refined out of the East Coast of the United States and shipping it over to Europe and to Africa and to South America. Why? Because it's not coming out of the Middle East. And this is the problem that people aren't understanding. This fuel is not going to benefit you. They talk of a study in here about gasoline and what repeal of the Jones Act would do. And what they state in here is that the savings you'd have, this is a study by the Navigatus Consulting Group. They estimate that best case scenario, the policy will reduce gasoline prices by less than a penny per gallon, 0.0027, if at all any savings. According to the analysis, only about 6.5% of supply moves via Jones Act vessels, while most fuel delivered through pipelines, trucks, and other infrastructure.
This one needs to go to Vancouver.
Ships to fit those areas where there's no pipeline. Now, don't get me wrong. We need to do some revisions.
Find shit.
Absolutely.
Even when it's
New England always runs short on LNG. Why do they run short of
So like with other, like I would start naming the cities based on their location. And like even with cities that are like
seen that.
In English that I'll be able to remember. Where the fuck is Vancouver?
I think it's above me.
No, in this list of trade routes. Or, like maybe there's already a route going to Vancouver.
Just go and click the city.
You can't. That's not how it works, is it? Oh, it goes over sea.
Yeah, it's literally how it works.
Damn, I've been.
That's how I do
I
it.
wish I knew that sooner. Would have saved me so many hours of renaming shit.
Transitioning to nuclear energy.
Me too.
Don't die. Hell yeah.
LNG, two reasons. Number one, they lack the storage capacity.
Your scout is sitting on
And
a
number
burnt
two,
farm.
New York
I'll
won't
get
let
there.
them build a supply line across New York into New England. I think it has to do with the Red Sox. It's either the Red Sox or the Patriots. I'm not sure. It's not the Celtics. It's definitely the Red Sox or the Patriots. That's the reason New York doesn't do it. But you can supply New England with one ship. One ship handles that. You want to wave one ship into the U.S. registry to handle LNG? Friggin' I'm your man. I love that idea. Love that idea a lot because we're not building any. Why not do that? Same thing with Puerto Rico. Wait, we did that. There's a ship that we did. We waved in to haul liquefied natural gas from Texas to Puerto Rico. All for that. This is
I love
throwing
Arctic
spaghetti
water
at the wall
parks.
here,
It's so funny.
Trying to figure out what to do. You are unsanctioning Iranian oil, Russian oil, and opening the U.S. for foreign ships to come in. This does not tell me you know what you're doing. This makes me wonder whether or not there's a plan. And I'm getting concerned that there is not a plan here. The other thing I'm
Wow.
concerned about is Ken Hassett
You're
should
telling
be
me
going
that
into the
the rabid
president's
dog
office. I think he
has
should
no
be talking
plan?
about restoring the
Crazy.
flow of oil, gas, everything out of the Persian Gulf. Because what
Pause it.
we have done with the attack on
Sal, what you are not taking into account is that Donald Trump is a fascist and has removed everybody who is competent from the United States government. There are only loyalists left. The counterterrorism guy quit because they were lying about an imminent threat. There is zero organization within the United States government. This is some mad dog shit. Bro's just pissed he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, so he goes and pieces all over the place. So, yeah, you really got to take that into account because there is no plan. Have we not seen that there is no plan? Is there not enough evidence that there is no plan? Why did they- Jesus fucking Christ.
That was a hate crime
I don't know why I'd be doing that. It was.
because I hated it.
Like, is there not enough evidence that they really have no idea? Like, why did they attack Iran? Oh, Iranian women. You didn't give a fuck in January. You didn't give a fuck last year. You didn't give a fuck in 2023. You didn't give a shit at any other time before. Oh, but you're getting nuclear weapons. But you bombed their nuclear facilities last year. So why the fuck are you bombing Iran if there is no plan? If there is a plan, sorry. I fundamentally challenge this idea that Donald Trump has a plan or a goal for anything. I firmly reject it. But if anybody else feels like he does have a plan, please let me know because I'm curious. Australia towards nuclear energy? Of course, that would be ridiculous. Why would a country that is mostly reliant on coal and fossil fuels ever go to something like nuclear energy when we have a uranium deposit in our country? That would be moronic. You know, who gives a shit about energy security and self-sustainability and self-determination? Fuck it. Tie us to the United States. Who gives a shit? Let's make petrol a $2.50 because 20% of our fuel comes from the Strait of Hormuz. Great. Love that. let's start a fuel task force to make sure that country Victoria runs out of fuel and give one nation even more ammunition to berate people to try and convince them that the fascist party is the correct choice. How about we don't? That would be fucking great. And now Pauline Hanson's like, oh yeah, on top of getting points for talking out about supporting the Iranian war, she's now in conjunction with opposing Albanese's stances on not going into the war and helping the United States. She wants Australians to die for Israel. Very cool. Fuck Pauline Hanson. Like, it's actually absurd how dumb people are here. Like, you thought America was bad. People are quite literally buying into the same rhetoric that Pauline Hanson has been spewing for 30 years. Like, at least Donald Trump is somewhat maneuverable when it comes to changing his rhetoric. Pauline Hanson has been, I want the white Australia
because
policy.
he doesn't have rhetoric. He just throws shit at the wall and sees what sticks.
Exactly. Pauline Hanson is a down and out fucking racist. She's been this way for 30 years, and now all of a sudden people are like, oh, she sounds like Donald Trump. Let's vote for her. Fucking idiots. But, like, at the same time, right, one nation, and it's still talking about the nuclear energy here, right, is like one nation will poo-poo the liberals and take the liberals' spot as the opposition, and then not change their stance on nuclear, still go towards coal and fucking fossil fuel, even though the liberals were the only ones pushing for nuclear energy now, which is insane. Fuck the liberals. Like, the fact that the liberals are pushing for nuclear energy makes me not want to push for nuclear energy, because all they are going to do is hand the keys to Gina fucking Reinhardt. When the only way that if Australia was to introduce nuclear energy, which it should have done 30 years ago, if we were to introduce nuclear energy, it would need to be state-owned, state-run, state-operated, with an oversight board with absolute scrutiny. It needs to be one of the most powerful boards in the country, because we cannot afford to have nuclear fuck-ups. Because in a country where nuclear energy is already so demonized, it needs to be perfect. And this is my concern, is that the government is wholly incompetent, to the point that they will hand the keys to a private company, which will end up making power even more expensive, because they'll be like, oh, we had to spend $1 billion building the power plant. Okay. A road costs $1 billion too. They shouldn't be fucking toll roads. Like, fuck you and your profits. This is about energy security, and we should not be handing our fucking energy to private companies. It's that simple. Like, every single country should nationalize their energy. It is ultimately a good choice for the countries, and is this not a proven point of why? Imagine if energy security was secured through international treaties. And it's like everybody gets enough to power their country, keep their people happy, and cost nothing. Think that wouldn't be a good option? How hard would that be? I don't think it would be that hard. I don't know. Maybe people have more information about this kind of thing than me. But, like, nuclear energy is a must at this point. Like, we can't really supplement it all with renewables. Like, we need a firm energy source. And fossil fuels ain't it. The only option, at least for now, is nuclear, in my opinion. Until we get something better. Manson Moose is almost gone.
Russia ain't far behind.
Iran is cut off 25% of global trade. Said it before, I'll say this again. They've slapped a clamp on the femoral artery of the world's ocean transportation system. And the longer you leave that clamped, the worse it's going to get. And it is going to take weeks, if not months, to fix this. You are seeing spikes at the gas pump right now, 90 cents. We are at second highest level of gas since February of 2022. What happened in February 2022? Russia invades Ukraine. This is going to make this look tame, believe me. This is what we're seeing right now. I have a concern that we are just scrambling to try to figure things out. I want to see the quantitative data. I'm going to look, hey, the waiver is in place. It's a 60-day waiver. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the data shows at the end of 60 days. Does it substantially lower the price of gasoline? I can tell you right now what people are going to say. I already know what this answer is.
So I had this feeling because when Ukraine happened, I was looking at the oil prices because it jumped from like $1 to $1.80 and it never went down, right? So I looked it up. How much do you think barrel was in 2022?
Couldn't tell you.
It's $100. Do you know how much it is now?
Couldn't tell you.
It's $100. But somehow, petrol is 3 times more expensive than it was 3 years ago. You want to tell me that this isn't fucking price gouging? This isn't the ratchet strap effect of like, oh, well, petrol's $2 now.
I'm still losing my
It's
mind
gonna
that
stay
Trump
here.
didn't fill up the reserves before doing this. Are you, though?
Not at all.
Not only did
He's
he
an
not
idiot.
do that, he specifically, like ships that we specifically need for this operation, like the mine-sweeping ships, he specifically... It's just like how he got rid of the pandemic planning before COVID hit. Like, it's almost like you can predict what's going to happen next by what Trump defunds.
Maybe that's the plan. Maybe it's all chaos. Maybe it's all accelerationism. Maybe he's just a Nazi.
He's just so fucking stupid. Honestly, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
That he's dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know either. It seems like objectively a bad thing.
Well, the counter is that he'd be more successful in his fascist agenda if he wasn't so fucking stupid.
That is true. And all, something you probably should consider, but at the same time, I don't know. Would it be any different? Realistically, like, who's actually pulling the strings? Is he just the mouth?
Speaking of mouths.
Well, I don't know. I think him being dumb allows him to be manipulated, and like the Heritage Foundation is really the one running everything. That's what I'm sort of leaning on these days. I have no evidence of this, but that's my theory. See, like it only takes 10 turns to build a nuclear power plant. It's not that bad. It's like what, every turn is 20 years?
Depends on this game speed. I love that.
So you could literally do game speed where it's a year at a time.
I don't know how slow marathon is.
Number one, the waiver wasn't long enough. There was still competition from the Jones Act waiver ships out there. Because of the spikes in fuel costs around the world, you didn't see a savings. But that savings was there. You just couldn't see it because of the larger cost of it. I got it. I understand exactly what these studies are going to tell me. I got it. I understand. Some are sitting there going, well, if we had enough Jones Act tankers, we wouldn't need to surge ships into the U.S. registry. Again, let's take a look at that. Let's break down after 60 days. Let's look at this objectively.
Yeah, like that's the issue. It'd be cool if it was like adaptable, because like I want the longer in the early game. but then when it gets to the end game and I'm already set up to win, it's just me waiting around at the end, and that's when it gets tedious.
And we should have hearings. I am all for bringing everybody in together to talk about this because I think we need to have a discussion. All right, that's my tirade for today. It's a long one, I apologize, but
Speaking of the Heritage Foundation,
I hope you enjoyed today.
you guys should look up how many of them are in the Bohemian Grove Club. It's a lot of them. Like, you want to talk about people who set agendas and run the country? It's that club. And this is not like Alex Jones fucking...
Okay, come on. Don't get into the secret society shit.
No.
Professor Chang.
This is not...
What's his name?
This is not Jang.
What's that guy's name? Professor Jang.
This isn't like worshipping Moloch, fucking dancing around
Well, I
fires,
also
having
don't worship
parties.
Moloch at the Bohemian Grove.
No, I know, and this is what I'm saying.
Do you know what they do worship?
No idea. It's some
Minerva.
esoteric shit.
The Owl of Minerva.
No shit. That's awesome. So like the Bohemian Club, it's not a real thing. Like, it's a real thing. It's just obviously Alex Jones has perverted it to make it seem like it's some crazy super secret thing. It's not. It's just like it's the club of power. Like, it's all rich people, it's all powerful people, it's the people who set agendas, it's Heritage Foundation, it's all of these people. Presidents, all of it. And it's like, if you look into the agendas, it's all discussed at these fucking these meetings.
Also,
and shit
like,
every year.
Dominionists
so
aren't a
interesting.
secret society.
No. It's like an
So, like, the
thing.
fact that Jang would be like, it's the Freemasons, when the Dominionists operate openly.
Mm-hmm. It was like that. They're objectively, they're probably a bigger threat than any secret society of rich people.
Mm-hmm.
Although
The thing is that they rarely actually have power, but it's they often are advisors to those in power.
well, yeah, this is a good point as well. Is like the PayPal mafia is pretty dangerous.
And the
as
reason
well.
why Dominionists rarely get power is because it's rare for people to actually vote for someone with those ideals. Like, Mike Johnson won local elections and then was able to win power within his constituency because of a fucking pro-MAGA coup within the fucking party led by Matt Gaetz, who didn't want to be investigated for fucking
pedophilia
minors on a yacht.
Pretty awesome. Well, hopefully all the Dominionists go Charlie Kirk's way. That would be great. Really solid.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S.-Israeli war in Iran entered a new phase Wednesday after Israel bombed Iran's South Pars gas field, the largest known natural gas reserve in the world. The attack set off huge fires at a refinery and petrochemical facility that processed the majority of Iran's domestic supply of natural gas. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps retaliated by attacking energy infrastructure across the Persian Gulf. Within hours, Iranian missiles caused extensive damage to Qatar's Ras Laffan facility, which handles
This is what I wanted to mention, right? Is like I think Sal might have said it. Is like, Iran is hitting energy infrastructure. What are you talking about? Israel and America are literally hitting their fucking infrastructure. Of course they're going to attack infrastructure. They said as much. Maybe if you didn't want infrastructure hit, you should have said to America and Israel not to fucking bomb oil refineries, choking out the fucking skies of Tehran for weeks, likely giving cancer to millions. Very cool. Yeah, maybe that's an idea. Radical idea. Fucking ridiculous.
20% of global exports of liquefied natural gas. Separate attacks from Iran damaged 2 refineries in Kuwait, 2 oil fields in the United Arab Emirates, and a Saudi Aramco refinery at the port of Yanbu, a critical oil terminal in the Red Sea, far from Iran, on Saudi Arabia's western coast. The escalating attacks set off panic in global markets and sent the price of oil skyrocketing as high as $118 a barrel. Several governments in Asia are now rationing fuel, slashing public services, and shortening work weeks to conserve energy. Here in the U.S., gasoline prices are now at their highest levels since 2023, are set to climb further. On Wednesday, Vice President J.D. Vance addressed soaring fuel prices after a meeting in Michigan with the American Petroleum Institute.
It's not going to last forever. We're going to take care of business. We're going to come back home, and when that happens,
well, you're not fucking bomb the country, you dumb
come
cunt.
back down to reality. But in the meantime, we got a problem. We know that we have a problem. We're doing everything that we can to address it.
The Pentagon is seeking more than $200 billion in additional funding for the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. That's according to the Washington
How's bringing
Post,
down the groceries
which reports the
going?
military seeking to urgently increase production of weapons expended in thousands of U.S. and Israeli strikes over the past 3 weeks. On Capitol Hill, Republican senators
Korea,
Wednesday
I will not
blocked
do
the
a
vote
cultural
on War
alliance,
Powers
but I will do a
resolution to
military
rein in
alliance.
President Trump's attacks
you,
on
Korea.
Iran. Meanwhile, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard testified to the Senate Intelligence Committee that U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran last June had obliterated Iran's nuclear program with no effort underway to rebuild it. Georgia Democrats.
This is why Chernobyl happened, by the way. Because people couldn't fucking tell the truth.
Yes. Yeah, literally. It was also, I think, a Gen 2 Soviet reactor that had a positive...
Yes, but the guy who caused the
correlation.
accident said that the accident wouldn't have happened if he knew that that's how the design was done.
True. I always...
Like if they knew... So let's not forget, like, this is my new thing for anyone who's anti-nuclear power, okay? Let's not forget that the U.S. operates, like, dozens of fine or small nuclear reactors, and they've never had an accident. Like, the U.S. military's reactors never had a problem.
Like, just the nuclear disasters, right? The ones that have happened. 3 Mile Island wasn't a disaster. It was a PR. Like a PR nightmare. It didn't... And nothing actually happened. 3 Mile Island is fine. Fukushima also was misinformation and an overreaction, which resulted in... Because it was all it was a neutrino burst. So the neutrons are the things that were escaping, and neutrons don't pollute. They just go. They just penetrate real hard. Right? So Fukushima was also not really that bad. It turns out that there's actually not much pollution in the area anymore, like nuclear pollution. But when they released the treated water, which is how they got rid of it, China had a sook. Even though it was less nuclear material within the water than China puts into the water. So, like, the only real nuclear disaster that's ever happened is Chernobyl. And it was human incompetence. It is, like, nuclear energy is the safest form of firm energy. The only thing that tops it in a safer form of energy is solar. It is the only energy source per kilowatt hour that has killed less people than nuclear. And that's including all of the nuclear disasters, all of the orphan sources, all of this. Less people have died from nuclear energy production than everything but solar. Like, this stigma around nuclear energy needs to die. And when it dies, fossil fuels will die. But hopefully petrol's still around, because I want my motorbike. Yeah, hydrogen at that point. You know, if we have nuclear, we could be producing hydrogen. In theory. It's all a theory. As Jang would say, a game theory.
I wish there was if I highlight my spies. Okay. I just want to, like, make sure I don't have any in captivity besides the one I just freed.
Mm-hmm.
Democratic Senator John Ossoff asked Gabbard whether that aligned with President Trump's claims that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States.
Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president based on a volume of information
it is precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing.
Outside the Capitol building, lawmakers joined anti-war activists at a memorial display of backpacks and children's shoes, commemorating the more than 200 children who've reportedly died in U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. This is Illinois Democratic Congressmember Delia Ramirez.
From Palestine to Iran, our bombs are killing women. They're killing children, little girls who are yearning to learn. And
did you speak out against the Iranian slaughter in January?
And thousands. Because from Cuba to Lebanon, our government,
should I trust you?
Our governments are violating U.S. and international law.
Lebanon's health ministry says Israeli attacks have killed 45 people across Lebanon over the past 2 days, with over 1 million people forcibly displaced by Israel's assault. The UN Children's Fund, that's UNICEF, says Israeli attacks are killing or wounding 30 children in Lebanon a day, the equivalent of an entire classroom. On Wednesday, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said his forces had destroyed 2 more bridges over Lebanon's Litani River, further cutting off southern Lebanon from the rest of the country. Meanwhile, Hezbollah fighters fired heavy barrages of rockets towards Israel. In the occupied West Bank, 3 Palestinians were killed and 13 others injured Wednesday night when parts of an intercepted Iranian missile fell on a hair salon near Hebron. The dead included 2 adults and a 17-year-old. Few Palestinians in the West Bank have access to fortified shelters, unlike in Israel, where bomb shelters are common. In Israel, an Iranian cluster munition ripped through the Tel Aviv suburb of Ramat Gan on Wednesday, killing an elderly couple in their home. Police said they failed to reach a fortified safe room in their apartment before it was struck. Elsewhere, a man described as a foreign worker was killed by a missile attack in Israel's Sharon area. Israel's health ministry reported 177 people were taken to hospitals with injuries over just 24 hours. Back in the United States, lawmakers grilled Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin, President Trump's pick to lead the Department of Homeland Security, during his confirmation hearing Wednesday. President Trump nominated Mullin to replace Kristi Noem, whom he fired earlier this month. Republican Homeland Security Committee Chair Rand Paul opened the hearing by confronting Mullin for calling him a, quote, freaking snake, and for siding with a neighbor who physically attacked the Republican Senator Rand Paul back in 2017. Paul announced after the hearing he will vote no on the nomination. This is Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin questioning Mullin on the 2020 election.
Who won the 2020 election?
Ma'am, we know that President Joe Biden was sworn into office. He was the president for the last 4 years. But I do believe my job as Department of Homeland Security Secretary will be to make sure that we assure that the elections are fair and people can trust them.
In related news, ProPublica is reporting that DHS is demanding access to the federal parent locator service. It's
Oh,
a
you took the
database holding the
city-states.
name, address, social security number, employer, and salary of
Yeah,
every
24
employed person in the
envoys
U.S.,
there.
plus sensitive information
fair.
on children and domestic violence
So I was
victims.
like-
Cut my
The
golden
service
income.
is used by the government
I
to
was like,
find
why do I have
people
24
who owe
envoys
child
here?
support. Federal law
'Cause I don't think I
explicitly
dumped that
bars
many in. I don't know
DHS
how I
using
got
the database,
24.
but the Department
I
of
guess it's just
Health and
because of
Human
trade
Services
routes.
is actively considering the request.
Because
CBS News is reporting the FBI and IRS are forming a joint initiative to investigate nonprofit organizations over
each trade route
suspected
sent to a
possible links
city-state
to
awards one
domestic
envoy
terrorism.
there.
This comes after Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a memo last year ordering law enforcement agencies and federal prosecutors to compile a list of potential domestic terrorism organizations that promote, quote, extreme viewpoints on immigration, radical gender ideology, and anti-American sentiment, unquote. Democrats in the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday walked out of a closed-door briefing with Attorney General Pam Bondi and her deputy Todd Blanche on the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files. According to Democrats,
I can't
Bondi
believe she still has
repeatedly
a job.
declined to say whether she would comply with a subpoena requiring her to appear for a sworn deposition on April 14th. The
But
briefing
now-
came one day after Oversight Committee Chair James Comer subpoenaed Bondi to testify before the committee. After the briefing, Bondi was asked by reporters if she would comply with a subpoena, to which she simply replied, "I will follow the law." Democratic Congressmember Summer Lee later asked Comer if he would compel Bondi to attend the April deposition, holding her in contempt if she refuses. Comer told Lee she was, quote, bitching. This is Congressmember Summer Lee, who's introduced articles of impeachment against Bondi.
AG Bondi has been obstructing justice. She has perjured herself multiple times, and she has been withholding critical documents that would inform this investigation into a pedophile, into corruption, and possibly quite deeper, because we do not know who was all involved. Right. Today, what their attempt was to push this under the rug, do something off the record that they would not have to be accountable for.
And a New York Times investigation has found Cesar Chavez, the late co-founder of the United Farm Workers, abused, molested, and raped multiple women and girls over the course of decades.
Yeah, did you hear about this yet? Have we talked? Have you talked about this yet?
Nope.
Oh, so
commies are about to cope.
No, Cesar Chavez is a fucking lib.
Wait, Cesar Chavez,
not Hugo Chavez. I sent you, and I said, "Oh, the guy who Biden had a bust of in his office turns out to be a creep."
Oh no!
So
where was he from?
This is it's a California, like the farm workers movement. He's a civil rights leader.
Okay.
But they did an interview with basically the woman who was his number two.
Mm-hmm.
And in that interview, they ask her if, like, what happened to her was rape. And she doesn't flat out say, I was raped, which is very sad. But she does also say that it is raped. But she says it in a roundabout way that's kind of sad.
Yeah.
But she says that she didn't come forward sooner because she thought it would hurt the movement. And she was one of the big people on the Biden-Harris campaign.
Oh, no.
For promoting them. So, like, it's like a lot different than Martin Luther King, too. But, like, it's just, like, he was also, like, a civil rights icon.
Yeah.
But not so much a good person in his personal life. And I've been thinking about how it's like, definitively, this makes him a bad person, even if he was a leader of a civil rights movement.
Yes.
Like King, it's a little more ambiguous, but the right still weaponizes it and stuff.
With his, like, cheating on his wife and stuff.
Ana Murguia and Deborah Rojas say that Chavez sexually abused them for years.
I'm also pretty confident he had domestic abuse issues as well, not just infidelity. But I'd have to check.
Years when they were girls in the 1970s. Murguia and Chavez assaulted, said...
The main woman came forward because all the other women came forward, and she said that basically that she was raped twice by him. She doesn't use the word rape.
Okay.
And had 2 children, and then organized for the children to be put in different families because she believed at the time that abortion was a sin.
Okay.
But for me, like, the joke about Joe Biden having the bust and me going, "There's a bust of Hugo Chavez," is like all I ever think about whenever I hear this guy. And now
Chavez assaulted her when she was 13 years old. Chavez reportedly raped Rojas when she was 15 years old in a motel room in 1975. Dolores Huerta, who co-founded the United Farm Workers with Cesar Chavez, told the New York Times he coerced her into sex on one occasion and raped her in 1966, resulting in 2 separate pregnancies she concealed by wearing baggy clothes. Both of Dolores Huerta's children were quietly raised by other families. In a statement, Huerta said, quote, "I carried this secret for as long as I did because building the movement and securing farm worker rights was my life's work. I'm telling my story because the New York Times has indicated I was not the only one. There were others. Women are coming forward sharing that they were sexually abused and assaulted by Cesar when they were girls and teenagers," Dolores Huerta said. United Farm Workers announced it'll not participate in any Cesar Chavez Day events this month, while the Cesar Chavez...
Like, what's also interesting, so, like, because, like, Gavin Newsom literally immediately took action. So, anyone who says that Gavin Newsom can't get shit done in California, he clearly can. He immediately has taken action and basically, like, memorials for this guy is already ripping him down.
Oh. Good.
Because you don't need a memorial to Chavez. You can just have the memorial to the United Farm Workers Union.
Yep. And that's what it always should be. Fuck heralding people. It should always be like the Kobani statue where it represents an idea. Or like Iwo Jima where it represents an idea.
And even then, the Kobani statue, it's specifically...
It's still on the person.
Well, it's not of her, but it's largely like seen as a statue dedicated to one specific person still.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, like that doesn't take away from the figure, but it's more of a it's a collective effort kind of thing. And I think that's a better angle to take for people, in my opinion.
The Statue of Liberty, another great one.
Mm-hmm.
This foundation said, quote, "To the survivors, we believe you. We honor your courage, and we're very sorry for the harm you have carried in the shadows for so long," unquote. Both organizations have established confidential channels for those who wish to report harm. Local officials in California have called for renaming schools, parks, plazas, and streets bearing Cesar Chavez's name. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs announced the state would not recognize Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, his birthday. Annual parades in Tucson, Arizona, and San Francisco, California, were also canceled, along with marches in San Antonio and Laredo, Texas. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Pentagon launched an offensive aimed at reopening the Strait of Hormuz, with low-flying jets and helicopter gunships patrolling the waterway for Iranian ships and one-way attack drones. The offensive got underway as Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps published video appearing to show a U.S. F-35 stealth...
Wasn't this video confirmed fake, even though they did end up damaging F-35 with, I assume, with flak?
Yeah, I heard damaged. I didn't heard taken down, and this video was posted by the Iranian state.
Yeah, but I believe that this was confirmed to be fake. Anyone who knows otherwise, let me know. The point is that it still did happen.
Fighter jet being struck over Iranian airspace. The Pentagon said one of its $100 million stealth fighters had been forced to make an emergency landing at a U.S. airbase in the Middle East. On Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth confirmed the Pentagon has asked for $200 billion in additional funding for the war in Iran.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys.
Iran's foreign minister warned Thursday his nation would show zero restraint if the U.S. or Israel attacks oil or gas infrastructure again. The warning followed Israel's bombing of the South Pars oil field, home to the largest proven reserves of natural gas in the world, and Iran's retaliatory strikes on fossil fuel infrastructure across the Gulf. On Thursday, Qatar Energy's CEO said Iran's attacks on Ras Laffan and other fossil fuel sites have knocked out 17% of Qatar's liquefied natural gas export capacity for up to 5 years, causing an estimated $20 billion in lost revenue each year while cutting off energy supplies to Europe and Asia. In Washington, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the Trump administration will remove sanctions on Iranian oil to lower surging prices, which some analysts predict could top $150 or even $200 per barrel if the war continues. Meanwhile, Iran's attacks have halted exports of helium from Qatar, which before the war provided more than one-third of global supply. Helium's critical for a range of industries, including semiconductor manufacturing, fiber optics, medical devices, including MRIs, and scientific research. In Lebanon, there are reports of heavy fighting between Hezbollah and Israeli soldiers backed by air and artillery.
So because I have such good diplomatic visibility, I can see what they're building in this city. And it's a line infantry, and it's going to take 199 turns.
What the fuck?
Like, bro, what are you even doing?
That is nuts.
Fire as Israel pushes ahead with a ground invasion. Meanwhile, Israeli airstrikes continue to rain down on cities across Lebanon, where health officials report more than 1,000 people have been killed since early March. At least 40 medical workers are among the dead. Israel is also targeting journalists and their families. This week, Israel bombed the home of Lebanese journalist Mohammed Sherry, killing him and his wife and injuring his children and grandchildren. Press freedom groups condemn the attack as a war crime. In a separate strike, Israel bombed RT journalist Steve Sweeney and a camera operator as Sweeney was reporting while wearing a vest clearly marked press. The attack left both men hospitalized.
I mean, not to be the Israel defender, though, here, I just want to say, if it was a bomb, can they really tell if it says vest? Can they even see the press vest? Can they even see the, like, how much thermal imaging did they have?
Camera. You could probably see the camera on the shoulder of the guy.
I'm just questioning how much they could actually even see.
But that being said,
Israel shouldn't be bombing Lebanon in the first place.
But didn't America kill Al Jazeera journalists with a helicopter?
Yeah.
So, is it really that different? What is it called? Collateral murder?
Yeah.
Same shit? Old habits die hard? Something like that?
This video's crazy, though. This is like always my big fear when I was in the Middle East. Something like this happening.
Yeah. Nothing you can do about it, really.
Yeah.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and a minute.
In Gaza, Israeli authorities have reopened the Rafah border crossing into Egypt for small numbers of Palestinians to seek medical care abroad.
If it was a movie, he would have lived because he did the dive.
Yeah. Well, I think they did live. It was just hospital.
No, he died.
The Russian one?
That guy died. I'm almost.
Are you
Isn't
sure?
that what they just reported?
No. That was the Lebanese one.
Down on cities across Lebanon where health officials report more than 1,000 people have been killed since early March. At least 40 medical workers are among the dead. Israel is also targeting journalists and their families. This week, Israel bombed the home of Lebanese journalist Mohammed Sherry, killing him and his wife and injuring his children and grandchildren. Press freedom groups condemn the attack as a war crime. In a separate strike, Israel bombed RT journalist Steve Sweeney and a camera operator as Sweeney was reporting while wearing a vest clearly marked press. The attack left both men hospitalized.
Okay.
Further rocket attacks were reported.
I thought he died.
No.
I mean, he definitely dove.
Oh yeah, he sure did. Like, he moved quickly. Like, well done. But yeah, I'm kind of on the same page here, because it's like, I'm not going to be like, yeah, good, fuck that guy. But like, you know, don't attack journalists, but also RT.
Yeah, it really depends, because like,
well, if you look at Ukraine, the Russian press is actually out there loading shells into guns, like active combatants,
I was just gonna
babies.
say, like, working for certain press organizations, like, it might be your first job getting your foot in the door.
Mm.
You know, like, that's why, like, Abby Martin,
Worked
like,
for RT.
Yeah, but when she worked for RT, she still condemned the invasion of Crimea.
Yes.
And, like, she certainly is, like, a propagandist, and I wouldn't say she's a great journalist. She's really good at propaganda.
She's good at what she does.
But, like, you know, Mehdi Hassan worked for Al Jazeera. And
yeah.
So, working for certain orgs, I think getting your foot in the door is one thing. It just, you know, because, like, if, like, I've sold stuff to RT, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've done contracts with them, too, in Syria.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really know how the stuff was turned. Like, I don't know if it was turned into, like, pro-Assad stuff, but I didn't work for Mint Press.
No.
So it depends on, like,
else.
It's a, like, you know, I don't think anyone that's a journalist should be targeted in general. So
no, absolutely not. And that is the consistent point here, is like, we'll laugh because it's RT journalists getting bombed.
I mean,
but,
I don't think it's funny because it's
it's
like
not,
traumatic
it's not
for
funny,
me
but...
because, like, I've had close calls and shit.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying funny, like, it's haha bombs against journalists. It's like bombs against specifically RT. It's like, you literally put yourselves out there supporting these fucking regimes, and then go and do propaganda for these regimes.
Yeah,
like, you know, RT in Syria
like,
gets
RT
bombed. I'm not
might
gonna
be
fucking
bad.
cry.
RT might be bad, but I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know if he's a good or bad person, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at Fox News. The guy that reports
it can
to
also be
Israel.
the opposite way.
True.
You can be like Aaron Monte and work for a great
CNN.
news organization like Democracy Now! And then form the fucking principal fucking American op to sell Russia's propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why this is a good conversation to have regardless. Like, we're talking about Israel bombing a journalist, a Russian journalist at that, and it's like, don't do this. But at the same time, we always see Israel, like, Israel's basically killed every single Al Jazeera journalist inside Gaza systematically. Like, this is not out of the realm of, like, this was specifically targeted, because Israel, we know, does this. And that is more the criticism here, is like, this is just more Israel shit. Like, this is a widespread problem that we've been seeing for 3 years, that not a single fucking person who supports this genocide by Israel is talking about.
Israel didn't target him for being RT. They'd kill a normal journalist too.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Oh, hang on. I forgot I have to keep flipping my shit because I'm on the fucking other account.
Welcome to Democracy. Or even $200 per barrel, including MRE.
Attacks were reported against Nahariya and a minute.
Like, I don't know. I think it would be different for, like, Iraq vets, because when they hear planes overhead, it was 100% always going to be an ally, you know? And, like, I imagine regular Ukrainians and Ukrainian soldiers might identify with this, but, like, also,
Gaza.
Okay, just debris. For a second, I thought they had the plane in the shot, but it was just ash and debris. But like the you don't hear the jets coming until they're like basically
gone, already
right over you, you know. And because of how bombs work, like, by the time you hear the jet, the bomb might already be dropped because they drop them way out and the laser guides them in.
Because he clearly heard the whistle, which is why he stopped and looked up.
Yeah.
And then died.
And that's the thing, is like, whenever you hear a plane, you don't know. Like, in Syria, it's like there was no possible way to know. Other than it wouldn't be Assad because he didn't really have planes, or the rebels, you know, or ISIS, you know. But it could have been Russia, could have been Turkey, could have been the United States. And so, like, I imagine only, like, right now, there's very few people that know what that's like, because, like, I imagine, like, when you hear a plane and you're Iraq war vet, it's like more of a comfort.
Potentially.
Because you hear the plane, you know that's support fire coming in.
Especially if it was like the A-10s.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've never encountered one because they didn't have short range fighters in Syria. It was all long range stuff. Which is what makes it even harder to hear, because they're so high up and going so fast when they're fucking dropping shit. So, like, that's why I imagine, like, Ukraine is the only place really that could compare to, like, the palpable fear that you could feel every day in Syria, because Ukraine. Because for the most part, it was almost always Allied planes. But, like, you never know if I'm fucking embedding with a faction that Russia wants to hit for Assad's advance or something.
How could you know?
Yeah. And, like, I imagine in Ukraine, there's especially, you know, towards the front, where you never know, like, if the sound you hear is good or bad.
Yeah.
Israeli authorities have reopened the Rafah border crossing into Egypt for small numbers of Palestinians to seek medical care abroad. On Thursday, the Palestinian Red Crescent Society reported just 8 Palestinians were allowed to cross, along with family members. Red Crescent official Raad El-Nams says that's just a tiny fraction of the thousands of Palestinians who cannot get the medical care they need inside the Gaza Strip due to Israel's blockade and attacks on hospitals and medical infrastructure. infrastructure.
According to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, there are around 18,000 patients injured whose conditions are classified as critical and for whom life-saving services are unavailable in the Gaza Strip. We hope that the efforts made in this regard will lead to an increase in the numbers so that the largest possible number of patients can be evacuated outside the Gaza Strip.
In Israel, demonstrators gathered in Tel Aviv Thursday for a protest demanding an end to Israel's attacks on Iran and Lebanon, as millions of Israelis are forced to seek shelter daily from rockets, missiles, and drones. At least 18 Israelis have been killed, over 3,000 wounded just 3 weeks into the war. This is protester Tzipi Hatovsky.
They're not telling us what the goals of the war are. They're not telling us how long it's going to take. And what's happening is that Israelis are in the millions, are in shelters at the moment, and we don't see the end of it. We're fed up. We've been in a state of war for over 2.5 years. We're fed up with it. It has to stop.
President Trump joked about Pearl Harbor during a White House meeting Thursday with Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takahashi. The awkward moment came as Trump responded to a Japanese journalist's question about why the U.S. did not inform its allies in Europe and Asia before joining Israel in a war in Iran.
Well, one thing you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about...
Her face, bro, is so funny.
She fucking hates him.
Like, just watch her reaction. Because she, like, I assume she has an IFB, but does she need active translation?
Let me check if she speaks English.
Like, I'm sure she speaks English, but even if you speak English, it might be good to have the native language translated into your IFB at the same time.
Yeah,
also, you ready to see her face?
Donald Trump complimented her very good English skills.
There you go. So she probably doesn't have any translator. Because her reaction is quicker than you would see for most.
And we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
Prime Minister Takahashi.
Like you see the stages come over her face. Where she's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
Prime Minister Takahashi appeared visibly uncomfortable, leaning back in her seat. A 19-year-old teenager from Mexico has died of an apparent suicide while jailed.
I think it's fine to talk about Pearl Harbor to Japanese officials' faces, just not like that.
No. Definitely not like that.
At the Ice Glades County Detention Center in South Florida. Roya Perez Jimenez is the youngest person to die in ICE custody since Trump returned to office, and at least the 13th reported ICE death since the beginning of this year. Police reportedly arrested Perez Jimenez in January while he was riding a scooter. Immigrants detained at Glades County have long described inhumane conditions, including being subjected to verbal and sexual abuse. In more immigration news, Estefany Rodriguez, a local Nashville journalist in Tennessee, has been released from ICE custody on a $10,000 bond. She's a reporter from Colombia with the news outlet Nashville Noticias. She has lived in the U.S. since 2021 with a tourist visa and work permit and is pending green card and asylum applications. She's also married to a U.S. citizen. Here in New York, a high school student has been released from a Pennsylvania ICE jail after nearly a year in custody. 21-year-old Dylan Lopez Contreras was a freshman at a Bronx high school when he was taken by federal agents. He and his family are asylum seekers from Venezuela. Dylan spoke at a rally welcoming him back in New York yesterday.
As I've told you, it's super ugly to be in there. I've really seen all kinds of people we don't deserve to be there, and I still want to keep fighting for them, which is what we have to do.
Several elected officials attended the gathering, including New York Governor Kathy Hochul and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
It's a city that does not stand for our children being snatched from their home.
That's right.
It is a city that does not stand for high school students being taken away from the life that they should have. And as Dylan has reminded us, this is but a glimpse into something that is affecting so many across this city, across this state, and across this country. And we will not rest until every single person is where they deserve to be.
In related news, an immigration judge has denied 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos and his family asylum in the United States. The family's legal team plans to appeal. If they lose, Liam and his family could be deported to their home country of Ecuador. Liam and his dad were detained in a suburb of Minneapolis earlier this year. Images of Liam went viral after he was picked up by federal agents while still wearing his Spider-Man backpack and a blue hat with bunny ears.
Oh, that was this kid.
They were released from the Dilley ICE Family Detention Center, the Dilley Jail in Texas, in February, after a nationwide campaign led in part by Congressmember Joaquin Castro, who escorted them back to Minnesota. In Colorado, nearly 4,000 meatpacking workers have entered their 5th day on strike to protest unfair and dangerous labor conditions at JBS USA, the world's largest meat producer. Unionized workers at the slaughterhouse and beef processing plant in the city of Greeley walked off the job Monday.
Right when I pressed enter, I was like, wait, no, because I have cosmetics that I was going to give you one. So 30 turns. Yeah, I forgot I was going to give it to you. 30 turns from now, remember, I have cosmetics.
Okay.
Set a reminder.
Marking the largest strike in the U.S. meatpacking industry in 4 decades.
I don't know how.
Many of the workers are immigrants. This is UFCW
write it
Local
down
7 President
where you
Kim
can see
Cordova.
it.
There's 50 languages spoken at this plant. And where JBS thinks that they can hire a vulnerable workforce, they do that by design, hoping that workers can't talk to each other about wages and benefits or working conditions. They're hoping that we have a division in the plant, but they underestimated their workers. The workers are smart, they're strong, they're hard workers, and they deserve dignity and they deserve respect.
And as the college basketball tournament known as March Madness
Also,
begins,
buy
immigration
great works
activists are
whenever
calling
you
on
can.
schools to de-ice the charter flights used to ferry around student athletes. The campaign is targeting the Miami-based charter company Global Crossing Airlines, or Global X, which holds a $5 million annual contract to transport teams during the NCAA tournaments. Global X is also used to transport immigrants deported by ICE. Here's an excerpt of a video from the de-ice
I like
These
selling
Flights
things like
campaign.
aluminum to Russia, knowing that they're not going to get a
Global
chance
X
to
flew
use
more than
it.
1,700 deportation flights for ICE, while earning more than $246 million. And it's the same airline teams have flown for March Madness. When schools fly Global X, they're feeding a system that supports deportation. Athletes one day, deportation routes the next. It's the business model. Profit by abusing people.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks
Amy.
for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Serious here. What clip is this?
This is 10.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's Friday. Fun half. when we were talking about.
Give me a sec.
No, I was just finishing my turn.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. I'm basically done.
All right, let's get to something here.
I'm just
What's your
doing
tourism?
some Diplo favorite trades. You can check in the menu there.
What clip is this?
This is
You've got 150 more than me.
Okay, well, it's Friday. Fun half.
I also took the Golden Age bonus for tourism.
Well, your religion is
And I
negative
put-
50%.
And I have policies for tourism in right now.
Yeah, you're negative 50% for enlightenment tourism. By the way.
Yeah, that's happens. How are we doing on the religious front?
You have 7.
Which, you know, you can also spend faith on and start hitting Pound Maker from the other side.
I'm doing rock bands. I don't have enough
okay.
faith to
That's
not do
fine.
rock bands.
Well, rock bands will eventually be very expensive anyway.
Well, yeah, they're already
You want to buy
1,000.
so like the missionaries for me right now are 600 faith. Like, what are missionaries for you?
195.
Yeah. See. So like it's literally cheaper for me to just give you the gold. You know what I mean? To pay for your missionaries. Like, it would be cheaper for me to just give you 600 gold.
You can't give me faith.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I was thinking about it in gold terms.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Like, I could literally give you gold, though, to spend faith. But just wait until your rock bands, because your rock bands are going to raise in price, where they're going to be really expensive with faith anyway.
I mean, what I can do is set up more holy sites.
What's your faith per turn?
387.
Yeah, so I would say if you buy missionaries until you aren't, like, if you buy one missionary per turn until you get to the point where it's greater than your faith per turn, that's kind of what I do, because even now my faith per turn is higher than my missionary cost.
Mm-hmm. Then you can focus on apostles.
Well, I do both. So that's the thing. All the stuff with faith, it raises in price, right? So I'll buy missionaries until they're more expensive than the apostle. Buy the apostle, that will make it more expensive than the missionary. So it's basically 2 missionaries, 1 apostle.
Yeah, okay.
I buy whatever's cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Which the AI does not do.
When we're talking about getting something
once
more
they get
serious,
apostles,
I mean,
they don't
let's
buy
get seriously
missionaries,
value-tained.
Oh, that's
And
fine.
let's do it on what could
Which
be
makes their
the next prolonged
cost for
quagmire
apostles
this country has gotten
skyrocket.
into.
13 U.S. troops
I believe so. Let me
killed.
double check.
I think the number is 13-2 over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. It was 11 on Friday.
One is too many. One is too many. But I
They'll
think
only buy missionaries if that's all they can afford. So they'll buy the apostle first, and then, because you can do 2 faith purchases per city, right? So if they buy an apostle, and then the only thing they can afford is a missionary, they'll buy a missionary.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're at 13 right now. So it is one of the options and choices he had to put troops on the ground. The people that don't want it, can they criticize him? Absolutely. The people that voted for him, if this is a choice that he had to use, because right now you have one of 2 choices. You either leave right now and you delay the issue later on for somebody else, or if you're already in too deep, guess what? Finish the job. Which one do you want him to do?
I don't know if we have Yerevan.
Where are you at? Like, really, I'm asking you, Vinny.
Oh, what?
Right now, would you
Did
want
anyone-
him to
did
leave?
we have Yerevan?
He can't
Did
leave.
any of
No,
us
he has
get
to finish
that?
it.
I don't think so.
I want to say I have it. What's the other one? Auto win? I don't know about that one. Is that also a faith city? Because we only got this one in Jerusalem right now. Because we have the extended cities, states.
You're an advisor. You're in the room. But there's not a right or wrong answer to this question. It's just where you are. And by the way, run this poll, Rob, okay? Right now, you're in the Situation Room, and not even that. He just calls you. Vinny, I saw you on the podcast the other day.
Yes.
Okay? What do you think we should do? Should we've taken out we've taken out 50 people. The son is left, but his right shoulder, his leg
Pause
is
it for
gone.
a second. I just want to say, like, it's easy to sort
There's
of
no religious
look at
city-states.
Patrick Bet-David.
Only Jerusalem.
And
There's two.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. And I'm going to try and let more city-states form in the south here with certain barb camps.
The barbs turn into them, yeah.
Yeah, with certain barb camps. But so basically I'm putting all my units on auto explore. So basically if they do spawn a water unit,
I've got my Templar.
And be like, this guy.
I just don't want him hitting my trade routes that are overseas.
He's skimming the surface so much about this. Trump calls, we took out the this, we took out the that, we drop a bomb, and we do that, and what should we do now? Should we finish the job? Like, what does finish the job mean? Like, it's just like, we define a couple of the terms. Like, you didn't know, like, we did this, we that, we did that, we do that, you can't do that. It's not just Patrick Bet-David. The ease in which people think wars will go, despite all of the incredible amount of evidence we have had over the course of, 50, 60, 100, whatever. But we could play Sam Harris 2 or 3 weeks ago saying, like, I think this is going to be relatively easy.
I think you should send missionaries to Korea.
Korea?
Yeah, because Poundmaker, we would basically, you would hit, if you hit Poundmaker, you would be, because England is hitting them from the other side. So it would put a lot of pressure there. But Korea is only getting pressure from Poundmaker's religion, and Poundmaker isn't investing in religion, so you could convert Korea very fast.
Okay. Was orange?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They only have a few cities, and then even then.
Yeah. Hey, they got a settler that's probably going to land on this island here.
Oh, I saw. It's a tiny island. What are they going to do? They're going to fucking start producing a unit that takes 200 turns.
Easy.
Because they don't really build their cities up,
We're just going to go in and this is not...
They don't really build their cities up, do they?
They just are dumb. Because they're AI. They don't think, oh, if I want to produce a unit here, I should make it so I can produce a unit. They just see, I need to produce units. Make unit.
Not going to be Iraq. It's
different this time.
It's different. I mean, it's almost self-evident. Iraq, IRAQ. Iran, IRAN. So it's clearly different.
Yeah, one's got a larger coastline and a bigger population.
Anybody who doesn't know that they're different countries, I mean, obviously it's going to be different. But it's just the ease in which they say this stuff. And Vinny was in the military, wasn't he? I seem to remember watching some of his stand-up and noticing his dog tags.
Oh, I should do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one more way to... okay, just go. I just struck by how, like, just sort of incredibly glib. And remember, Patrick Bet-David makes his money not on this podcast. The podcast is an advertisement
for
him as a guru and a business guru who people pay tens of thousands of dollars just to have like an hour of his advice. So this is like the way that he builds his cachet.
And not even that. He just calls you. Vinny, I saw you on the podcast the other day.
Yes.
Okay? What do you think we should do? Should we've taken out we've taken out this, we've taken out 50 people. The son is left, but his right shoulder, his leg is gone.
Might be
bad
gay.
situation. He might be gay, according to the new recent reports that came out.
What? Yes.
Anyway, so the stuff that's going on. But do you think we should get out and just claim victory, or do you think we should stay and finish the job?
No, you have to stay and finish the job. But be clear, and I understand what you're saying about the mission, and I do trust his instincts, but it's the being honest of this is what I thought. It was about, Mr. President, the Iranians in the streets dying because they wanted a revolution, and then it shifted to, no, we have to take out all the nuclear capabilities. I thought we already did that. So now my question is,
yeah,
what about those people?
That is weird,
How is the objective? Because I'm trying to think
I thought they already
objectively
did that
militarily.
too, huh?
The Strait, Hormuz, oil, that's huge now. That's a different, phase of it. It's the leadership, the guy that we just saw, the Ayatollah package. I don't see them stopping, because here's my thing. We kill the Ayatollah, we get rid of the loudmouth guy that is lying to everybody. Then what? Because what just happened? Reza Pahlavi was just like, hey, I'm going to be the official, what do they call him?
Transitional leader.
Transitional leader after you guys get rid of all the Khomeini. They're not going to stop.
After the regime falls.
I don't see them stopping.
So you're telling me
Hurry,
finish the job.
Finish the job?
I mean, when Vinny is the voice of reason, when it's like now Vinny, of course, he can't contradict Patrick Bet David. I mean, this is all there to make
bring the chart up again.
Bet David look like look like he is a smart guy. But Vinny is actually sort of like stumbling on to it. What are we doing there?
He knows what time it is, especially because he has a watch and a pocket watch.
Exactly.
So
He's got both. Yeah. I'm in 2 different time zones. That is impressive.
That Vinny represents the guy who actually believes the dumb bullshit that Trump promises.
And is like, but wait a second. What do we...
Has just enough object permanence to sort of question it.
What is the job again? What is the job? Finish the job. What is the job?
Vinny,
come on.
Finish the job.
Come on.
Like Vinny was.
Do you finish? You can't. That's you got to answer the question.
Yeah, do you want to finish the job?
Do you want to finish the job or not finish the job?
Trump is on the phone.
What's the job? Trump is coming. We need to get back there. Vinny, you can't. What's the job? To finish the job.
So you're telling me finish the job.
Finish the job. And I was going to say, when Tom was talking about the drones and we know
okay, so let me ask
where
you a
everything
question.
is.
Vinny,
yeah.
This last part, I have to send 2,500 troops to finish the job.
Hurry up then. Go do it. Mind you, this is amphibious on Kharg.
Yes.
We're not I want people to understand. We're not going to Iran to go kill people. So on a military standpoint, don't put, he's going to send them to die. No, this is expeditionary force that's going to go there and guard the island and maybe shut it off. That's a whole different, we're not invading like we're invading Iraq. I would say that, Mr. President, finish the job, because what seems like it's going to last probably a couple of months, maybe 6 months, which people don't want that. We were told weeks. It's almost like stop the spread. Remember the 6-week spread of COVID? No, it's we want this. I want it, Pat, done as soon as possible with the least amount of Americans dead. And you nailed it, Pat. One is too many.
I'm with you. That's what I would say. Finish the job, Mr. President.
First and foremost, I trust Trump's instincts. So, instincts are great, but they're at the very beginning. They say, what's the famous Mike Tyson phrase? Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. We didn't punch Iran in the mouth. We beat the living crap out of them. And much like an NFL game, all right, now we're at halftime, and each team is making adjustments. So Trump's sitting there with Pete Hegseth.
We're at halftime? These guys, it's going to be interesting what they say months from now. It's just unbelievable.
No one's going to die taking Kharg Island.
And that's going to end it.
That's over.
The Iranians are going to decide, okay, you captured Kharg Island. Yeah. I guess we're done.
Okay, fair play.
Job done. That was the rule. If you capture Kharg Island, we have to say, okay, we're done.
Polymarket taking bets on how many troops die if we try to take Carg Island, because be interesting what the number over under is on that.
Unbelievable.
And he's referencing a poll that apparently 80% of people wanted to stay and finish the job as opposed to declare victory and go home. That was
As our
a poll
standing
of
in the
his Twitter
Palestine
followers.
conflict?
So.
Be more specific.
Oh, get this.
Like what? Like we can give you our take, but do you want
Israel
something
bad.
from the
Whole
river
lot.
to the sea?
It really is.
Very carefully, you're gonna go to jail.
Well, fucking come arrest me, bitch.
How much dumber we could be than the Bush administration?
I mean, honestly, like, it is amazing to watch these like trained monkeys do their dance.
You think Vinny was in a three-piece suit because he was late and it was a punishment?
Vinny, you got to wear the 2 watches again. You guys should check the comments under the PBD podcast you showed us.
Yeah, these are pretty. These comments are pretty upset. These guys are just cheerleaders. Wait. These are the same people a couple years ago concerned that Biden and Kamala were going to drag us into war. What's going on?
Pause it for a
the
second.
blind cheerleading the blind.
So we did a lot of work real early with Israel and Gaza. I sat out for a minute, just sort of learning about the conflict and the history. John did a lot of stuff with other journalists,
multiple experts.
Yeah, talking about Gaza, and we were one of the ones that held off on the genocide call for a minute until the ground invasion. And then we stopped covering it specifically because the ground invasion is a ground invasion. Everyone else is covering it, and when we weren't going to dedicate everything just to Gaza, like there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, Sudan, Congo, Ethiopia, Sudan. Did I say Sudan?
You said Sudan.
Sudan twice. It's that important. People need to fucking pay attention. Somalia is an issue. Obviously, the Middle East is an issue. There was Azerbaijan going on with Armenia, the Kurds, Zapatistas reconfigured and have been struggling against the Mexican government. You know, there's a lot of stuff that we need to cover. So we dedicated a bit to Gaza initially, and we've been covering it whenever something major happens. So like the ceasefires, we'll cover it. But for the most part, we just sort of touch on it and give people updates of what's happening. Obviously, right now, the ceasefire is in place and Palestinians are still dying. So, like, yeah, what ceasefire? And then Israel goes and starts a war with Iran, with America. So that's bringing us back around to it.
But Jack, haven't you heard? Iran has been at war since the 70s with us.
Of course.
We didn't start a war. The war was already there. Iran said so.
Oh, yeah, of course. Iran...
They're going to do the same thing with China. Just wait. Yep. They said they've been in a war the whole time.
And it's like, yeah, it's just not understanding how these governments work is just a really big problem. What do you think about the Middle East war? The ultimate only good conclusion that will happen is both Israel and America crumble, the Ayatollah and the institutions evaporate, and the Iranian people take their country back.
And Erdogan goes and fucks himself too.
Yes. Yeah, that would just be a bonus. So at the end of the day, the Iranian people didn't ask for this.
Can we also get the UAE in there too?
We can try.
Like Saudi Arabia is really bad, but like I said, they've been so incompetent lately that they haven't been flexing imperialism. Like maybe they can be like Jordan.
Maybe. But like at the end of the day, like the Iranian people didn't ask for this. They've been asking for help for decades. America never gave a fuck prior. They still don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And they will never give a fuck. Israel has never cared about the Iranian people. They simply use the struggles of the Iranian people to justify their own imperialism. And this is what America's doing. And it's what the Iranian state does. They literally use the slaughter that they commit to justify their imperialism overseas, saying, well, some kids died in Iran because America struck a hospital because it's America and... Sorry, I didn't misspeak there. America and Israel bombed a children's school, which was attached to an IRGC thing because their intelligence clearly wasn't there. And then Donald Trump denies that they did it. And they're like, Iran has tomahawks. When? What the fuck are you talking about? So, like, at the end of the day, like, if you're hearing people trying to get you to take sides in a theocratic fascist holy war, avoid those people. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is, right? American Christians are hoping that this brings the apocalypse. Jewish Zionists are hoping to expand their homeland. And Iranian 12er Shiites want to maintain the control of the state. Like, this is a theocratic holy war, and the Iranian people are suffering yet again because of the games of fucking gods and kings. Fuck this. Fuck this whole war. Like, the whole thing is ridiculous. NATO made the correct choice telling Trump to go fuck himself. They should not get involved. Australia should not be sending soldiers. No country should be sending anything to help these fucking losers.
I love that.
I
love that. I just went to Nubia and spread faith, and they were mad about it when they're already under the Anglican faith. Like, you're already under a different fucking imperial faith. Why do you care?
Yeah, exactly. And like and this is a good point as well. Is like people look at the Kurds and be like, oh well, they're just agents of the United States. No, they want autonomy. They're using an imperial power to reject regional imperial powers, trying to get rid of them, trying to remove their autonomy. Like the Kurds, I don't give a shit what the Kurds use in order to get what they're done. Obviously, I'm going to call them out if they fucking go and use chemical weapons, but the Kurds aren't going to use chemical fucking weapons.
Yeah, they don't have access to them.
And I think the actual trauma from the actual fucking, like, Halabja and shit. All of that shit, like, there's no fucking way that Kurds would allow a Kurdish authority to use chemical weapons. That's my interpretation. I could be very fucking wrong, but that's just my interpretation. So, like, at the end of the day, if the Kurds are going into Iran to try and take the Kurdish areas and get the Iranian occupiers out of the fucking Kurdish areas, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care.
You think when he learns what the Baloch are, he'll also criticize that they didn't help us in the Battle of Normandy?
Maybe. He's that dumb. Like, this is.
He said that about the Kurds. When he was withdrawing, he said they didn't help us at Normandy, so why should we care?
Unfucking believable. I cannot read.
And like John Oliver responded with, "Yeah, there also weren't any Kurds helping us get to the fucking moon." Where are the Kurds? Neil needs their help holding his ladder.
Do you know what this means?
No.
I don't know what this means. But yeah,
I think, pull it back up again. Allah, it looks like the first word there. So it's probably just God is great.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, the Baloch are another group that are constantly in issues with fucking the Iranian state. Another indigenous group, autonomous group that wants to be left the fuck alone. Pakistan and Iran are fucking them over. So it's like, yeah, there's plenty of people in Iran who don't want the state there. They literally want the state to be liquidated. And that's the problem, is that, like, you can take out the Ayatollahs. That's easy. Try taking out the institutions, then
try taking them out without also bombing a school.
Exactly. Or like,
what was the IRGC death ratio to civilians?
It was 10-1 the last time I looked.
Yeah, try to get it. Let's try to get it even down to 5-1, and then check back in and see how we can get it lower.
Trump
yeah, just wait till that happens. Wait till that happens.
Wow.
That's why I'm continually warning about that. Just wait. He's already tight with Azerbaijan and gave him everything they wanted with the Armenia war. And it's a way for Turkey to flex their imperialism into Iran.
Yeah, and this is why I wanted to mention all those things when talking about this, and like why we don't cover Gaza as much as we used to, is because all of this stuff is relevant. All of this stuff matters. Like Azerbaijan, Turkey, all of this stuff. It's all coming to a head with Iran. Like the entire region could destabilize entirely because of this. Again. And it's not a good situation. And America's just going to be like, peace out. Like, they're not going to do shit. It's going to be left in Israel's hand, and we know how fucking Israel acts. It's just going to create more terror attacks and, like, more claims of anti-Semitic attacks because Israel is doing fascism. Like, it needs to be quelled. Like, this is what I mean when there's no space for supporting fascists. There is no space for supporting Israel, United States, Russia, China, Iran, any of these fucking countries. India, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. They are all the same.
Okay,
rot.
but what about Pakistan right now bombing the Taliban?
The Taliban? Well, if we listen to Breakthrough News, the Taliban are the good guys.
They didn't say that. That's specifically what that butcher's grandson does, is that he doesn't endorse the Taliban. It's like Nyack. They talk about the Iranian people, even though they fucking carry water for the regime.
No, exactly right. And it's like, even
I can't believe what PBD podcast.
Even Afghanistan here could come into it. Like Pakistan and Afghanistan could get drawn into this too. Like, it could draw every surrounding country into it, including the Gulf states.
Yeah, like, if Pakistan wasn't currently bombing Afghanistan, because there have already been water wars over the Taliban and Iran.
Yeah. Yeah, there were, like, limited skirmishes and shit, wasn't there?
Yeah, but that's what's also been happening between Pakistan and the Taliban, too.
Yeah.
Has become today. I mean, bro, you can't. Okay.
Really?
Get these guys. They love the cheerleader metaphor. Get these guys some pom poms already. Jeez, I thought I was listening to The View there for a while. He might be gay. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Exactly.
Even phobia is falling on deaf ears. Wow. It's crazy. These clowns are the lightest lightweights I've seen.
What is going on with this?
Adam has the IQ of a toaster. These guys sold their souls. Bless our troops. Why do you have send 2,500 Marines? This is unbelievable.
Thank you for thinking of the Iranian people, Vinny. Yeah.
They want Trump to like them. F this war.
This is
Adam
crazy.
oozes PDF file vibes.
There hasn't been a single.
There was. The thinking about Iranians comment, I think, was pro.
There's not been a single positive.
God bless you.
It's just Vinny.
Just Vinny.
Why don't they take the place of the troops? Time to unsubscribe from these buffoons. Dude, comparing these to an NFL game where lives are being taken. Yeah, we can tell Vinny served and Adam didn't. This is unbelievable.
It's crazy because this isn't a situation. There is no way this is a situation like where
I wish YouTube added the jump ahead feature anytime Adam opens his mouth.
What show it would be? It would be like, everybody go to Patrick Bet David's comments and vote this down. What is the vote down on this?
You can't see that anymore.
Oh, they don't show that?
No, they haven't for a long time.
Oh. Wow. What about the views? Can you see views?
Yeah, you can see the views.
92,000.
Wow.
Okay.
1,500 comments.
Wow.
500 likes on the top one for these guys, just cheerleaders. That's unbelievable.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, that's, I guess, somewhat hopeful, but the problem is that there does not seem to be any like public opinion until Republicans start paying the price. I mean, the Democrats have to take the Senate.
Because those guys are just going to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
And I don't even know that there's that many people who are like, I guess. It's so strange. There's also a question, I guess, like, you know, if I'm JD Vance, I'm a little bit nervous, I have to say. Because it's hard to imagine this war either not going for an extended period of time, or the window in which Trump could walk away today, claim victory.
He could.
And it would blow over within 2 months with this administration, right? Like, honestly, the oil prices be high, but the problem is that Iran won't let him, and they must know this in some fashion. But I mean, he could do a full retreat and just hope that nobody notices, or just start doing something else crazy. But the problem is like, I don't know, for whatever reason, he's somehow suddenly has enough understanding of what's going on around him that might be difficult.
Nice.
And we are sliding into this conflict, and it seems, I don't know when it's going to be easier for him to cut and run. And if this is going on, the idea of this going on for a year doesn't seem to be that crazy of a prospect, particularly if we start sending troops over there. And if Democrats get the Senate,
specifically, anything on our continent that you're sending rock bands to is wasting them. You want to specifically be hitting the Cree with them next, or England.
Okay.
Sweden isn't bad either. England and Sweden would be good, but if you can't hit the Cree.
What the fuck is that?
What?
What the fuck is that page?
This is the tourism overview screen.
Oh.
So,
Is that how many tourists they have?
Well, see, the yellow line,
Mm.
right? So, like, anything below the yellow line, we're already dominant over.
Ah. Okay.
In England, basically every 2 turns, we get enough tourism to get another mark here.
Mm.
So it will continually raise, but they're also generating their own tourism domestically.
Mm-hmm.
So basically our foreign tourism will grow and eventually outpace their domestic.
Okay. I'm still gonna do a show on your wonder.
Yeah, see, putting them on me doesn't really do anything.
How are you going with aid requests?
I don't see how Donald Trump is not impeached by, I don't know, I mean, I guess more realistically, the summer of 2027. Going to be a problem for JD Vance if he is president, for his presidency. And that's what he's got to be thinking about. Like, this is screwing up everything for me. Because at one point, he's going to have to distance himself from Trump. The best thing that could happen to him is that Trump passes
Nubia's
away.
at war with the Cree,
And
the Cree are
he
producing
says,
like the autonomous unit.
the last thing that President Trump told me was we should get out of this
Nubia
war,
lost
and I
another city,
decided
I
I'm going to
think.
do that. It's insane.
It's not much left of it.
This is an insane time, and the idea, again, you know, I said it to Van Hollen and to Perry Bacon, the idea that
Maybe
we
they
have to
did.
guess
There's
whether
just
Democrats are
city
going to
states
vote
blocking 'em.
for $200 billion. I don't care. I know what Fetterman's going to do because he's a lunatic. But if Chuck Schumer cannot maintain party discipline on this, it's because he doesn't want to. We should not be even questioning what the Democrats are going to do. It should be so obvious by them at this point that it's a foregone conclusion that nobody would even be discussing extra funding for the war because there's no way for there to be a vote. Oh, good news, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Anieri writes, Schumer just came out opposed to the $200 billion funding per AP News.
Oh, I'm sure that will last.
I will reserve judgment now.
You're not on
100.
camera.
Now we're talking.
300.
200 doesn't seem like you got the job done. I don't want to piecemeal this. We'll see. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about
about 2.5 hours. We also take phone calls. Can't hear it. That's me.
Yeah, Hassan Parker.
Yeah, my name's Hassan Parker, sure.
And if you think about it, it's very similar to what Jared Kushner is doing today, right?
Right.
Where, Jared Kushner is working in finance, he's got $2 billion from the Saudis, and now he's manipulating events in the Middle East. And again, the point is to bring about the end times, which is what Tucker Carlson talked about.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
And
hey, shut up, man. Let him talk.
Because talking in 90 hours. And this is in the 1980s, guys. This is in the 1980s. And Sturgeon's like, the Messiah. We have to bring him back. So let's speed it up, man.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
Begging him to speed
up.
So the first thing we need to figure out is the Kabbalah. Okay, so I'm going to give you a simplified version of the Kabbalah to start off with.
The book of mysticism.
Jay, shut up. Let that guy talk, man. You kidding me? Okay, man, no problem. Give me a break. Oh my God, today's a very special video because Professor Zhang's been coming up for me nonstop, man. He's putting up what we call Tim Dillon style numbers, man. Oh! He's absolutely doing this on YouTube.
Boom, boom, boom. God damn it, I gotta get one of those digital whiteboards.
I gotta hit one of those whiteboards, like, how many views on this right here? Look, 700,000. What the hell? Oh, shit. I gotta play this part of this video right here. This is related to one of our most famous, what am I trying to say? Favorite. Guys, check this out.
So, Patrick David, so he actually got in touch on Monday.
Whoa, whoa. Who got in touch with you?
Paul Davidson.
Okay.
To interview me. He wanted me on his show.
No.
And what happened was, that was the same day that there was a concerted online campaign against me.
Oh,
like it was just weird in that.
I said shut up, man. You gotta let that guy talk.
Everyone was attacking me. From Patrick Bet David, it's sort of like, I'm like, this must be a setup.
Yeah.
He wants me on his show so that he can provoke me into say something.
Why would people attack a Holocaust revisionist who's suddenly been in the news a lot?
Can't imagine.
I think if I go on that Paul Bet Davidson show, he might ask me some kind of gotcha questions, such as,
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
Shut up.
Shut up, man. Don't say that.
Okay, that's the professor, man. Paul Bet Davidson is trying to trap his butt. Paul Bet Davidson's trying to give him one of these right here.
Oh my God.
But yeah, Professor Zhang has been coming up for me a lot, for a while. I've only watched a couple of his videos because they're very long, man. They are very long. I would like to urge him. This is a message to you, Professor.
Cut your meat.
Okay. But I watched like a couple of these interviews that he's been doing all over the place, man. Racking up views. And I think this is where maybe me and a lot of people start to get off board with Professor Zhang, where he starts talking about like the end times. He's like, they're trying to get the end times and Adam and Eve and all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't okay.
I'm just focusing in.
Just want to focus in on this part right here where he's like, this guy, what's the guy's name? Jared Kushner. Wait, hold on. Let me read this. Oh, the president's son.
J-Man.
It's a president's son-in-law.
And even in some of these, very difficult moments where we didn't think things were happening, working together really was an amazing treat. I'm going to go down today just through a couple quick slides just to show you the progress that's been made in the last couple months.
This is a thing that happened like a month ago, and I was like, what the hell? What the hell is that? But anyway, there's another relevant to this show character on this.
Mr. Kushner.
It's real quick.
The president of the Argentine Republic. He said the Holocaust never happened. Thank you.
Professor
Jared
Jang
Kushner.
did say that.
Both of them, apparently.
Public.
Huh? Who? Oh, is he there? Who's that? Oh, it's Chico de Pelo. That's
It's a
Chico de
goblin.
Pelo right there. Oh, that's goddamn Chico de Pelo. He's got that hair that looks like... But anyway, I will watch this thing. What the hell are they calling this? The Board of Peace. The Board of...
Toilets.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, this is all public, you know. They recorded this. And that guy that the professor is talking about, he comes out here and he basically does like a business presentation. He's like, yeah, we're gonna build all this crap.
We're gonna build all kind of crap.
Like, he basically does like a business plan with all the like slides and all that stuff. It's insane. That's crazy. This is crazy. Completely crazy, man. I also found out, because I kind of forgot about this. I was like reading about this, and they also renamed a thing. They renamed a thing. I mean, this is another thing that would be funny if it wasn't so crazy. It's the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. But anyway, they do this thing and they're like, here, we got a business plan. We're going to make a bunch of money. We're trying to make a bunch of money. But yeah, I mean, if you go look at the comments, everybody's like, what is this, like a mob meeting or something? Like, what the hell is this? Okay, so yeah, man, I think this is one of the main problems I got with Zhang, is that sometimes it gets a way too religious and abstract and, whoa, the end times and all this crap. This is an article that came out when that Board of Peace thing happened like a month ago. The Board of Peace is a board of prophets. Corporate interests dominate the organization planning the reconstruction of Gaza. I mean, it's obviously completely demented that they're calling this the Board of Peace. But this is a business. This is like a company. They're trying to make money. Oh, also, I'm the head of the Board of Peace forever, I guess. And who's part of this? People who agree with me, who will help me get money. That's what this seems like. This is not some end times spiritual thing. Oh, what's particularly problematic is you're creating this very influential role for these private investment funds without the clarity, without the oversight that one should demand in such situations, said somebody. I think in any context it would be problematic, but in the context of Gaza, I think it's extremely problematic. And its complexity outside the regulatory framework of the State of Palestine or the Palestinian Authority, of course, completely at odds with what the Palestinians in Gaza need. But yeah, Zhang does touch on this a little bit, but I think this is like the main thing. He thinks there's some kind of end times thing going on. I think it's just this kind of stuff. But yeah, that's where I get off board, man, because he is, from what I've watched recently, I watched his most recent videos, he does get very like spiritual on some stuff, abstract. And it's like with this, it kind of, what it really looks like, especially when you watch this, is there's just like no consideration of like humanity, or it's just like, how much money can I extract out of this?
And make it seem as though it is Jesus. You know, Joe Rogan, okay? I'm not sure if you've seen this, but he went on a podcast. And Joe Rogan
Joe Rogan went on a podcast and he said,
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Shocked a lot of people, man.
Oh my God.
And make it seem as though it is Jesus. You know, Joe Rogan, okay? I'm not sure if you've seen this, but he went on a podcast. And Joe Rogan doesn't do other
reduce my
podcasts,
culture
right?
by removing
And he said that Jesus
would it impact
may
the cultural
return
victory?
as an AI. You can actually do it, right?
What?
So if I start ripping up chateaus to put solar farms and
what are chateaus?
it gives me gold and culture, depending on adjacency bonuses. Now, if I was
that's
to,
your special tile, right?
yeah, so if I was to rip those up and put like solar farms and wind farms, would that impact our cultural victory, or is it only my cultural gain?
I mean, I would
per
leave
turn?
the chateaus there because there's plenty. You can do offshore wind farms and stuff.
Yeah, but I was just looking, and it gives me science, gold, and production. And
Yeah,
the chateaus
chateau
only
is
give
probably-
me gold and culture,
I mean, it's you can do whatever you want.
because it says.
I just would if you already have the tile improved, I wouldn't worry about.
Oh, the chateaus give appeal.
There you go.
Okay, I will not rip them up.
So like right now, like the cities that I just annexed, I'm going through and ripping their farms up because their production is so shit.
Mm.
But
See,
other than that,
I'm
if the
struggling
tile's
with
already
food.
improved, just leave it.
I'm struggling with. I'm just trying to get.
So I'm saying
like a decent.
Shut up,
food
man.
production.
I told you to shut up.
You could use traders.
True. I do have 5 open trade slots. I'm also trying to hit at least a normal age for the next era.
Yeah, this era just started,
I mean,
so...
like, Joe Rogan's a smart guy. I mean, he really is a smart guy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I listen to...
Even this guy's like,
Wouldn't know
"Eh,
about that."
look, Joe Rogan's a smart guy, okay?
That reminds me, I gotta use this
Sure.
builder
Not
how I want.
for the purposes
and not
of you
forget, because it
going
takes
on,
forever
sure.
for the
podcast a lot.
next
And he doesn't
turn.
say anything like that in his podcast. It's completely out of
15
character.
turns until you
So-
give me
Okay,
cosmetics.
hold on a second. He says crap like that all the time.
What?
15 turns until you have to give me cosmetics.
Oh, okay.
I just got an engineer, so I'm gonna get the era score for connecting a city, and then I'm gonna build a tunnel and get era score for that. I'll probably build planes. I think you get era score for that. Oh my god, little piggy.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me look at the comments here. Let me look at the comments of this goddamn thing right here, man. Zhang is what we hoped Peterson would be. Oh, wait, that's this guy.
Hi.
Hi,
A
how are you?
Holocaust revisionist?
Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, people love Jordy. I forgot about Jordy.
I forgot about Jordy, man.
We love him on this channel. I've just like came across this. It's got 1 million views. It's from 2 years ago. Let's check this out.
Recently signed the Abraham Accords, a Trump-era initiative that should have garnered that ex-president, for all his manifold faults, a Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay.
At least
no.
I wonder where he's been. You know, with all the things that he's said, like this specific thing over and over and over again. Wonder why we haven't heard too much from him lately. Wonder where he's been.
Hi.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. When you get into this kind of stuff, like, is the AI... I'm going to ask a serious question. Is AI Jesus, man? Is AI Jesus? That's question A. And then B, in such a case, what do I got to do to get into heaven? This is my theory on that, is that I believe from what the videos I've been seeing, is I got to fall out of a glass high-rise hotel pool. That's just, people call Professor Zhang crazy. And now they're going to call me crazy. Okay. Need to calm down. But it's just like, I mean, people say this all over the internet, and I have no idea what to take from it. Oh, will AI be my lord? I've read a bunch about it, and it seems like the real problems with that crap. Well, one of the problems is that it's just flooding the internet with stupid, annoying videos. I just mentioned one of them. And then, like, energy use pollution. There's all these, like, data centers or whatever. But there's like, the energy use pollution thing. And then, like, if it does replace a bunch of people, a bunch of people's jobs, how do we make sure those people have their needs met? Those would be the questions. Not like, is it my lord? You know what I mean? I don't know, goddammit. Maybe he's, like, being metaphorical or something, but it just ends up, like, being more distracting and confusing to me. Oh, goddammit. That's what it is, man, though.
That's what it is, man, though.
What did that comment say again? Ooh. Zhang is what we hoped Peterson would be. That's the problem, man. That's the problem right there, because it's like with this audience, that's crazy, because they're basically saying, like, we need a new dad instead of like what it should be. Like, oh, the internet's gonna throw some stuff. The internet's gonna throw some crap at me. Let me hear what this says. Does this make sense? Like, we should be trying to like poke holes and all this stuff. Like, does this make sense? He's talking about the end times, and it's making some real broad generalizations here, but that is a crazy thing to say, man. But that's the truth,
No.
Please give me a new dad who will just
My
say
volcano
things and I'll
is about to
uncritically
destroy.
believe them. And wherever wild place we go, that's true now, because that's my dude.
Jerry Epstein was basically an operative who was trying to achieve worldly gains in order to help this movement achieve its eschatology, right? They're trying to accelerate the end times. They're trying to bring about the coming of the Messiah.
Oh my
and
God.
destruction of the world, so that they can repair the world. Their language actually redemption.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I think this is the problemo here with, the handful of videos that I've seen. This guy's getting 1 billion views. This guy got literally, just in the past 1 minute, this is not an exaggeration, 4 quadrillion.
Billion 1,100 views.
But he does say a lot of this stuff, like he does say a lot of stuff that I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But then it'll just go off into this like abstract, like Jeffrey Epstein was trying to hasten the end times. It's like, what am I supposed to take from that? How does that help explain things? But I think we have pinpointed the problem here is like, we should be able to watch anything. There's so much crap on the internet, you should be able to watch it critically and be like, okay. And then like, I don't know about that. Or it's like you hear something, it's like, okay,
Damn, zoos are
maybe this
expensive.
is so like out of control that I shouldn't even watch this anymore. But there's just too many, like from this chat, there's too many people who are just like, I need Jesus to appear to me on the internet, tell me everything to believe with no exceptions, and I will be his follower forever, in ad eternum, all rights reserved 2027-6. For questions and or comments, please contact
Paul Davidson launched the largest emergency reserve release in its history. 400 million barrels drawn from national stockpiles.
Wait a second. What is this YouTube channel called? Professor Zhang explains. Wait a second. Let me get a look at this. Something's off about this. Let me look. Where's his whiteboard? Where's his whiteboard? And why does he not look like him or sound like him? This is another thing, man. They are AIing this guy. They are AIing the butt. Oh, man, of this guy so bad. This goes back to that same problem.
Why?
Where it's like people, especially if it's like an audience.
Because he suddenly blew up in this influence that's this pro-Iran influence.
Sure, yes.
Of little kids like that previous channel, they're just like, oh, that's my guy who's gonna tell me everything and I'll accept it without question. If there's a guy like that, you're getting AI'd, man.
You're getting AI'd, bro.
There's like so much of this stuff where it's like, it's some channel like Jane Speaks Wisdom, and it's like the worst AI.
So the Congo just took a city-state. We could do a city-state emergency.
Did you get a thing for it?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Where's the Congo?
If you have a thing to vote for it, then go ahead.
Where is the city-state?
I know where it is. I saw them pushing into it. It's Mogadishu down here in the south.
Okay, down in with Sweden.
Yeah.
Is Sweden happy with me? No, she hates me. Maybe I can.
If she votes in favor of the war, she'll become in a temporary alliance with us.
Because I'd only really need to send like my helicopter crew to go.
The Congo's pretty strong.
Out of it.
The Congo's pretty strong, but Korea's in a military alliance with me.
Okay.
As well, and I already have the military. I just would have to redirect all of them. Most of them are just auto-exploring.
Yeah, okay. So I've got a couple proposals.
Yeah, whenever you get a proposal, because I can't use war being Canada. I can only declare official war. And I don't really generate grievances.
It's like I'd like to see their like view time on some of these channels. Like how long it takes people to be like, hey, wait a second. That's not a guy, that's computer.
Oh my God.
The funniest one of this, like a guy's getting AI'd thing that I've seen is this guy, Richard Wolf. Whoa! 200,000 views on this in 4 days. Not bad. This is the funniest one. A lot of people follow Richard Wolf. And I saw him do this thing where he was like, I gotta let everyone know. There's videos out there that are not me. I'm not saying that crap. He says something like, this was like a year ago. He's like, some of those Some of those videos you can tell they're not me because they look grotesque. Grotesque.
With 9 fingers, it's awesome.
Now, theocracy.
What about it?
What does Marx say? Marx says is that religion is the opiate of the people.
Okay.
Religion is the great evil of the world. Religion creates false consciousness. Therefore, we must destroy all religion. Right?
Okay.
And if religion is destroyed, what is left? The only thing that is left is money.
Oh yeah, man. This is just a fun little example I found here, right here. And this is, I don't know, this is a fun one because this is one of the most it is one of the most famous quotes. It's one of the most famous quotes of all time. This is one of the most famous quotes of all time, and I kind of think if you go read the whole thing, I mean, this is, if people are going to quote these things, like, go read the, whatever, any quote, any quote, anything. Go, read the whole thing, because it's hard, I think it would be very hard to come away from that with what Professor Zhang is saying here. The great professor. The great professor.
Tassan Parker.
If you go read that full quote, what it really seems to be saying is look, if your real life, just whatever, your basic living conditions or whatever are so bad and stressful that you need forget religion, anything to feel better about that, that's bad. That's probably bad. That's pretty much it. I mean, go read it. Go read it.
All right. Are we voting for war with Congo?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You did put that in?
I wasn't able to vote on it yet.
Yeah,
but it's
did
a
you,
proposal.
You pick to add proposals.
I can't select it yet.
No, it tells you if you want to send to add proposals. You have to accept it, and then we vote on it.
Yeah, it's not letting me select it, is what I'm telling you. It's ticked, so I'm assuming it's going to go through.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know.
Well, I'll start moving my stuff that direction. It's going to take forever. Can I make this thing bigger? Can I drag this window? You know why it's hard to select? It's because of all the other contests
right
going
now.
on.
But I don't know. That's the whole deal with this guy. Is some of the stuff he says is interesting, and then he'll say some wacky or some nonsense, and then it's just all right. Hopefully, hopefully we can be okay, some of this is fine, but I don't know. But with that previous video, it's you could tell from the comments, it's who's my new dad? Also, oh god damn it, there's so many things in this, that this Sneeko guy, Kanye West friend, does say some stuff that he should have pushed back on. And also, he's got so many goddamn videos and they're so long that I gotta come back to him and spend a week doing a full thing on this guy. But long story short, he's in my not gonna take too seriously unreliable narrator category, as should be most people on the internet, probably. So anyway, I got a lot of problems with that, my man.
God bless you.
I got a lot of
The man asks me a hard question.
with that, whatever that means. Ooh, but anyway, hey, it's the weekend, man.
Wrong.
Ooh, what's that? What's that?
That's an alert sound of some kind.
Dusty Boys?
Wrong. Remember Afro Man, right? Because
I would
hold on a second.
I would
yes,
imagine
this is a weekend
the
Timmy
actual
Time
quote
Tuesday
about
quick check.
religion
Why
has something
are all
to
his
do
videos
with,
all messed up? Listen to how this starts.
Can you pause
Remember
it?
Afro Man, right?
Why did the beginning get cut off, man? You're
I would imagine the actual quote has something to do with class consciousness being drowned out by religion, something around those lines, which I would agree with. The destruction of religion leaves state to be the only religion. You worship politicians, you worship individuals.
Yes.
Faith doesn't go away. It just gets translated into other things.
But you also have to remember that this is influenced by Robespierre, right? And so the failure of the French Revolution is that they believed that the state had to replace the fear of God in people.
Mm-hmm.
And so they basically made themselves into what needed to be worshipped.
Yes.
And that caused them to fail. And so, specifically, it's not that it's the only state, it's state that only remains. It's specifically saying that worshipping the state is also a form of theocracy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not inherently anti-state. And so even then, like, worshipping and submitting to the state are two different things as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's specifically talking about theology.
Yeah,
and theocracy.
I would
like a
probably say
millionaire
it
from this. Okay.
leans a bit on sycophancy. When you remove religion, it becomes sycophancy because it's like, oh, well, I have to be a religious underground now. And then they become true believers. And then it's all persecution. It's a really, really bad method. Like, you are just so much better off being secular. Like, secularity is clearly and obviously the correct way to go about things. Because look at what happens when religion gets included with states. At least on, like, the state level. I don't believe that religious states should exist. You can have a majority religion. That doesn't matter. Like, you can... Yeah, if Israel wasn't trying to be a Jewish state specifically, having Judaism as the majority religion in the state of Israel would not be a bad outcome. Just dropping the fascism. Problem solved. Crazy, right? And you know what would probably happen as well? A major drop in anti-Semitic attacks. But, like, you know, whatever. You know, tying genocide to religion is kind of bad. You know, look at what happened to Islam when ISIS took over and wiped all reputation of Islam to terror attacks. Now look at it. Muslims don't get left the fuck alone. Ever. They can't just exist. It's always constant, persistent attacking. But Christians, they're the real victims. What other religions are there? Hindu? Sikh? Sikhs want a state. Well, I guess it's like a state within like a nation state.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. Would you call India a Hindu state? Or are they secular?
They are a Hindu state.
They are? Okay. Also fascist. What a surprise.
It's also complicated.
You know, it is a very complicated topic. Like, religion and state is a very complex relationship.
Go ahead.
Remember Afro Man, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, because I got high. He had the massively viral song.
You did?
Well, this has to be one of the funniest court cases I've ever seen.
Calm your little butt down.
Afro Man with his American flag jacket and his American...
Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, sweet God, this is a celebration moment. You know, we just did a whole video about it. We just did a whole video about disagreeing with somebody. You're not going to believe this, man. You're not going to believe this. But the greatest newsman of all time, Timothy James.
Pendejo!
He uploaded a video that's not totally insane. It's about, what's the guy's name? Afroman.
The fact that the warrant bore nothing means there needs to be accountability.
You need
on
to calm
the police.
down.
They say, but it was done in good faith, so they don't owe you any money. No, they should be paying Afro Man for all damages. Yeah, maybe they did. I don't know.
I think my proposal screen is broken because I can't click it at all. It is an active proposal. Like, it's under the active proposal or available proposals, but I can't click it.
So I don't know.
We'll see what happens.
Make demand. No. Oh, I can't even ask for a promise. He already doesn't like me. It's probably because I've got 5 spies in his territory.
You could still declare war with Congo if the proposal doesn't work. I just can't.
I'm going to send my helicopter.
Okay, they say Afro Man's lawyer argued in closing that one didn't even need to share the rapper's perspective to accept his right to vent his feelings in music and lyrics. Hey, man, shout out to Afro Man. Good on you, brother.
He definitely got the shout out. Okay, go ahead.
I like cops, like I said. I think if you're operating in good faith,
I love
right
that.
on.
He definitely got
Did you
the
make
shout
this
out.
man whole, apologize, fix and clean up his house, and do right by him? Well, he doesn't feel like you did. And we haven't seen evidence that you did. So, Crimea River. Smash that like button, my friends. Share the show with
Crimea.
Okay, yeah, man, I read a story about this.
The story I read was that the police, what are they called? The police. They broke into Afroman's house. And it's just like, I don't know, looks like they had zero reason to do so. So Afro Man made songs making fun of them. And that, what, they tried to sue him or something? I don't know what the hell it is, but it does look like the police were abusing Afro Man. And Afro Man's making fun of them through the power of music. And oh my god, I found a video that I don't 100% want to kick my computer out of a window of the great Timothy James Toilets. So good for him. He's still bonked on the head dum-dum, but he got one thing right. He got 1% of things right, and that's great.
It's the weekend where we do this.
And we do this. And many of us, not me, do this. Stop, enough with that. It's immature. Oh, and if you're watching this, join the LeBron James Memorial stream. He has passed. Many people are happy about that, which is very, very disrespectful. They say he was annoying, an annoying turd. No respect. People have no respect for AI-generated voices. That's sick. Anyway, guys, talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello, I go by the name of LeBron James. I've passed away, but this is my reincarnated voice. Man, what a long story with that one. If somebody new is watching this, they're going to have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. But anyway, in other news, please subscribe on Patreon. Oh, please. Oh.
Damn. My spy got killed. Rip. Hopefully it wasn't my super leveled one.
President Trump said today that the United States was not interested in a ceasefire with Iran because, from a military standpoint, he said Iran was finished. Late today, Trump said on Truth Social that, quote, "We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran." Meanwhile, Israel and the United States continue to attack Iran today, hitting the same kinds of targets they've struck throughout this campaign. And Iran continued to strike back, with missiles and drones landing in Israel and on oil and gas facilities across the Persian Gulf. White House correspondent Liz Landers has the latest.
Do you take Hong Kong?
Today in the Holy Land, its holy city bombed.
This motherfucker.
Why?
Iran today struck the ancient old quarter of Jerusalem.
Put pressure.
A missile landing only a few hundred feet from the Al-Aqsa
That's why
Mosque
my
in the
thing was
Western
there.
Wall, places of prayer sacred
kicked her
to
out.
billions. As further Iranian attacks hit the city of Rehovot in the country's center, killing 15 people nationwide as the war's casualty rate continues to grow. Iran is threatening to keep up the fight. Its Revolutionary Guard today releasing a statement announcing that the embattled regime is continuing to produce missiles and stockpiles are high. having again today struck Kuwait's Al Mahdi and Mina Abdullah oil refineries.
I just said I would
both
stop
to shut
spying
down.
operations in the Congo.
As the price
And
of
I'm about
gas
to blow
inches
up
up
his
even
rockets.
higher. A barrel of Brent crude oil today peaked at $111. With the war now entering its fourth week, Iran has heavily damaged many petroleum facilities and other targets in the region. As the new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, today released a statement on the eve of Nowruz, vowing to continue the battle and
Mojtaba
urging the
Khamenei.
nation to stay steadfast in the face of war. In Tehran, mourners gathered to pay their respects to Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, killed Wednesday by Israeli fire.
We have come to say that no matter how much you kill us, we become more awake,
Show me your
more
bag of
alert.
secrets.
We will not back down. We will not abandon the streets. We will not abandon
that's
the
the
front
sweet
line.
release of death.
Death to America. Death to Israel.
15 senior IRGC government officials have now been killed since the start of the war. President Donald Trump touching upon these regime
We are a
losses
superpower,
as
but we do
grounds to
not have
continue the
super
war.
patience.
You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment they don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level.
The U.S. today continued its campaign targeting Iran's Navy and drone capabilities in order to open the Strait of Hormuz. As President Trump today criticized NATO countries for not helping in the effort, writing on Truth Social that the nations
Fuck off.
complain about the high oil prices they are forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz, a
soldier in
simple
the
military
bunker.
maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices, so easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember.
It's your
As
fault,
the strait
dickhead.
remains in the war's chokehold, 7 NATO countries today issued a statement condemning Iran's attacks. Britain, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Japan, and Canada penned the statement saying that they were
Peg?
ready to, quote, contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment
Yeah,
of
attack
nations
the
who are
US ships.
engaged in preparatory planning. But French President Emmanuel Macron expressed doubt in joining the war after European nations met in Brussels today.
I have not heard anyone here express a willingness to enter this conflict. Quite it. And I do not believe that taking escalation, should one occur, would in any way resolve the international situation or its consequences for our economies.
That concern for the war's economic fallout shared by some Americans.
It's very disheartening, all the lives that are lost, and also just the state of the economy in general.
But the president's base remains supportive of the military intervention in Iran, according to a new Politico poll out Friday. 70% of the president's 2024 voters support the strikes last month, with 53% of self-identified MAGA voters saying they back the military moves because they trust Trump to do the right
Cringe.
thing. Though more than half of Americans overall do not support the war, according to several polls.
Bing, bing.
Meanwhile, on the streets of Beirut, hundreds of thousands of Lebanese displaced by Israeli attacks now greet Eid, meant to be a time of celebration and peace, homeless and in the rain. 33-year-old Sama Yehola was forced out of her home in Beirut's southern suburbs. She now lives in a minibus with her 2 children.
This Eid is certainly different from the Eid before. Our circumstances used to be different. We were at home. My children had new clothes for the Eid, and their lives were, of course, different. Everything is difficult. There's nothing that isn't difficult.
And while the adults put on a brave face this holiday for the nation's children, the destruction and loss is everywhere. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Liz Landers.
Support journalism you trust.
Did you ding
Support
me?
PBS News. Donate now, or even better.
One of the most notable things about the ongoing war in Iran is how it keeps on confounding expectations.
Did you ding me?
Few expected Trump to start another war in the Middle East in the first place, given
You
he
said
essentially
ding, ding.
campaigned on a pro-peace ticket.
I did,
and
but I
even when the
undinged
war
myself.
did kick off, most people didn't think it'd last long, at least judging by the relatively muted market reaction. So, in this video, we thought we'd explain how game theory,
camels.
which in this context
Why are we
essentially
talking about
means
game
focusing
theory?
on
That's weird.
Iranian and American
I
decision-making
wonder if
strategies,
a
can help
recent
explain how
Holocaust
this all
revisionist
happened
made this
and
a
why
topic.
it predicts a long war. On the night of the 2024 US election, Donald Trump told his supporters that God had saved his life for a reason, alluding to the assassination attempt on his life a few months earlier. In the latest edition of Too Long, we explore how faith-fueled populism from to a deal between the US and Iran was that Trump was apparently treating negotiations as a single game, while Iran was treating them more as a repeating or iterative game. For context, in game theory, each player in any game only has a limited number of options. During negotiations, Iran basically had two options: do a deal or go to war with the US and Israel. Given how the 12-day war panned out last year,
game is
war
not
looked
reality.
like a pretty terrible
There are many
outcome
options.
from Iran's perspective. So Trump seems to have essentially assumed
Yeah, that's why
that
game
Iran would
theory
accept
specifically reduces it so they only have the options. That's the whole point behind it.
So why are we taking this seriously?
It's just a type of theory. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
At the end of
It
the
just
day,
seems like
It's
people are
just
putting a lot of weight on it.
It's because of this Jang guy.
Ridiculous.
any deal better than a war. This is why Trump started demanding so many concessions. Not only did he apparently insist on zero uranium enrichment, something the Iranians have long resisted, he also tried to expand the scope of negotiations, demanding Iran withdraw support for its proxy network and accept limits on the size and range of its ballistic missiles. Here, Trump seems to have basically argued that, given a war would be pretty terrible for Iran, the Iranians would make any and all concessions necessary to avoid it. Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff made this quite explicit during an interview with Fox News a couple of days before the first strikes, when he said the president was, quote, curious as to why the Iranians hadn't capitulated.
I know that we have red lines here from the U.S. How about over with Iran?
The president asked me that this morning, and he's, I don't want to use the word frustrated. It's almost because he understands he's got plenty of alternatives. But it's curious. He's curious as to why they haven't, I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated.
I wonder.
Why under this sort of pressure, with the amount of sea power, naval power that we have over there, why they haven't come to us and said, we profess that we don't want a weapon, so here's what we're prepared to do. And yet it's hard to sort of get them to that place.
Trump's apparent confusion here is understandable for someone treating the negotiation as a single game. After all, from Iran's perspective, any deal, even with massive concessions, would plausibly be better than a war. So why didn't they take it? Well, the fundamental reason seems to be that the
because
Iranians...
while they were making the deal, they got bombed. Did game theory account for that? No? Oh, okay.
were treating negotiations not as a single game, but as a repeating game. In other words, the Iranians were assuming there would effectively be multiple rounds of negotiations in the future. It's not hard to see why. The previous round of negotiations, which failed and ended in the 12-day war, occurred barely 6 months ago. Zooming out, you could argue that Iran has basically been in constant negotiations with the US since the early 2010s, culminating in the JCPOA in 2015, which was duly torn up by Trump in 2018, before Biden tried, but ultimately failed, to quietly revive it in the early 2020s. Anyway, this is why the Iranians were unwilling to meet Trump's demands. They worried that, if they did, the US and Israel would just come back asking for more down the line, as they have in the past. Instead, Iran's strategic priority was restoring deterrence. In other words, imposing enough costs on the US and Israel to deter them from coming back for more at a later date, even if that meant suffering some costs in the short term. In game theory terms, the Iranians were willing to essentially lose the single game because they thought that this would improve their lot in future games, and thus overall. This is one of the big reasons negotiations kept on getting stuck. In treating them like a single game, Trump assumed the Iranians would ultimately accept whatever concessions necessary to avoid war. But the Iranians, treating the negotiations as just one round in a repeating game, were reluctant to make concessions for fear of inviting further pressure down the line. Similarly, game theory explains why, once Trump had amassed all that firepower in the Middle East, war became essentially inevitable. This is because America and Israel's opening salvo was always going to be targeted at Iran's missile launchers to undermine their retaliation capabilities. This created a use-it-or-lose-it incentive structure for Iran. In other words, they had to use their missile launchers and strike first. Otherwise, the launchers would be destroyed by Israel and America in their first strike. This then created an incentive for Israel and the US to strike even earlier, before Iran followed through on this logic. This would be consistent with comments made by Marco Rubio a couple of weeks ago, when he implied the US went to war with Iran only after Israel claimed they had to strike first because they had intel suggesting Iran was planning its own first strike. So that's how game theory can help us understand how we got here. What does it tell us about the future? Well, unfortunately, game theory predicts a long war in Iran, at least as we see it. This is for essentially two reasons. First, the US, or at least parts of the US policymaking apparatus, are now also treating this as a repeating game. This is essentially because Iran's de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz has been, from Iran's perspective, remarkably effective. By closing the strait, Iran has been able to dramatically push up global oil prices, imposing real costs on the US and its allies without meaningful disruption to their own oil exports. At least some American policymakers worry that pulling out now would teach Iran that, by closing the strait, they can essentially hold the global economy hostage whenever they want. With both sides treating this as part of a repeating game and trying to teach the other a long-term lesson, meaningful concessions look unlikely. Conversely, both sides have made some very maximalist demands that make it hard to imagine them agreeing to some middle ground.
Hurry up before I forget
Trump
what I
has
need to
demanded
do.
Iran's unconditional surrender, while the Iranians have demanded the US wind down its military presence in the region, pay reparations, and guarantee against further aggression in the future. This brings us nicely onto the second reason that it's hard to see the war ending anytime soon. Trump fundamentally lacks the credibility to make a deal at the moment. Not only did Trump unilaterally withdraw from the JCPOA, he's also twice gone to war in the middle of negotiations with Iran. This creates another structural problem. Even if Trump were to nominally agree to some of Iran's demands, which feels unlikely at the moment, this still probably wouldn't be enough for the Iranians, because they wouldn't be able to trust him to keep his word. The point we're trying to make is that the absence of trust essentially precludes a stable negotiated settlement, which suggests we're in for a long war that will require a creative solution. As we mentioned earlier, the latest edition of our magazine, Too Long, is out now, which means if
Wow, great. What do I want to put here? What have I got? 2 neighborhoods, 2 districts. 3, technically. Let's put an aerodrome.
There are new revelations and allegations of sexual abuse and rape of women and minors by one of America's iconic civil rights and labor leaders, the late Cesar Chavez. A new investigation by the New York Times included the accounts of 2 women who are now 66 years old who allege that Chavez abused them during his time leading the union he co-founded in the late 1970s, the United Farm Workers. Civil rights leader and the co-founder of that union, Dolores Huerta, also said today that Chavez raped her back in the 60s. Our William Brangham has more.
Jeff, in a public statement today, Dolores Huerta alleged that Chavez assaulted her in a vehicle. She said she stayed silent then and for decades after because, quote, I believe that exposing the truth would hurt the farm worker movement I have spent my entire life fighting for. I have kept this secret long enough. She says she was impregnated by Chavez and that those children were then raised by other families. The 2 other women who spoke to the Times were daughters of longtime organizers for the union. Both said Chavez's abuse went on for several years, starting at the ages of 12 and 13. Both suffered depression, panic attacks, and one attempted to end her life multiple times. At least a dozen other women told the Times that they had also been harassed by Chavez over many years. The reactions to all of this has been swift. A number of cities and organizations are now canceling upcoming celebrations or events that are tied to Cesar Chavez Day. And so for more on the impact of this stunning story, I am joined by historian Miriam Powell. She is author of The Crusades of Cesar Chavez, a biography. Miriam, thank you so much for talking with us. As someone who has written extensively about this man, what is your reaction to these allegations? I mean, the Times did indicate that there had been whispers about this going on. Had you heard about any of this? I mean, what do you make of this reporting?
Oh, and the reporting is obviously quite stunning in its level of detail, very shocking and disturbing. There were the issue of
Universal
Chavez's
paternity
adultery
testing.
was well known. I wrote about that. Others have written about that as well. There was a well-known incident when his wife left him after intercepting a love letter from an 18-year-old. So 18 is not underage, but certainly questionable judgment at the time. So there had been suggestions that sex played a role in his efforts to control the movement at a period of time in particular when it became what some people have compared to a cult. And so these new revelations are disturbing and add a whole other dimension to what we've known about Cesar Chavez and to what in some sense has been an ongoing reassessment of his legacy over the last 20 years.
I mean, for people who are not that familiar with his legacy, it's hard to overstate the impact he has had on the labor movement in this country. What is your sense about what these allegations do to that movement? I mean, are you concerned that this could diminish what he did and what others have been building on in the decades since?
So I would say that, his importance as a historic figure is not so much as a labor leader, but in some ways as a civil rights leader. What he was able to do in terms of organizing the first union for farm workers who were predominantly Latino at the time, Mexican American and Mexicans, as well as Filipinos, that accomplishment, that success that he had in convincing poor people and in teaching people that they had the ability through organizing to overcome the agricultural industry in all of its power in California. That is part of the most significant part of his legacy. That is all in the past. That has not been the case right now for many, many years. And one of the things that I write about and others have is the ways in which he in some ways destroyed his own movement or the power of it in terms of its ability to help farm workers. So I think we have to separate his legacy and his reputation as a leader, as a Latino icon, as perhaps the most famous Latino in this country, what these new revelations do to people's understanding of Cesar Chavez the man and how you reconcile the good and the bad that he did. He was a very complex, charismatic figure. But in terms of his impact on the movement, that movement isn't there anymore. I mean, the whatever movement there is in terms of the civil rights legacy, in terms of farm workers, there's very little being done for farm workers in the fields today. That's going to take new leadership, and that's been true for quite a while.
In her statement today, Dolores Huerta said that these actions in the past should not diminish the work of that movement. She said, quote, "I carried this secret for as long as I did because building the movement and securing farm worker rights was my life's work." Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. I think that is very consistent with what has been the ethos in the movement for many, many years. When I began to talk to people about what had happened in the 60s and 70s and 80s, this was in the 2000s, there were things that people had not talked about for decades. They had stayed silent, not only about issues like this, which obviously there were people who knew about, but a whole sort of range of other kinds of verbal abuse, purges, violence, anti-immigration things, all sorts of things that went on, ways in which people were drummed out of the union for a period of time. People didn't talk about that because they believed so strongly in the power of the farm worker movement at that point in time to change life for farm workers. And they did not want to say anything that might jeopardize the success of that movement or might complicate it. So people overlooked a lot of red flags, and they now, people who were closest to the movement at that time, look back now and say, I sat there when this happened or that happened, and I didn't say anything. And the reason they didn't say anything was because they, again, sort of, Chavez brought so much hope to people and accomplished so much at the height of the movement and at the height of his power that people overlook things that were clear red flags because they did not want to jeopardize that success.
Indeed. That is Miriam Powell, author of The Crusades of Cesar Chavez, a biography. Miriam, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us.
Thanks for having me.
And late today, the Chavez family issued a statement saying they were devastated, adding, quote, "We wish peace and healing to the survivors and commend their courage to come forward."
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate.
Love that it wasn't a defensive statement. They're not like, no, he didn't do that. They're just like, sorry. We didn't know.
I'm sure they knew.
You reckon?
Yeah. I think there's a complicated conversation about how should the family be the ones that come forward first? Like, would that take away power from the victims? Or should the family be the ones who open the door for the victims?
Has there been any instances where that happened?
I don't know. But we're only in the period where civil rights leaders were going to be exposed like that. Like, it matters today. It didn't necessarily matter decades ago.
Back then.
Like,
as they were establishing the movement.
No, I mean, like, even before Chavez. Like, throughout history.
Okay.
Talk.
Not
you. This guy. What?
Recent tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and nearby waters have impacted international cargo and energy trade routes, undermining regional and global peace and stability. China calls on all parties to immediately cease military actions and avoid further escalation. Prevent the regional situation from having a greater impact on global economic development. We are in communication with all parties regarding the current situation. As for promoting de-escalation and cooling down the situation, Head of State diplomacy plays an irreplaceable strategic leading role in China-US relations. Both sides maintain communication regarding President Trump's visit to China. The sanctions measures target Mr. Liu's anti-China speeches during his time as a federal senator.
Well, I just passed it.
The situation in the Middle East impacts global energy security. Relevant countries should immediately cease military actions, prevent regional turmoil from having a greater impact on global economic development. China is willing to coordinate and cooperate with all countries, including Vietnam, to jointly address energy security issues. China hopes that both Afghanistan and Pakistan will remain calm and restrained, engage in face-to-face exchanges as soon as possible, and achieve a ceasefire promptly. Resolve conflicts and differences through dialogue. China is willing to continue contributing to reconciliation between Afghanistan and Pakistan and contribute to relations. Relevant departments have already released information on this. China and North Korea are friendly neighbors. Resuming passenger flights facilitates friendly exchanges between the peoples of the two countries. UK and others that area fall. Constraint.
Okay.
Alrighty.
This one also might be an AI. This might be just text on screen, but I figured we'd talk about why do we care so much that an A-10 is being used?
What are they being used on?
The ships that are ambushing people in the strait.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome. Convert some boats. Nice, you just wasted those flares.
I figured it'd just be like dumb B-roll, but I figured we'd talk about it. The only place where the A-10 is actually good is in Ace Combat, where it's the best ground attack airplane, and that's because it's an arcade game where it can have infinite bombs. Although it's not the same gun on the front, because the machine gun is the same for all planes. Like, it's just because it's just damage calculation stuff.
They're not like, here's a special machine gun.
No. Well, there is, but the A-10 is not one of the planes that have it. So the way it works is that you're always going to have the machine gun and like regular missiles, and then you get to have you could pick one of three special weapons for each of the planes.
Okay.
And one of the planes will have a secondary special weapon that's a machine gun, which just means you have machine guns that you can also shoot besides the main gun.
Okay.
But
I have it downloaded. I still haven't played it yet.
Well, what
Plan
do you want to? Because I don't know if you meant your Monday or my Monday. When do you want to record next? Like, would that be hours from now?
So Sunday.
For me.
Sunday night for you?
Okay. What about hours from now?
What day is it? Sunday. 24 hours? Just less?
No. I mean, like in the morning for me, because if I stay up and edit.
Oh. I mean, how long do you want to?
What?
Like, I'm assuming you're asking how long you'll stream for.
No, I'm not gonna stream. I'm gonna be editing on my computer.
Oh, it's just record.
And then we can do because I want to do more independent recordings to release.
Yeah. Okay, we can do that. Did you want to do Star Fox or do you want to do Ace Combat?
But I'm just saying, Ace Combat goes in with Star Fox.
Okay. Never played it, so. Plant in woods. Get my production up. I'm also tracking my nuclear plant age so they don't blow up on me. I noticed that they blow up around 10 to 15. recommission that shit. Which I think it also gives it a chance to blow up when you recommission it. If I remember correctly. Hell yeah. Connecting cities, getting era score. Hell yeah. I can build my tunnels now. Ooh, I got mortars. Solar farm soon. What are you doing?
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, we recap the past 3 weeks in the Strait of Hormuz.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hi there. Welcome to today's episode. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Just having a little lemonade here and thinking about what would be a great video for the weekend. And I thought, what better than to kind of go back over how we got to where we are today in the Strait of Hormuz. It's been an interesting 3 weeks, a lot been going on. Many of you have joined the channel and been watching here. So I thought it's time for us to kind of sit down and understand how we've gotten to where we are today. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So here's the data from the Joint Maritime Information Center for that first week of the war. 98 vessels transiting through the strait on 28 February, a massive drop down to 1 ship on 3 March, and then a peak back up to 4 ships on 5 and 6 March, but well below the standard by which we usually measure ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. All right, let's take a look at the major news stories that went on that first week. So February 28th, Hormuz traffic slows after initial strikes on Iran. I came out very early and said, listen, we've never had a historic closing of the Strait of Hormuz. And I said, I really don't believe that the Iranians could close the Strait of Hormuz unless they used mines. That was going to be the big issue. If they decided to use mines, that was going to be the thing that was going to trigger a blockage, in my opinion. March 1st, first 36 hours, Strait of Hormuz becomes a war zone. Tankers hit shipping giants, halt Gulf transit. So this attack started on a weekend, and one of the things that happened almost immediately is the shipping companies realized that the war risk insurance they were paying, this is the money that's set aside to cover a ship should it be damaged in case of conflict, was not sufficient to cover the volume of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz and estimating the level of attacks that were about to happen. So what the shipping firms did, which are part of the insurance clubs, the P&I protection indemnity clubs did, was order the ships to stop moving, lock down in place, and then over the weekend negotiate new insurance rates. And what we saw was insurance rates for war risk go from 0.15, 0.25% up to about 1 to 1.5%. And what we've seen happen since then has actually transpired even higher. But immediately the ships decided to kind of lock in place. And the problem with this was once the ships stop moving, it's going to be hard to get them moving. What they're going to be doing is looking toward the United States as a element of security and sit there and say, is it safe to move? Is it safe to sail through the Strait of Hormuz? Is it safe to sail up the entire range of the Persian Gulf? Because Iran is everywhere. They're the entire northern shore of the Persian Gulf. And if it's not safe, ships are going to do what they can to avoid danger. They're going to anchor, they're going to drift, they're going to basically lay low as much as you can in the Persian Gulf. Third day, war risk insurance canceled after Iran strike. So here it is. Everyone locks in place. Everyone's rates are basically canceled. Even though the contracts were good through 5 March, everybody decided not to move. This is where the United States needed to intercede. It is not until the next week that the U.S. says, hey, we've got $20 billion we can give you for war risk. That should have been made available the first day. That's when you needed that money for the war risk. You don't need it now because the ship companies already have war risk. They're pooling their money. They're doing that. What they needed was the guarantee up front. I think if the U.S. had planned that and had that money up front, then maybe the shipping wouldn't have locked up and stopped as it did. March 3rd, China. China becomes the reasonable state here. Calls on all sides to protect ships transiting Hormuz. Now, this is purely in their best interest because China gets a third of the oil that comes out of the Persian Gulf. This is absolutely dependent on them. So they obviously want to see shipping remain moving. They're not kind of calling out anybody here. They're just saying, listen, we need ships to move because we're dependent on that oil coming out. And that's going to be the case of many countries in Europe, Africa, and Asia. 4 March, U.S. submarine torpedoes Iranian frigate in the Indian Ocean in the first wartime strike of its kind since World War II. Now, this is really important because what this does is it expands the war zone. It demonstrates that the war isn't confined to the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, but could be out in the entire Indian Ocean. And that is an escalation of the conflict. It's at that same time that the strait traffic grinds to a halt. March 5th, Hormuz crisis triggers war risk measures for seafarers. So again, we're reassessing the war risk, the sinking of the Dina out in the Indian Ocean just south of Sri Lanka, astride a major shipping line. Once again, has everybody relooking at war risk insurance, not just in the Persian Gulf, not just at the Strait of Hormuz, but actually outside. And this creates another problem. Not really sure the U.S. understands that their actions are expanding the war zone, creating issues across the entire spectrum. And then the end of that first week, Iranian shadow fleet and Greek-affiliated ships lead Strait of Hormuz transit. So the ships that are getting out are going to be Greek tankers, not surprising because Greek tanker owners are going to see an opportunity for profit, and head out. But the Iranian ships is the interesting one. That first week, I talked about the idea that if you really want to hurt Iran, you go after their oil facilities, but you don't want to bomb it. You don't want to bomb Karg Island. You don't want to destroy Jask, their other oil terminal outside the Persian Gulf. You target the tankers, but you don't sink the tankers. That's a huge environmental spill thing. You do what the U.S. was doing to Venezuela and take down the tankers. There was plenty of forces in place to do that. You were moving amphibious forces from the Far East. There was some expeditionary support bases that were in place that could have done this, but the U.S. decides not to do it. Instead, they're allowing Iranian shadow tankers to sail out through the Strait of Hormuz and continue their voyages, largely carrying oil for China. So that brings us to week 2, 7 March to 13 March, and again, a pretty pitiful week here. You start and end the week with single ship transits, a bit of a peak midweek with 7 vessels, but not a lot to show here in movement through the Strait of Hormuz. This story on March 7th, the Iranian IRGC, this is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, challenges Trump to have U.S. vessels escort tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz. A challenge, you say. You are challenging President Trump. Do you think that's a bright idea? I'm just wondering. There's many things about President Trump. I don't think challenging him is probably the best move at this case. On March 8th, Tokyo prepares to release oil reserve amid Iran crisis. So one of the things I said early on is just because you cut off 20% of global oil, that doesn't immediately shouldn't cause a shock to the system. It does, but it shouldn't for this.
Okay.
Oil doesn't flow from the oil well onto a ship
videos.
right into a refinery, into your gas tanks. It goes through intermediary stages.
It's about an hour and change, but it should cover pretty much everything we want to cover because I want to get a base of why, and then we can skip to the end and see how it finished. About the Kronstadt rebellion. We don't want to do that. And I want to cover the Australian
have
election.
tabs open for stuff.
Yeah, I said at the start of the show that I wanted to cover this.
Okay, well, I already have stuff planned next, so I'll put it after that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Have you made space for the South Australian election?
There are reservoirs, there are pools of oil that are out there. For example, off Malaysia and Singapore, massive anchorage, hundreds of millions of barrels of oil at float here in an anchorage off there. That oil is basically either transloaded to other ships or dispatched to ports where they're going to get the best money for it. And so even in the United States, there's storage facilities. And then you have on top of that strategic reserves. The US, China, and Japan have 3 of the largest strategic reserves in the world. Something you dip into when oil is disrupted. The US has a strategic petroleum reserve. And here we see Japan talking about about releasing theirs. Japan and China have them for very good reason. They learned that lesson in World War II. What happens when you're cut off from your oil supply? They don't need to be taught that again. March 9th, Trump tells ships, show some guts in Hormuz as seafarer death rate rises. All right, show some guts. Hang on a second here. Wait a minute.
I'm glad he's pulling it up on this.
Stronger than that here. All right, Mr. President. You're going to tell a seafarer to show some guts? As a former merchant mariner and someone who likes to think they have the best interest of the mariners out there, I'm not a spokesman for the mariners. I don't speak for every merchant mariner by any means. But having sailed as a mariner and knowing many merchant mariners and talking to many merchant mariners, I will tell you that they are a pretty gutsy group. They don't need to be told to show guts. However, they are going to ask you, okay, you want us to show guts, you got to cough up your own. And in this case, one of the things that really needs to be done is to show that the strait is open. And unfortunately, at this moment, that's not being demonstrated. The U.S., which went to war with a limited force in place, particularly on the naval side, doesn't have enough naval forces to execute a forced passage through the strait.
Like, I'm sure that he's going to go into it, but, like, if you're going to know for a fact that Iran is going to make this move, and you didn't send extensive naval forces to make sure that the strait remains open, you are showing how feckless your words are. Everything matters right now, and Donald Trump is showing that his words don't. It's that simple. He is showing us that he does not run his own body. He is acting on behalf of other people. He's not acting on his own behalf. There is no interest in Iran for the United States. The bigger interest would have been not doing this. Yet you did it anyway. Ridiculous.
And an escort mission through the strait, and more importantly, throughout the whole Persian Gulf. I mean, the strait is 21 miles wide. I mean, it's about 50 to 100 miles long. But the problem is you are in the lee of Iran the entire run up to Kuwait. And in some places, you're very close to Iran. You would need escorts throughout that way. You're not going to do that with 8 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers attached to the Lincoln Battle Group. You're just not. You're going to need more forces. And this is where the Allies typically came in. Every war game scenario I ever saw when I worked with the military was we would have allies associated with us. When I was in the Persian Gulf in the 1990s, we had allies everywhere. There was a whole checkpoint system set up. We saw that all throughout that region. And I think, you know, asking sailors to show guts is a bit much, especially if they're sailing on something like a liquefied natural gas carrier, which we can affectionately call a bomb. I think showing a little bit of protection is not uncalled for when there's a shooting war and you've got drones and aerial and surface vessels and missiles flying across the Persian Gulf. We then have this story from the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, who deleted a post claiming the U.S. Navy had escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know how you make that mistake, Secretary Wright, but it was out there. People saw it. And I'm not sure if it was you, if it was an intern, but somebody had access to your Twitter account and posted that out there. That's not a great thing to put out there if it's not true. But it goes again to the issue about what is the message being conveyed out there by the Trump administration over to the shipping that's out there. On 11 March, this photo came out, and it's a haunting photo. This had to deal with the attack on 3 vessels, including a Thai bulk carrier out there. This photo shows you the lifeboat and the human cost of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. We know of at least 8 deaths of merchant mariners, potentially up to 11, in and around the area, with attacks off the coast of Basra in the upper Persian Gulf region, around the Strait of Hormuz, on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz, and even out into the Gulf of Oman. And in the case of this ship depicted here, the Thai bulker, a unmanned surface vessel under the counter, the stern of the vessel blew up, detonated into the engine room, and probably killed the 3 engineers that were on watch. Just absolutely a harrowing, tragic story. March 12th, U.S. Hormuz escorts may start at the end of the month, according to who? Secretary Wright. Why is Secretary Wright the spokesman for everything happening in the Strait of Hormuz. He's the Secretary of Energy. I want to hear this from, I don't know, Secretary Hegseth. I'd want to hear it from General Kane, maybe the president. I don't know. I don't know why Chris Wright is the one who's doing this. But he's saying the end of the month. That's 4 weeks, Chris. 4 weeks you're going to keep traffic bottled up there? That's a long friggin' time. Give you the example. When Ever Given got stuck in the Suez back in March of 2021.
Great.
It was stuck for 6 days. It took 6 weeks.
Ever Given was
to
my
clear that up.
Mangione.
If you're going to close the Strait of Hormuz for 30 days, it's going to take you 30 weeks to clear this up. That is over half a year. This is a problem, Chris. I don't know what more to say here. I think we need to do something here to prioritize the Strait of Hormuz. I understand watching the press briefings of Secretary Hegseth and General Kane that they're conducting their missions. They're decapitating the Iranian military. They're degrading the Iranian military. They're striking and hitting the Navy. It's great. But we really need to get the Strait open. We really need to get traffic flowing here. So maybe that's going to be the priority going into week 3. But at the end of week 2, we get this. Lured by profits, some ship owners brave mines and missiles to sneak oil past Iran. Oh, man, hats off to you, Greek ship owners out there. I know you're Greek. I know who you are. I know what ships they are. I got you. Opa. Man, that's some gutsy merchant mariners right there, running ships, getting them out of the strait, bar none. I like that kind of operation right there. That's some good merchant marine stories right there. All right, 2 weeks in, trickle coming out. We're getting some movement. We're getting word that maybe an escort mission is going to start at the end of the month. Let's roll into week 3. All right, week 3, not looking great. I mean, we're getting a couple of ships here at the.
Hey, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want to do, because I think it's easier to just do independent recordings than reliably clip stream and stuff, because it's just a pain in the ass to even look through 6 hours. So would you be down to do an independent recording for the election?
Can do that.
Then it might be more targeted, because just the election. Because the other thing you have, Ozpool, is that to do with the election? Or
Is it the Ozpoll Explains?
Yeah, is that specifically the stuff you want to look at?
There was some stuff that I just, because there's, I'm not sure whether you saw that I posted on the 5th Gen Twitter. I posted because I've been seeing people proposing that there's going to be election fraud and this kind of shit. So I'm like, I posted something just in case that turns into something. But there's also a video by that guy about the electoral system and why it's hard to rig and why this claim is so stupid. So I did want to cover that, but maybe we can cover that if we do a recording.
Yeah, well, if we do a recording later, we could do that first, because I don't think it should take that long, right?
Not necessarily. We could probably smash it into a 15-minute video.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the week, peaking at 4 on 17 March. But by the time we get to 20 March, we're back down to 1 ship. So not a lot of traffic moving through. Now, I'd assume at this point that the military, Trump, and the administration is looking toward, okay, let's start gearing up here. We're talking about starting, escorts here at the end of the month. I'm sure planning has been underway for this. I'm sure that everything is in motion to get this going. So here we go. March 14th, Trump calls for allied warships to secure Strait of Hormuz. Okay, I kind of think we would call for that, I don't know, maybe on February 28th or March 1st, not March 14th, but okay, we're 2 weeks in, and now we're calling for help. All right, seems a bit late to me. I'm just saying. It just seems like you'd want to do this a little earlier. 15 March, Trump demands other countries help secure vital Strait of Hormuz. Okay, we've gone from asking now to demanding. That was quick. It was a day, and we went from asking to demanding. But I'm sure that will get responses, because Trump has a stellar dialogue with countries from around the world. It's not like we've, been involved in some sort of trade conflict of any kind with everybody and tried to hammer them with tariffs of any kind. I'm sure everybody's going to come to the realization that we need help here in opening a strait that does provide 25% of global trade. I mean, it's everyone's best interest to have the Strait of Hormuz open. March 16th, U.S. allies rebuff Trump. Oh, God.
Did you get
U.S.
the
allies
emergency?
rebuff Trump's request for support in the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me. Okay, not the answer we wanted to hear. Kind of really hoping everyone would put, past behind us, kind of sit there and say, we've had our differences in the past, but we're allies, we're better friends than enemies. We're going to come to the help of everybody and we're going to come and assist you. No, we're not going to do that. Instead, what we get is the allies rebuff us, but they do say that they're going to provide some escorts in places like the Bab el Mandab. Cheers. Past kind of a precedent here at what's going on with shipping. An old drinking game we did back during when the Red Sea was up and running with viewers on the show. I actually wasn't drinking on the show during that time.
Well, that's why specifically I wanted to look at this one, because I was like, oh, this is the entire recap of everything from the last 3 weeks. It's not just an update.
No, I'm saying finally
this story.
Yeah, so I was like, maybe we'll learn lots of stuff, and I think that's why he mentioned it, because this is the recap, not the update.
Amazing.
We're physically drinking on the show now. So the U.S. allies are going to rebuff Trump's request for support. Okay, let's hope it gets better than this. It's got to get better than this. It can't get worse. Trump declares U.S. doesn't need anyone. After allies balk at Hormuz mission. Okay, we went from asking to demanding to refusing. Now we don't need you. I mean, we're going through. Are we going through a breakup? It feels
It's
like
funny
we're breaking up with
because I'm
everyone.
still
This feels like a
giving
breakup.
aid to the Congo.
I haven't broken up with anyone in a long time. I've been married a long time, so I
don't
know
think I'm
if
going to
this
win
is
that
what a
aid
breakup
request.
feels like. It kind of feels that way.
No.
Is that what we're doing right now? Okay. All right. Listen. It can't get worse. I mean, it really can't. I mean, it's bad, but it can't get worse. March 18th. Trump floats U.S. withdrawal from Hormuz Strait security rule. Okay. This is like the 7 steps of denial or something like that. I think we're in denial now. Where are we at now? I don't know. Grieving? I don't know what we're in right now. But we're getting there. So now we're like, okay, not our job. It's going to be somebody else's job. This is again, I'm thinking about the merchant mariners stuck in the Persian Gulf
31.
right now. 3,200 ships.
I put in
20,000
10
mariners,
just in case.
And now
Poundmaker put in 11.
Hey, we're going to come to the end of the month.
And
now
Korea
we're not
put
coming to
in
the end of the
9.
month. We're going to ask allies.
That's
the allies
what's
aren't
up.
coming. This is getting to worry me a little bit. It's starting to worry me a little bit. All right, let's keep going here. March 19th, Trump waives the Jones Act for 60 days. Shipping interest says it won't help lower gas prices. Okay. Why waive the Jones Act? I mean, we're trying to open the Strait of Hormuz. Why are you waiving a law that deals with the movement of cargo in and around the United States? Well, that's because the focus has shifted. The focus here is not so much to open the Strait of Hormuz, but to get gas prices in the U.S. down. Gas prices have jumped. In case you have noticed, in the United States, they're up about 90 cents a gallon. We are seeing probably the highest gas we're ever going to see here because of this. And so one of the things that they're trying to do is lower the cost of gas in the United States. And one of the ways they want to do that is by flooding the market with gasoline, particularly oil, WTI oil, West Texas oil, and get it transported throughout the region and move gasoline faster and quicker to offset any cost. Because the problem is, while we don't get a lot of oil out of the Persian Gulf, we do get some, by the way.
Not really,
we do get some.
you would end up losing all your territory
because
anyway.
this oil isn't flowing out of the Persian Gulf, and not just oil, but fertilizer, gasoline, aviation fuel, they're pulling it from other places, and they're pulling it from the U.S. When you pull that out of the United States, that causes our prices to go up. All right, then we get this. Inaction is not an option. The IMO, International Maritime Organization, condemns Hormuz attacks as crisis deepens. Thank the Lord the IMO has responded to this. I am being absolutely facetious with you right now. I am not sincere in this at all. The IMO tries very hard. They really do. They try very, very hard. But if you look at their track record in the Black Sea with Russia, Ukraine, you look at their track record in the Red Sea between the Houthis and everyone the Houthis attack, which largely weren't Israelis, by the way. It wasn't great. I mean, they just did not move the needle at all. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad Arsenio Dominguez is pushing this through the meeting that was held up in London on March 18th and 19th. However, I don't think it's going to do enough to cause anybody to free up the ships in the Persian Gulf. All right. Takes us to March 20th. Trump signals endgame in Iran, says Hormuz security will fall on nations who use it. All right. President Trump came out and said, we don't use the strait. It's somebody else's problem. Okay. That's wrong. I'm sorry. I don't mean to second guess a president of the United States, but that is not an accurate statement. We get about 200 million barrels of oil out of the Persian Gulf. Go look at the EI reports. We have statistics that show you how much oil we get out of this. Now, there's 20 million barrels a day comes out of the Persian Gulf. We get about 10 days worth of that oil. So it's not a lot. It's 2-3% that comes out. But a lot of that is refined product because our refinery capacity isn't what it needs to be. So we get a lot of different things that come out of there. So, yeah, we get a small amount. But the problem is because we've cut 25% off for everybody else, it's causing our market to go up. We're seeing that bunker fuel, the cost of fuel ships is doubled. Aviation fuel through the roof. This is going to have knock-on effects throughout the entire supply chain system. You can't sit there and go to war with Iran. I know we didn't go to war. I understand that. Stop saying that. I got it. It's a conflict. We don't declare war. Haven't declared war since 1942. Israeli and the United States and Iran go into a conflict, but the offshoot is the Strait of Hormuz is the secondary target here. But at the same time now, the U.S. mission is to decapitate the government of Iran, destroy the military, but their third one is to keep the strait open, but they're not doing that yet because they don't have enough forces in place. And what's happening here now is that the de facto control of the Strait of Hormuz is shifting over to Iran. Iran has set up a toll booth at the Strait of Hormuz between Larkham and Kisham Island. You can go through that little gate right there, pay yourself $2 million, and you're good to go. That kind of means Iran is controlling the strait. They haven't dropped mines. They're not really being very elaborate in their attacks. Yes, we've seen somewhere in the range of 20 plus attacks on shipping, but we really haven't seen them use their guided missiles, ballistic missiles. It's been drones largely that they're being used. But what we don't see is really the U.S. presence in and around the Strait of Hormuz or any allied presence in and around that area. But with President Trump now saying the nations who use it, that's going to be a bit of a problem because we got to see them step up. And we're starting to see that with the G7, and certain nations are saying that they're coming around to this. But again, we're 3 weeks into this conflict and everything is jammed up. Then we come to the final story. Trump administration unlocks sanctioned Iranian oil at sea as Hormuz crisis strains markets. Okay. Hang on. No. It's not strong enough. Fortunately, over the years, I've built up a stockpile. That's a spot. I'm worried about my liver doing this show. I'm not going to lie. I'm very concerned that this could be irreparable damage I'm doing to myself. Just come back to that story for a second. Sure. The Trump administration has unlocked sanctioned Iranian oil. We've sanctioned Iranian oil since 2015. It goes across multiple presidents, different parties. We've sanctioned Iranian oil. The whole heart of this is sanctioned Iranian oil. Yet throughout this crisis, Iran has been loading oil. Matter of fact, there are 2 very large crude carriers sitting at Karg Island right now loading 4 million barrels of oil. This is per tanker trackers. That is $400 million they're going to make. Iranian oil, which largely goes to China, because don't even think that this is going to alleviate gas in the United States. But under this provision, you can sail an Iranian tanker to the United States and offload it. And it's fine. You could do that. I mean, how surreal is that? Not only can you offload the oil in the United States, but if you want to, you could pick up a new load of oil in the United States, go to another U.S. port, and drop it off. Why? Because we waived the Jones Act. This is friggin' nuts. I'm sorry. It's just, I don't understand this policy at all. If our policy is against Iran, and we're trying to get Iran not to be the dominant force here in the Persian Gulf. We're doing everything we can to make them the dominant force in the Persian Gulf. I think we need to relook at strategy here. I think we need a serious look at the ships that are trapped in the Persian Gulf. And I think we need to understand that, listen, allies, we need to have a sit down and figure out how are we going to get the traffic flow back open here? Because the longer this thing stays clamped down, the more damage we're doing. My analogy, I've used it all the time, I know you're probably tired of hearing it by now, is that map of the marine traffic that shows you the world. That's the circulatory system of the world. We have got a clamp on the femoral artery of one of our legs, clamping off 25% of our trade. If you don't unclamp that, you are going to do permanent damage. Understand, it is going to, if tomorrow President Trump and the new Ayatollah hug and make up and traffic flows back up to full levels tomorrow, it is going to take weeks, 20 weeks at least, to set everything back in place. You have caused disruptions through at least half a year through 2026. That is where we're at right now, and that is my concern, let alone the physical damage, the lives being lost here. I mean, it's a war. It's tragic. It's tragic on multiple levels. But we need to be thinking about what is going on here, and I don't ever mean to diminish that. My focus is on global shipping. There's a lot of others who focus on the other aspects of the war, but for me, this is the issue that is resonating with me right now. So I hope you enjoyed today's episode. We're going to go back to Lemonade here because I need to keep a level head here. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos.
Every fucking time, I forget to put the biosphere into the
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report.
I'm already going for it.
Fuck off, it's
You
mine.
could probably beat me. But
How many turns?
I don't know. It's one of the things that I'm building.
It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Ben Palmer, known online as Palmer Trolls. Ben, welcome to the program. Why Palmer Trolls?
Sort of legitimate person. Find the wall.
So this guy, this is an entire comedy act he has. One second.
My delegate.
And so
Canada sent
his
convoy,
appearance on Sam Cedar's show is him introducing himself, and he's going to do his entire act that he does on stage here.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
going to be presented like it's an interview.
Oh, that's funny.
Right. Yeah, this is just
But you may have
crazy.
seen some of the clips of this act going around, but he does the entire thing here. And, you know, if he's going to do it for Sam Cedar, I don't feel like I'm stealing a comedy set by showing the entire set like this in this format.
So walk us through this, or start it up, or fire it up.
Okay, I'm going to start it up, and just as a quick intro, I'm going to do a bit about multi-level marketing companies, pyramid schemes, which there are a lot of those companies out there where nobody makes any money except if you're at the very top, you end up making a lot of money, and most people end up just losing money or just wasting their time. But one of these companies is called Monet, and they were getting in trouble because in addition to being a pyramid scheme, they were causing people's hair to fall out. Their hair
Okay. Wow. And that wasn't the product that they were selling.
That was the byproduct of the product.
Tired of haircuts? We have a way of you losing your hair.
So I emailed them as a reporter named Jackie Jones with the Coloradoan Times.
Colorado.
Right.
Great
logo. Thank you. There's the Coloradoan, but there's not the Coloradoan Times. I emailed them a quote from their CEO that says, "If you like the Vin Diesel look, you should try our hair products because they'll make you bald." And they emailed back and said that is absolutely unequivocally not from their CEO. So I said, okay, I'll make sure to note he didn't say anything about Vin Diesel. I said, but we do have a quote from Vin Diesel about him. I said, I can share that with you. They're like, yeah, we want to see that before you run it. So I'm like, okay, this is directly from Vin's reps. I've relied on Monet to keep me bald for years. Then the next email I got was from their lawyers, who sent a multi-page legal document that mentioned Vin Diesel several times. They said you can tell it's not their CEO by a simple Google search. They said if we publish this, that Monat's going to take swift legal action. And then they give me a deadline to confirm that I won't publish it. They said if you have any questions or wish to address this issue further, please contact us or have your attorney do so. So I had my attorney do so. I said on January 28th, 2021, you threatened to take swift legal action. I'm reaching out to inform you if you take any legal action against Jackie at the Colorado Times, even just a tiny hair of legal action, I'll respond by photoshopping every Monad executive bald, and these photos will be posted on the internet and made easily accessible by a simple Google search. In addition, I'll get in touch with every bald celebrity to ask them if they'd be interested in promoting Monat. That list includes, but is not limited to, Pitbull, Charles Barkley, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Larry David, Seal, Terry Crews, and the Dalai Lama. You have until Friday, January 29, 2021, 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time to
Wait, can you refresh me on what the time difference is between when you received that email, when you sent this email, and when the deadline is?
For the next day, I believe.
Okay, great.
I said that time has already passed.
Oh, there we
If you have
go.
any questions or wish to address this issue further, please do not hesitate to contact Jones. Sincerely, Jackie Jones, Jones, Jones & Jones, LLC, attorneys at law. You mess with Jones, you get the Jones. So I shared that interaction online, and somebody saw it, and I don't know how they got this link, but they sent me a link to a Zoom party that all the executives at Monat were having all the people at the very top of the triangle. So I joined as Trey Angle. And I got awkward in there very quickly.
And I see one face I don't recognize. Who is Mr. Angle?
Hey, I'm Trey.
The beach background.
And they removed Trey from the meeting. So I tried to change my name and rejoin, and they let me back in. So I was able to say,
You mess with the Jones? You get the Jones.
God.
Okay. And yeah, and so that's the kind of the stuff I do. So this happened. This happened. Yeah. So someone sent me a message all the way back in 2020. They said they bought the domain parlor.social. And they made a website making fun of the social media app Parler. And that was the Parler logo. This is the website logo that they made. Obviously, looks nothing like the actual Parler, but here's the website. You're in a safe space now. No facts. No
Parler doesn't exist anymore, does it? Is it not? I think it's.
They kind of got bought by somebody else. They have like a different function now, but look, like the social media app Parler, no, it doesn't exist anymore. But at the time, it did. So he left like a form on the website for people to fill out, and that's why he reached out to me. He was like, "Hey, do you want to like respond to people who fill the form out?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." But then, we never really heard anything from anybody filling out the form until a year and a half later. He messaged me again, saying that an4actual congressperson filled out the form. His name is Ted Yoho, thinking that it's actually legitimately Parler. Ted Yoho was the guy who called AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a fucking bitch. And when he said that, it was like a big issue. People had made the news. And then he was supposed to apologize for it to Congress, but here was his apology.
The offensive name calling words attributed to me by the press were never spoken to my colleagues. And if they were construed that way, I apologize for their misunderstanding.
He's being very specific about not to. Oh, yeah.
My passion.
Yeah.
Or for loving my God, my family, and my country. I yield back.
Yeah, so that was his apology, quote unquote. But he left his phone number on the form, and he wanted someone from what he thought was Parler to reach out to him about making a podcast, helping him produce a podcast. So I called him.
Wait, why? What?
Yeah.
Hold on, I want you go by that so quickly. Like, he's like, I want to make a podcast. I don't know any other person in the world, so I'm going to reach out to a social media site and say, help me. Like, what? Does he not know anybody?
And not only a social media site, a website pretending to be a social media site.
Yes.
Which, by the way, like clearly on that website, it says at the bottom, it says, "This is a joke. Please don't sue me." Like it literally says in fine print. But I guess he didn't see it. So when I called him, to be honest with you, I thought this was going to be like the first and last call, and so I was just going to say a bunch of crazy stuff, see if he would hang up on me and be done with it. But he never really picked up on anything I was saying when we talked about his podcast.
Content's going to be, pretty much God, country, family, everything I ran on.
Sorry, cut out.
I cut out.
Yeah, God damn it, family or something?
No. God, country, and family.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I was like, whoa, easy on the family.
So I said that. We talked about school shootings.
We tried to get implemented when I was in Congress, a gun safety program to go into the schools. Of course, none of the schools, really wanted to do that.
Maybe if there were more shooting ranges inside the schools, that way all that aggression, you skip right past the lunchroom, right to the shooting range, get some target practice in. Even if the targets were, 6-year-old boys and girls as the targets, that saves a life, then hey.
Well, and have the parents come out with you.
So clearly he's not paying attention. So this just kept going over time. We kept working with him. He wanted us to make him a website for his new podcast, and so there that is. That's what we did for him. He was sending us like blogs that he wrote, like this one.
Oh, let me ask you this: did he pay you?
No, see that was the thing. He wanted to pay, but I always said we really like what you're doing. We just want to support.
So he thinks like I nailed it. Of all the places I could have tried to call, I called the one place that didn't come out, and these guys are doing great.
He's like, these guys love me so much, they're going to do this for free.
I can get Newbie to join the war for 28 gold per turn.
Nubia?
Yeah.
They're irrelevant.
Yeah, I know, but I mostly want open borders.
Yeah, because I never wanted to get any monetary transaction, because then
right. Then it becomes a different level of
Yeah, but yeah, he was writing blogs and sending it to us, and we just uploaded those under like the manifesto section of the website. Yeah, that just kept going. I honestly didn't know how long I could keep doing this. One time he asked me, he's like, does anybody else work with you over there? And I was like, yeah, that's true. I can't be the only person working for Parler. So I recruited another comedian, Walter Masterson.
Yeah, so we know. We've watched Walter's stuff. It's fantastic.
So Walter came on and was like a creative director for Parler. And so we had a couple of Zoom calls with Ted.
I mean, the ignorance out there is just amazing.
Yeah, there are a lot of just ignorant people. Completely. And it's like the stuff is happening right in front of them, and they're just like totally ignorant. It's like
they fall for anything.
So we had to call. I honestly didn't know what was gonna happen, like how long I could keep doing this. But the AOC thing was an important reason why I kept going, because remember he told Congress that he never called her that, and then even on the news he went and told them this.
Did you refer to her as a F word, B word?
No, I walked down the steps and I said, this is just such frickin' BS.
But here's what he told me on a call.
A reporter heard me say something. He said, what was that about? I said, no comment. Well, you guys are in the media business, and when somebody says no comment, it's kind of off the record. You don't go after that.
Right.
And he said, did you call her an F and B? And I said, no comment. But truth is, as I walked away by myself, I said, what an F and B.
Good.
Yeah. So he admitted to me some things that he lied to Congress about. So at this point, it started to get kind of getting deeper and deeper. He wanted me to meet him in person. He invited me out to Liberty University, where they're having this CEO summit where other politicians and powerful people were going to be there because he wanted them to come on as guests on his podcast. So at this point, I was like, before I do all this, I really probably should talk to a lawyer. So I registered Jones, Jones, and Jones. And then I actually did reach out to a lawyer. I called one of Sacha Baron Cohen's lawyers because he had that show, Who is America? On Showtime. And in this particular episode, this is Roy Moore, the judge from Alabama, who is a pedophile. And Sacha Baron Cohen said, I have this wand that could detect pedophile excrement. And he scanned himself and nothing happened. And then he scanned Roy Moore and it started going off, started beeping. So later on, Roy Moore sued him for $90 million. And Sacha Baron Cohen won. And one of his lawyers told me on a very brief phone call that the reason he always wins is because he has these people sign these airtight contracts before they go on his show. So that same lawyer sent me the same contract, and I got Ted to sign it.
Oh my God.
Now, had you set up Parlor Social LLC?
Yes, I also set up Parlor Social LLC.
Oh, that was smart.
Correct. Yeah.
It's a real entity. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the part Sam likes more than anything.
That's your production company.
Exactly.
For that production. That's fantastic.
Exactly. Yeah. So off we went to Liberty University. Here I am meeting him for the first time.
I like how you did not. The thing I really appreciate this is I can see how for instance, the Yes Men. Are you aware of them? I would imagine that, and they would really dress the part. And when I saw when I was watching this and saw you show up with you really did nothing.
Well, he's warning me about the religion.
Change. It doesn't even look like you washed your clothes to present as if you were at Parlor Social. But I guess part of it is you're the internet guy.
Yep.
So it's he's talent. We can't, we don't.
Exactly. I did stick out a little bit. I tried to get the Liberty University hat when I was on campus. That was my one disguise attempt. But yeah, so we were there with Ted. We were supposed to start interviewing people in this conference room that he had booked for us. Apparently he double booked it with the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia. So they came in, they're like, who are you guys? And I'm like, I'm just here with Ted. So we actually had to leave. And so the first day we didn't interview anybody. We just ended up following him around. By the way, so I went, Walter went, and then Matt, the guy who made the website, the fan who reached out to me from the beginning, the three of us went, and I brought a cameraman as well. So yeah, that whole first day, no interviews. We're just following him around. He's just
I was able to get my spies back. He said he wouldn't trade for it, but turns out he did.
That's the former president of Ghana there in the middle. That's another congressperson over there on the right. And then there's us. God. That's the look of what am I doing here right now?
Walter dresses the part a little bit. Walter has a character that whole backstory on that character. I can tell right there.
Right. So Ted's giving a speech in this conference room. We're outside waiting for him. When we're waiting for him, all of a sudden these people approach us and start asking us these questions do you belong here? Do you have a card? Can we see your license? I'm like, oh, great. Now we're about to get sent home. But we realized it was Walter, the one they recognized, because before all this, he had been doing things like this a lot in person. I'm usually all online. So we realized he was the one they recognized. For example, here's one of Walter's stunts where he joins on the beach Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz.
I'm so excited! I mean, No! Everyone thinks you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all. I don't think the crimes against you are totally false.
Yeah.
They're totally false.
So Walter, he does this kind of thing. So we realized it was Walter who they recognized. So he texted our group chat. He says, I'm going to leave so you guys can keep doing this. And he was right. Walter was the one they recognized because I had security come up to me. And they had Walter's TikTok on their phone. And they're like, are you with this guy? And I was like, no, we just met him today. We don't really know him like that.
Of course. Yoho doesn't realize that you've jettisoned Walter. So Yoho's not privy to the fact that everybody's like ringing the alarm bell about Walter being there.
Yoho does not know that Walter has now left. Here's what was going on in Yoho's perspective.
She goes, you have to film here? I said, yeah. And they go, she goes, we thought they might be the TikTok disruptors. Oh. TikTok was Chinese.
So he blamed the Chinese instead of blaming us.
Because I was sweeping earlier, so I moved weights to the middle of the floor and then didn't move them back because I started streaming. So I just got up to walk to the kitchen, and I kicked the weights with at least 4 of my toes. Mostly 3, but at least 4. I can't really tell if my little toe is also fucked right now because my foot is so much pain.
So thank you, China, by the way, for getting us out of that. Because he never brought it up again. He did ask. He goes, "Where'd your buddy go?" And I was like, "Oh, I think he had to go home or something." So I was very nervous, but then he never brought.
But it's just so amazing too that like he's just like, I got the guys here. I gotta trust them. They're like I mean, he's just the fact that one of the guys just was unnecessary, I guess, and just.
He's so stupid. You don't have to be quick on your feet at all when dealing with him.
I mean, he's so congenial with you, really, too, already at this point. It's your first in-person meeting.
You're his only friend.
Yeah. I think he was just happy that we were there. I really don't understand what he was thinking, but I was like, okay, as long as we can still stay. But yeah, he invited us to some dinner, and I was like, no, I don't want to do that, because the next day we had like a confirmed guest that he had booked, and that was a former presidential candidate, Michelle Bachmann. So the next day I met her. You can see the lovely logo we drew for TED on the whiteboard back there. Very professional.
Is that your pony too?
Yeah, so I had been doing this for 3 months, and like I wanted this to be, the end. So I brought some things, some props that I wanted to present to TED to see if you remember like all the things that we talked about on the very first phone call that we had. One of them, oh, by the way, yeah, Michelle Bachmann signed the Sacha Baron Cohen contract as well.
That's fantastic.
So yeah, one of them was a horse, because before he worked in Congress, he worked as a veterinarian, and we talked about that.
On the abortion side, I mean, if you get rid of the male population and get it manageable, then you can manage your herd from that point forward.
I think that's
what happened over the years.
A great analogy to go with humans too. Put this on the men, get forced vasectomies, and now they're carrying a little bit more of the responsibility. If they can't get the nut, then there's not going to be the baby. So.
Well, that's true. And
so I brought the horse.
There's nothing you can say to him then.
Exactly. I brought the horse. I brought forceps for the horse, and a mug that said "vasectomy survivor." I kid you not. And so I presented that to them, and they thought it was funny. They didn't know what really was going on. It was kind of awkward. But then the next thing I presented, that's when it got really uncomfortable, because that was the target with the kids on it. And I put that behind them. That's when they realized, something isn't quite right. And they got up and they left. So now in this conference room, it's just me, Mac, the guy who made the website, and the camera guy. And I'm like, guys, I think we should just pack our stuff up and leave as soon as we
Wait,
can.
who realized first? Who realized first, Ben? Was it Michelle or your friend Ted?
So it was definitely Ted. Michelle just had a look of shock on her face the entire time. She's had this face, and then she had the mouth open face, like, what is happening right now? Because, from her perspective, it's like she's just talking to Ted the whole time. He's like, yeah, let's come up and record this podcast. Downstairs, they were having all these people congregate, and there was like, politicians and armed security. And he's like, yeah, let's just do a quick podcast upstairs. Her not knowing any idea how deep in this Ted is with us. So yeah, we're like getting our stuff ready to leave.
Did you get, I'm sorry, one more question. Did you get a sense that he was suspicious because he had already been approached about the TikTok thing?
No.
Or was it just, oh my God, my good friend from Parlor Social is maybe a little bit crazy?
No, I talked to him again later that night, and he was talking about other stuff. He brought up like one of the speakers, said something about how they had a close call during when they were a kid. It was like someone from a different country who almost was murdered. They left the country, and it was a close call. And he brought up when he said the phrase "close call," I was like, yeah, I know a lot about close calls. I had one today myself, and that. Of course, he didn't pick up on that either. So yeah, I don't know what was going on, but he had no clue. It had to be right in his face. Apparently, when the school shooting topic came up, that's when it got very uncomfortable for them. So yeah, we're trying to leave, and then he comes back in the conference room, demanding that we give the contract back that Michelle Bachmann signed, and he tried to close the camera guy I hired in the door too.
Michelle's paper. You guys not leaving here until we get her paper. I want to call the police.
Yeah. So this whole time I'm like, good Lord, he's trying to get that contract back. Thankfully, Mac, the guy who made the website, he tucked it away in his butthole like it was like a sack of drugs. So he never got the contract back from us. But I noticed on his hands, so he was bleeding a little bit because he was wrestling with the cameras, trying to turn them off, and he cut himself. And I was trying to calm him down. I'm like, hey, you're bleeding. You need to relax. So then when he saw that he was bleeding on his hand, he pulled out his phone and tried to say that we were the ones who assaulted him.
This is all disingenuous. And in the process, they attacked me, and I got hurt. And I hope we have good insurance.
Oh, wait a second. No comment.
So finally, then the security people came up. The police come up to the conference room. Then he tells them that we assaulted him. So they say, okay, you can't leave now. You're under investigation for assault. And our camera guy left. We didn't know how to use the camera that he left behind. But thankfully, Mac, the guy who made the website, recorded everything with his iPhone as it was happening. So we showed the police the iPhone footage of Ted actually being the one assaulting us. And they said, do you want to press charges against him? And I didn't want to. I just wanted to get out of there. So, by the way, the iPhone bailed us out, which was made in China. So thank you once again. So, yeah, we all just left. That was the last time I talked to Ted. I did want to reach out one last time to apologize, though. So I emailed him. And I said it was unfortunate that I created different with Michelle Bachmann. I said, I apologize for your misunderstanding. But I cannot apologize for my passion, for loving my God, my damage, and my family.
We literally have to liberate
Eric Jones, Parlor Social.
Oh, that's so great. That's so great. And you guys, so I guess it really seems to have ruined your friendship with him.
Yeah.
He just spit all over his microphone.
It happens.
So I guess it really seems to have ruined your friendship with him.
Yeah.
You never hear from him again.
Never heard from him again. Don't want to contact him again. That book is closed.
No, it's just that it was a bubble.
That was awesome.
It did not be working for him.
I so desperately want to know what was going on in his head, though. I sort of feel like maybe there's
go whistle in a field.
There's an opportunity for you to sort of just go back and say, hey, I really want to understand what was going on, and
I felt like we had a real connection.
Or listen, there's a redemptive arc for you here.
Yeah.
I think where maybe you find some type of like God, and you go back and try and make amends by going over how that happened.
Right.
I would love to see. I just like, what was he thinking throughout this whole thing? Like, how do you reach out to just a random social media company? That'd be like me just sending an email to Google and going, hey, I want to make a podcast. You got anybody there who's got nothing to do? And it's just fantastic.
Well, yeah.
AOC saw this, right?
She finally did see it. Yeah, like I
Yeah.
posted on Instagram a month or two ago, and someone tagged her, and she saw it. Yeah, so she commented, "Oh my God," with a laugh emoji.
Your pants are on.
Pants?
You're sitting on a toilet in pants, and then you're gonna go sit on chairs and stuff, you weirdo.
I can't hear it.
Hello. You might have noticed that I'm taking care of business. Why am I taking care of business? Nature calls. However, I wanted to show you something. North Korea is just beyond that bridge there. We're in Dandong, China, bitches.
It's incredible that we are literally only a river away from the Hermit Kingdom.
What do you reckon?
I think we're going to see more than the toilet and Jordan shitting in this episode of Geordie's Travels
You have
the
your pants
World.
on.
All right, well, let's get off the toilet and go find out what magical adventures
Phony.
we can find out there that hopefully don't end
You're
up
not
with
really
the rest of-
shitting, you're just a
All
big
right.
phony.
Hi, I'm Jordan, the Firebomb House guy.
And I'm Jackson,
Yeah.
the host of
You know
Red
what they
Thread,
say?
as well
Hi,
as
I'm
Jordan's
Jordan, the
domestic
fucking
life partner.
idiot.
While I was in hiding
Shit,
after
or
some
get off
threats,
the
we
pot.
decided to spend a weekend on a few adventures. We visited a UFO village, love hotels, and more.
Too right, so you can look forward to those, but today we're going to get started in Dandong. And hey, you can also catch the both of us on Red Thread or our new series, Smut Rot, on the official channel where we read hilariously bad fan fiction together. Fans are calling it the hottest show of 2026, so don't
Sounds
miss
gay.
out, links below. But let's find out how our adventure in Dandong started.
So we arrived late last night at around 9 p.m. into Dandong Station. All we wanted to do was get to the hotel room.
Still awesome.
Oh, it was incredible.
That was the best block I've ever walked.
Not just that, the train ride from Shenyang
Train ride was great.
was incredible. We were having that discussion last
Sweat
night
up.
about train ride versus plane ride. But the secret is just
my
take a
God.
train ride at night and you can just sleep in the train. And it's so much more comfortable.
Even if you sat there for 12 hours, I would take that over customs in China domestic airports.
Coming back to the train station now, another thing I've noticed is the train stations here are absolutely like monumental.
So grand. I can't really think of anything that's grand in Australia except for Big Banana.
And of course, to complete the grand setting, there is a giant statue directly in the middle. Now, do you know who that is of?
I don't know, because it's turning his back, but I'm assuming that it's going to be Mao. Let's go read the plaque and then see that it's all in Chinese and still be in the dark. I don't think it's Jackie Chan, but it could be. He could have really let himself go. God, that is a big statue.
That's clearly Jackie Chan. He's even doing a karate chop.
Because we can all tell the gentleman standing behind me from his Chinese man on every sauce bottle that is really spicy haircut, that's Mr. Chairman Mao. We assume that that statue is about life size. Maybe he's wearing platforms in it. Ostensibly the founder of China. Personally, I don't believe as much. I think that the founder of China was, you know, that guy from Star Trek that's Japanese. I was trying to think of his name.
George Takei.
He's the real founder. He was really robbed of that glory. It is the first thing that you notice about Dandong when you come here. I assume this is called the Grand Square of Victory, and so it has all of China's greatest heroes, including Chinese Colonel Sanders over there. God, they really like infringing on copyright, don't they? Look at this great big convoy trucking through the night. One guess where they're going.
They just wanted to see the river too.
Ah, okay.
They're going back to
This is the
Beijing.
line of tourism. This is where most of the trade happens because this is a special economic zone. Where we are right now is the culmination of decades of foreign policy, careful planning between the Chinese and North Korean government. Jackson has a different opinion to this, but I think that we're going to go along the river and we will see true economic growth along it. Jackson thinks that it's all going to be a show and it's all going to be those like spaghetti western weatherboard houses that just have the pieces of wood holding up the frame.
Well, I don't necessarily think that it's going
known
to be
that these border towns
cardboard
for North Korea
cutouts.
are this.
No, I think we're going to see three fishermen
very different.
and a security guard. And the entire city is theirs. They can choose any house.
There is an ethnic minority of North Koreans in Dandong. It's not as high as you would think. For all of the Korean around.
I don't think, not necessarily North Korean, just I think there's a Korean population.
God, I'd really like to know what these grand government buildings are.
And I want to know if there's anyone in them.
Oh,
I think,
absolutely.
no, I think every building is empty.
Okay, so all of these people are crisis actors too, are they? Yep.
All right, wait, over here, Jordan. Have a look at that. So they go up and around through that little trade section, and then there's a bridge that's lifted up over there, and then the bridge goes straight to North Korea.
There you go.
It's just endless convoy of trucks. I see a truck.
No, there's a truck over there.
One single truck.
Chinese, though.
Well, I would assume so, yeah.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
I don't see any trucks coming back.
Well, they're all going there and defecting into North Korea.
I wonder if this was before
So
or
to my
after they
right,
allowed
we have the, you
personal car
call it the
ownership.
industrial trade bridge, basically, which to my eye seems like more of a one-way relationship currently. It seems like all of the trucks are heading in one direction, not very many, in fact none, are heading back.
But I'm guessing they're all empty.
Oh, you're bringing stuff back over.
I think that's what they're doing.
Or they just bought a lot of trucks over there. They're just getting trucks. Yeah. They need trucks over there.
And inside those trucks are smaller trucks. Okay.
Yeah. Over here we have the Broken Friendship Bridge. This is a bridge that was blown up by the Americans in the Korean War and has forever remained broken as a testament to the friendship between North Korea and China. That's about as close as you can get to North Korea, other than the DMZ, obviously. We will be taking a sightseeing boat, which does get us pretty close to the shores of North Korea, and that will be our best look as well. We might still need some binoculars though. So in prep for coming here, I did see some discussions online about visiting this place, and there were some pictures taken by someone. It showed a father hiding a child in like a bush on the shore. He was actively defecting across the border, or attempting to defect across the border. I don't know if he successfully made it or not, but this is obviously a hotspot for that kind of behavior, which is why it is completely empty and why you were completely wrong when you said that there would be millions of people right across the river waving at us.
I didn't say millions, I said hundreds of thousands. And I remain confident that they will come out at a big surprise. A giant sign in Korean that says Jordan is right.
Well, that's what all the trucks are for, actually. They're full of party celebration material.
For Jordan's big celebratory bash.
It is just absolutely crazy though. Look at all those buildings, amusement park rides in front, not a single sign of life. I think it's the closest you can get to looking at what society would look like if like a zombie outbreak took over or something like that.
This trip keeps getting more and more awesome.
And autistic. So right here we have some remnants from the Korean War, some artillery. It's a bit odd that they claim this is a friendship bridge and they're aiming their weapons directly at their friends.
Well, I suppose this guy's actually trying to just even things out in this.
And then we have a little fortress here as well, some kind of keep. It is a little car.
The crazy, so far this has been a great video from Jordan.
So far, this is leagues better than the Boy one.
Because they're walking
literally
around
a
just doing
propaganda
bits. Instead of being like, how can we... They're figuring out how to be funny instead of how to sell an idea.
Exactly.
Castle. I didn't know that China had castles.
It's really hard to tell because nothing's in English. And I want to know who this boss general is with the cape. The cape.
He's got an awesome cape. I wish I had a cape.
You haven't earned a cape.
Why? If I yeah, especially, exactly. If I were a cape, I'd be mercilessly...
It's funny when they get close because they mix down their tracks together. So you're picking up both of them, so it's echoing anytime they're close together talking.
Yes.
It has that digital echo. It's not an actual echo because it's lined up perfectly, but because the waveforms are overlapping at lower...
It's like amplified.
levels on one and then higher levels on the other, you hear both channels there that are playing at 2 different levels.
Yeah.
Bullied. It talks about for peace, so the Chinese going and helping North Korea against the Americans and the West and South Korea, of course.
I remember hearing from one of the vet stories in America. They were feeling really good about the momentum and pace that they were making across the Korean Peninsula. Then, in the distance, they saw a hill that was dark, and then they started looking at it in binoculars and they realized it was a hill that had been blackened by how many Chinese soldiers were going past it. And so they thought, no, that's it. And then they went back to the 33rd parallel or whatever it is.
So this is it, this is the bridge.
This is my jam. Is it North Korean opera? It does have the grandiloquence of it, but to me it just reminds me of one of those grand operas that they put on just for Kim Il-sung to sit there and clap and be like, yes.
Yes, very good. Very good music. We are getting pretty damn close right now.
This is cool, isn't it?
How crazy is that? We've still got a little bit more bridge to go, but we are getting very close to what I would consider as close to the border as we could possibly get. In fact, I think we are literally on it. It's probably just cutting across right here.
I'll tell you what, it has a completely different flavour to the South Korean border. At the DMZ, they basically have that exact same movie, but from South Korea's perspective, and this is from China's.
There is a war reenactment video playing. Some would call it propaganda. I call it a tasteful retelling of history.
Honestly, don't you think the greatest films in human history are always propaganda? Battleship Potemkin, Top Gun Maverick, the list goes on. But they are, they're the most awesome. They don't get better than that.
Breaking news, our first sign of life, North Korean ducks.
Okay, so that counts as 3 of the
Bird in China
population.
I don't think
China,
there's
it's North
anything
Korea.
more staggering in my life than standing on the North Korean border. Like, wow. You know, that feeling of like, oh my God, that thing I've heard of for so long. It's actually real and it's right there.
Look, if you ever get the opportunity to do this, you won't regret it. North Korea seems like it's the closest thing to North Sentinel Island that you will see that isn't stuck in the Neolithic age. It is very close to the modern information age, but in a society.
Are you ready to admit that I was right?
No.
Look,
Christ, no.
There's no one. Oh, I see a car.
There you go. Yeah, I see it too. Are you ready to admit that you are wrong?
There is clearly 300,000 people there. I admit it all. That is a clown car.
Yes. Another classic Jordan W.
Kind of left speechless about seeing North Korea in the flesh. It is way more impactful than I thought it would be. I think if I did see anyone there, it would be less impactful. But seeing this completely empty ghost town on the fringe of a reclusive country, juxtaposed with the bustling city of Dandong and the entire port of 2 million people who have made it their entire tourist drive of the city just to see this.
And I gotta say, they were right to do it. My only regret, honestly, is that there isn't more Westerners that come here. They all go to the demilitarized zone. I'm really glad that I've seen it from both perspectives. Seeing Antarctica, maybe those volcanoes in Iceland, North Korea, it's something that you got to tick off.
I think so, yeah.
Hello.
Do you mind asking where are you from?
Oh, Australia.
Oh, I have been to Australia for wine trip.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
Melbourne.
That's so funny. This is such a, from what I hear, this is a very Chinese experience.
I think that's something that you'll notice no matter where you go. If you're going to Pyongyang, you're going to Shanghai, you're going to Sydney, you're going to New York. I think that anywhere that has a major hub, major trade town, or capital city, everyone there's going to be a...
Pretty much all Asian countries, if you're white with heavy tattoos. Because then they know you're not like the standard honky.
Ah, interesting.
And like you're more cultured and stuff.
That's intriguing.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
They reckon. And then you got to go to places like Dandong, where people treat each other right. It is so rare for there to be Westerners out here that they're really curious and open, really interested in you. Too cool to look at North Korea, because the real show's over there. Trucks. Now that is autistic. I know that we've been talking this up a lot, but I've got to say, this is the best 71 I've ever spent. Easily the best tourist destination I've ever been to. Fascinating from beginning to end. Met some lovely Chinese folk while we're here. And it was a roller coaster of emotions. Seeing an empty ghost city, quite haunting, as you would imagine. It was all in one. You know how they say all seasons in one day in Melbourne? Dandong is all emotions in one day. Ahoy mateys, we're about to embark upon a ferry that we will never forget, going across as close as you possibly can to the North Korean border without special access visas. We will see how many people are in this city. I'm still hoping for the 300th hour. Finally, some English. Slip carefully. And good English too. And just good advice. You should slip carefully.
Oh my god, we are so close.
Do you reckon that those have been under construction for 10 years, or do you think they're really rapidly building them? Look, see those 3 buildings there? They're obviously building 2 more of them. That must be their shipyard. That shipyard has mostly been used to junk old ships for a very long time. Hasn't been building any.
Okay, there we go. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I do kind of feel like I'm at a weird zoo.
So do I. And I like it.
There you go. That's a
Wait,
guard.
no, look.
No, that's a guard. Look at the gun. That guy exists to keep walking around to make sure none of these guys on the boat run away and try to swim across the river.
All right, Jackson, come on. They're not doing all of this economic activity for show, surely.
I don't know what they're doing.
Do you think that they're shoveling the sand from one side to the other? Maybe when this all happens, there's a little megaphone guy that's like, okay, everyone, reset, and then he puts all of the sand back in there. It's giving me a business idea. We as Australians should organise boat rides over to New Zealanders. Go point laugh at them.
Look at them with their first world.
As you'll notice, much inferior economy. Organised boat rides
That is
over
very
New
funny.
Zealanders. Go point laugh at them.
Look at them with their first world.
As you'll notice, the much inferior economy. Look at them working on the docks.
I mean, again, Jordan, just look at the juxtaposition between that and then that. I can tell you there ain't no sand being dug up over there.
Just incredible because it makes Dandong look like a vibrant metropolis. And I do have to stress this, Dandong is my favourite city, but objectively, it is the least impressive city that I've been to in China. I like things that are a bit rough. Things that are impressive and spacey, you do have a whoa factor, but they are trying to impress you. It's nice to see a sort of more, they're not trying to show off.
Yes, like Shanghai.
place
Shanghai
of
is
Australia.
absolutely that, where it feels very performative in a lot of ways, I think. Weirdly enough, like for a 2 million person city, I get more of a sense of authenticity from this place.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Do you feel all -3 of those degrees right now? We're such pussies.
Yeah, we are.
-3 is not bad. Man, I want to do this ride again, honestly. This ride.
When does Jaws attack?
Bus and go across the bridge. There was a time when Westerners could go over there for like a few hours, say hi to some people and come back. North Korea has spurts of being open to the world and then shutting off. A lot of that does have to do with South Korea and the United States' particular policy. Different administrations come in, some of them want more economic cooperation, others shut off immediately. It doesn't really explain China though, because they're always pretty cordial with China. Korea has always, I've thought about that so much over the years and I really don't understand it because the Western mentality is to endlessly expand your borders. We're so used to there being thousands of years of warfare. I'm sure that there are examples of Sino-Korean wars, but China's so big.
You mean
and
all of
Korea's
history?
so small. Why did they never envelop it?
We're coming into dock.
They did.
Back to beautiful,
Multiple times.
bustling, thriving
So did
Dandong.
Japan.
Kind of sad it's over.
Well, we can do it again.
I don't want to do it again, my hands are too cold.
It's very, very cool.
Can you guys stop rubbing that in? I do like how you're half between.
Slip
We
carefully.
did not slip carefully,
No.
though, did we?
Where would you put that experience out of 10?
10. It's not even a thought. If I could put 11, I would. Today's all about breaking rules. Well, I'm too scared to break any rules. It's just a 10. This is where all the trucks are going in. Look at this. What a nice building.
If only I could read Chinese.
You are teetering my curiosity. I'm going to think about that for a long time now. Thanks a lot, Jackson. And this is someone's puke. Make sure you get a nice zoom into that.
Wow, this really is the city of the future. I wonder what that is actually. Look at that.
What?
The red scarves. Oh man, it's in some kind of made-up language.
As you can see here, doves are as important to the people of Dandong as their children. They are a sacred animal. That's why they are being celebrated in this statue. I deduced all of this from what I can gather from this, which is some of the numerals.
I actually think that's just a recipe for good pigeon.
Honestly, that would make a lot more sense judging from the things that we've seen for sale.
Yeah. See, a lot of Korean text.
All across Dandong, you can see the Korean influence as indicated by the Korean words. We really have to get to the bottom of this though. Why? They're not all Korean food restaurants. A lot of them are handbox shops, Korean drums, Korean hacky sacks.
It's not a large Korean population here by any
Not
means.
huge, few percent are.
And yet you see the influence throughout the entire city almost.
Yes, this isn't a very good example of it, but hanbok, it's a traditional dress, but I'm very jealous of not being able to fit into this, and if I had a pet chimp, I would buy it for him. Traditional Korean weddings, traditional Korean giant hats, some of the coolest cultural aspects of Korea, honestly.
And it really cannot be understated just how many of these stores there are. So that's a hanbok.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
And then if we have time at the end of the day, we will make a stop in at the section of the Great Wall of China that actually extends its way just north of Dandong.
It's the latest installment of it, and apparently there's a big dispute.
Oh, the North Koreans think it belongs to them?
They think that it was built in conjunction with the Korean king. China claims that it was just the emperor that was doing this. This is a big historical argument.
It was then that the boys realized they'd arrived after the wall was closed.
We're a little bit out of Dandong. This is the Hushan Great Wall. It is the latest installment of the Great Wall of China. I didn't know that they kept building it until the 90s, but there you go. I don't think it gets more modern than this. They're giving some of the credit to the Ming Dynasty, but it looks like it has been restored to a level that you're going to have to give most of the credit to Deng Xiaoping. There's a whole wall in the back there. That's all been restored. What, is there a dog in there?
No, it's the Great Wall.
Fuck, I wish we could get in. Oh well, at least there's cheap merchandise over there. That'll tide me. At least I've got that robotic Chinese woman talking in the background. That soothes me. That is my ASMR. Some official woman on repeat talking everywhere that you go in China.
You got a mummy issue?
Yes, I do. Get ready. I'm one of those weeb YouTubers that knows the language mad. Din here. Shirin dan here.
What does that mean?
No idea. Okay, so that's lesson 1 in Jordan Teaches You Korean. Stay tuned for lesson 2 where I'll be teaching you how to say hello. No, I'm not saying it now. You're going to have to tune into that one. That's what we call the business A sizzle. Fuck, I really wish that I kept up with Korean. Imagine how baller I'd be at it now. It's been 10 years. All right, let's make a pact. In 10 years' time, I will be fluent as in ancient Korean poet level Korean. And you will be fluent in medieval Romanian. I like the sound of the language.
What's it sound
That's
like?
really all it comes down to.
Say a sentence to me.
안녕하세요. It means don't worry. I have a foolproof legal defense.
Why? Hey TV, what about that?
That's just going to be karaoke, right? But you thought, like, that's strange that they put a Korean TV station here. This is on the wrong side of the border. Are they aware of this? All right, I will count my 1, 2, 3. To make up for yesterday's blunder, we ventured out the following day to the Hushan part of the Great Wall. It was for the best, since we realised that we pretty much had the entire wall to ourselves.
Damn, look at his cake. Now I can't stop noticing it, Kira.
What?
Your cake.
What's cake?
Your ass.
He does have
a cat. The guardian of the Great Wall. Oh god, I would fucking love if it just launched at your eye. Meow meow. It's weird. For some reason I thought they'd meow in Chinese. There's literally the giant Great Wall of China right next to us, and instead we're filming a cat.
Well, here we are, at the latest installment of the Great Wall so far. We are in the side entrance, and look at that, I've never seen an entrance to the Great Wall that is so unceremonious.
You didn't tell me there was going to be climbing.
You know the Great Wall would be nice and perpendicular.
I thought it was more like a great slope. So this is actually part of the Great Wall of China. what we're walking on right now.
They built it to the end of Korea and they thought that's enough. Word has it that you can go to the end part of this and you can get a nice secret glimpse into North Korea.
I've got like 3 layers of clothes on, right? And I'm still cold. I don't think you brought that much.
I didn't want to turn this into an impromptu ad for Uniqlo, but they make great stuff. Look, I don't need these pants. This is all I need. I feel warmer.
Getting naked on the Great Wall. That does sound like fireworks. But I'm not seeing any fireworks. Oh no, yeah, I am.
Are you?
Yeah, can't you see those flashes? I don't think they're fireworks. I think it's gunfire. Yeah, look, right there. The flashing in the sky.
It's probably artillery.
Ah, yes. It looks like they're firing off flares.
Or they're getting ready to invade the wall, to go back to North Korea.
Look at what a feat it is, because it is always, it's more of a outlook post than anything. Yes, it's partially defensive. Most of it is to act as sort of a temporary bay until they can amass troops in the area. Well, you know what else I'm impressed by here? The fact that there's farms along the Great Wall, and out there's North Korea.
Just the historical significance. Like, imagine how many Chinese guardsmen have been posted at these windows at any different points in time, standing there with a rifle.
But also the fact that there's farmers just down there getting on with their business. That guy lives between the Great Wall of China and North Korea.
That is the coolest job ever.
I don't think the law of familiarity works for that guy. I would wake up every morning thinking, what the fuck?
The wall extends up this mountain, which must be Mount Hushan, and that's why it's called the Hushan Wall, which translates to Tiger Wall. And on the other side, once we get to the very top, we'll actually, how crazy is that? We'll be at the most eastern point of the Great Wall of China. The bank is like raised on the other side as well.
That was because of the extreme flooding that happened on their farmland as part of the North Korean famine. And I'm guessing that they're very paranoid about that ever since, because that ended up in 1 million deaths.
Now, Jordan, what do we do if we see a North Korean climbing the wall?
Alert authorities.
We do?
You don't get admission unless you pay the $10 entrance fee.
Yeah, we had to.
Yeah.
Jordan, what part of the wall are you on?
The latest installment, the jazzercise installment.
These are massive steps. We may have underestimated this. So we started about there at the Red Tower. We went that way, and then around, and then straight up. So yeah, I see the carts.
Bat River.
That river. Holy shit.
Talk about surreal moments. We are at the end of the Great Wall of China. This is it right here, with that view of North Korea. That has to be one of the best views that anyone from the West has ever seen, unless they've been on an official tour.
It's really a two-way, seeing North Korea and being at the end of the Great Wall.
It gets higher.
I'm not going up.
Yes, you are. Jackson, if you don't go up now, you are going to regret this.
Yeah, you're right. Fuck. That's how tight the way up was. I do feel like it's more or less
It reminds me of
so that's Dandong
in
over
Bruce,
there.
where he's like,
pretty far away.
What I'm trying to say is a bunch of fucking elephants.
At that point, China and North Korea touch.
See someone walking along the river right there. Do you think that's a soldier?
I think that's a guard.
Another little like outpost there with another guard walking along.
No, that's what I'd be very interested in, going to a guided tour of their Great Lake cities.
See the big ones? How modern they are?
Well, it seems to be quite Chongqing-ish.
I cannot see that from the same civilization where there are actively right now about 5 guards in that one little grass patch, along with one guy.
It's a lot of productive farms.
Wait, where does the Great Wall go from here? I don't see it continue on in the distance.
Yeah, I think it was restored. So a lot of it was buried.
Oh, well, that's lame. I thought it was connected to the whole thing. I don't see any in the distance. Oh, this is ruining the whole trip. I shouldn't have looked this way.
What?
How can you call this a Great Wall if it's not connected to the rest of the chain?
I'm sorry that over time sediment builds up, Jackson.
Restore it all.
It's there. It's just underground.
This is a scam.
Dandong has to be one of the must-sees of the world. Should be on every advertising pamphlet that you get for come see China. When they say come visit the Great Wall and then they show you Beijing, this is way better. We were the only tourists here. This has not only the Great Wall, right over there is the best view of North.
Okay. Jordan is 100% correct here. Because from what I understand, and it's just traveling in general, if you go to tourist hotspots, you're just going to get swamped by fucking tourists. Right? So just to sort of back up his point here, that like, yes, you should go to the random fucking cities that nobody goes to, because you will see real sides of the country, or you'll find like secret shit. Like when I was in Kyoto, I went to that shrine that everyone goes to, and everyone climbs the fucking steps to the top of the thing and takes their photo and whatever. When I was there, I was looking around because I'm speaking to some people, and there were like parts in this shrine that aren't noted on anything, that you can find places that are just like hidden in the bamboo forest. And you better fucking believe that they were correct. It was... I could have spent 3 days there just exploring the entire area of this shrine. Most people just climbing the stairs. There's so much more to see. Like, that's just one example. But, like, I mean, even in America, like, we were driving from Tennessee to DC. And, yeah, we stopped at Charlottesville.
You're the
I don't
only
think that's a
10
very
I
big-
see.
I don't think that's a very big tourist place. It is a college town, but I don't think the university was on at the time, so it was basically dead. Very interesting. Just to see sort of a college town between semesters. Very interesting. It's a completely different place. You know, like see things like it's why I wanted to drive through the United States when I went there. Why I wanted to drive from the west to the east coast. Because I wanted to see more of it. You don't see anything while you fly. You see the top of things. The different colored farms. You know, that kind of shit. But that's about it. Boring. But yeah, completely agree. Go to the random cities. Go to North Korea. I want to go to
Korea that you can possibly get unless you go on one of those guided tours in Pyongyang that are very, very difficult to get into these days.
Making Dandong probably one of the most consequential or significant places you can visit in China, I think.
It deservedly
Why
is
didn't you go on the
economic
tour?
hub that punches well
Like,
above
why
its
didn't you
weight
try
for
to get
China's
on a tour or
standards in the sense that it's only a 2 million population town. But it should be on the map. And it isn't. I don't understand why this isn't the must-see place and the DMZ is.
This is an unfiltered look.
This is a sort of look in.
We need to give each other 100 gold per turn again.
Again?
Yeah.
Christina going hard.
Yeah.
Into Korean life.
The Hermit Kingdom. You can't get that anywhere else.
Nowhere else. This is on the Great Wall of China looking into North Korea. This is two amazing things happening at once.
It's almost too much great.
It is. It's too much great.
And that's why you should visit Dandong.
I think you said this was a video about North Korea. But they just went to China.
It said we're defecting to North Korea, so I assumed it was.
Oh, okay. Still not a bad video. Because you never see videos about Dandong. No, my one. Fuck this guy. Can't hear it anyway.
Keep talking. We need a second.
Okay.
To do the fixing.
Mm-hmm. 274. Okay, so my nuclear plants are about 10 years old now. I'm gonna kill this guy. Yeah, go helicopter. Get him. Convert that city. Wanted food. Yes.
Just endorse, whether explicitly. Rand Paul is a snake, some people just need a good punch in the face, and members of Congress are legally allowed to shoot each other. Those are all positions that Trump's picked to head Homeland Security to endorse, whether explicitly or implicitly under oath. Because today was the Senate's confirmation hearing for Mark Wayne Mullen, a lawmaker representing Oklahoma who's supposed to replace the outgoing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Already, on paper, he's kind of a strange pick. He's got no bachelor's degree. He was a mixed martial arts fighter and the owner of a plumbing company before coming to Congress. Even there, he's never held a prominent party leadership role. He's never served on any congressional committees related to Homeland Security or immigration, and he has no law enforcement experience. But of course, what we've seen with Trump time and time again is that, these kinds of things like experience and qualifications and competence, they're not really the top consideration. What gets you promoted in Trump's America is loyalty, fealty, and unconditional subservience. So Trump, he's essentially going from someone who used to shoot dogs to just having a dog. With Mullen constantly being on TV, defending Trump, he's also been, one of Trump's closest allies for a while, and in his words, a personal friend in the Senate. Even today, he was literally brought to tears just talking about how the president supported him after his son suffered a brain injury.
For the next 15 minutes, he did nothing but love on my son.
Weird way to put it.
Did he? Where did the love go? All over the place?
That, dang it, I hate getting emotional. See, if I talk about my kids, I get emotional. Other than that, you can't make me cry.
Mullen also voted to overturn the 2020 election results, and he's been a staunch defender of Trump's mass deportation policy. Plus, he's got a real knack for that kind of distinctively Trumpian brand of political showmanship. I mean, he wears a cowboy hat on the Senate floor. And in fact, I don't know if he's the one who almost brawled with the Teamsters Union president during a Senate hearing. Bernie Sanders had to chime in like, chill the fuck out.
In fact, you tweeted at me, quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. You want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on. Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution, every problem?
No,
let's fucking go.
Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down.
Good job, Bernie.
So when he took to the floor for today's hearing, his attitude toward violence, it was a big point of concern, especially since he's nominated to head federal law enforcement. For Rand Paul, who chairs the Homeland Security Committee, it was very personal. He was assaulted back in 2017 by his neighbor who tackled him, put him in the hospital, and so today he confronted Mullen about his comments on that incident.
I decided to transfer the blame. You told the media that I was a freaking snake and that you completely understood why I had been assaulted. I just wonder if someone who applauds violence against their political opponents is the right person to lead an agency that has struggled to accept limits to the proper use of force. Explain to the American public how a man who has no regrets about brawling in a Senate committee can set a proper example for over 250,000 men and women who work at the Department of Homeland Security.
And you had Mullen then going, yeah, that's what I said.
I simply addressed that I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having, that I could understand why the neighbor did what he did.
And then as for the freaking snake comment,
I work around this room to try to fix problems. I've worked with many people in this room. Seems like you fight Republicans more than you work with us.
But then despite that, he stressed that he has a job to do and partisan bickering won't get in his way.
I can set it aside if you're willing to set it aside. Let me earn your respect. Let me earn the job.
But then Rand Paul, he just wasn't having it.
You said a few minutes ago, we can just set it aside. Well, political differences we can, but when you say that you agree with a felon, a Trump-hating felon who attacked me, somehow you think I'm just going to set that aside? Oh, it's no big deal. You know, I lay in pain for 2 months, had 6 ribs broken, 3 of them separated, grinding upon bone for months, had part of my lung removed, and you think that's great and to be extolled.
And then Rand just held Mullen's feet to the fire, first playing the clip that I showed you, the near brawl with the Teamsters boss, and then playing other clips where Mullen displays a penchant for violence.
If he got up too, would you have gone at it? Right there in the hearing room?
I would have probably jumped over the dais at that point. But every now and then you need to get punched in the face. Well, go back to the 1800s and 1700s. They used to have canings.
And duels. And they used to have duels.
Yeah. Right. And there was a way that men used to settle their differences.
To move from an almost
and by the way, I'm not afraid of biting. I will bite.
Biting?
I'll bite. Yeah, I'm in a fight. I'm going to bite. I'll do anything.
Yeah, true.
Brandon, this is where shit gets crazy because when Paul asked him about that caning and
my foot is going into your knee.
Replied,
your knee is going backwards, and my knee is going into your chin.
Body.
Fuck you.
For instance,
cool.
Dueling with 2 consenting adults is still there.
Get fucked.
I was pointing out what is still
Don't attack for 170 years. There's no precedent for legal dueling. Even then, they fled the country.
And then after that, the committee's top Democrat, Gary Peters, got him to concede on at least one of the shootings by federal agents.
You, sir, you called Alex Preddy, quote, a deranged individual that came in to cause max damage.
Like I said, there's sometimes going to make a mistake, and I'll own it. That one, I went out there too fast. I was responding immediately without the facts. That's my fault. That won't happen.
Then, when it came to Renee Good, he said he doesn't regret calling her shooting justified.
It's very clear that an officer had to make a split decision in that case as the car was running towards him and did strike him.
And then the rest of it was pretty much senator after senator throwing hardball questions at him, and his answers really weren't always reassuring.
If directed by the president to take an action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's direction?
The president never asked me to do that.
If confirmed, will you commit to me and the chair and ranking member of this committee and the American people that ICE will no longer instruct agents to break into people's homes without a judicial warrant?
Sir, you're using the word break into people's houses very loosely. However,
That's
I have made
exactly
it
what
very
it is.
clear to the staff, and I think when you and I spoke, that judicial warrants will be used to go into houses, into place of businesses, unless we're pursuing someone that enters in that place.
And you wouldn't attempt to eliminate FEMA?
As I said, I think it needs to be restructured, not eliminated.
Also a fun one, as always, he refused to admit that Trump lost the 2020 election, and then he gave this answer about future elections.
If you are Secretary of Homeland Security, do you feel you have the authority to put uniformed officers at polling locations in 2026?
The only reason why my officers would be there if there was a specific threat for them to be there, not for intimidation.
Now with all this, if he does get confirmed, and it does look like he has pretty solid support, he is going to have a hell of a mess to try to clean up over at DHS. Right, for one thing, the reputation it has, kind of in a dumpster fire, and he says that one of his main goals is to restore the public's trust. Also, thanks to the partial shutdown, funding lapsed over a month ago, and you have Democrats saying that they're not going to pass more spending until they get some concessions on stuff like masks and body cameras. Democrats have also offered solutions where the rest of the government would be funded, right? So you don't have issues like with the TSA, while the debate and negotiations around things around ICE get handled. And then, right, there's all the chaos around DHS contracts that are piling up on Noam's desk because she was requiring that everything above $100,000 get her personal approval. So there, when asked whether he would revoke that policy, you had Mullen saying yes.
Absolutely. That's called micromanaging.
And among the troubles that Mark Wayne Mullen is inheriting with DHS is its flop of a self-deportation program. Right? Because the Trump administration spent nearly $1 billion on this self-deportation program, claimed that 2.2 million people used it, and then leaked documents showed that the real number is about 72,000. And more than half of those were already in ICE detention, and they really didn't have a choice. So let's talk about Project Homecoming and what $1 billion actually bought. Right? Because last May, the Trump administration launched this program called Project Homecoming, offering undocumented immigrants a free flight to their home country and a cash stipend to leave voluntarily. The stipend started at $1,000 and it was recently bumped up to $2,600. They even had an app called CBP Home, ran millions of dollars in ad campaigns, did a full social media blitz. And the total cost? Nearly $1 billion. And since launching, the administration, they've released almost no data on whether it's actually working. The closest thing we got was outgoing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem saying back in January that 2.2 million undocumented immigrants had chosen to self-deport. But we really don't know where that number came from. We do know that it includes a ton of people who never interacted with Project Homecoming at all. And DHS basically confirmed that, saying that those who use the app and the program are but a fraction of the total, and that the bigger number reflects people leaving because they know President Trump is enforcing our immigration laws. And it wasn't until December, when sworn statements were filed in court, that we got any on-record details, with an executive from Salas Worldwide Solutions, the company holding the contract to run Project Homecoming, saying that the government had authorized nearly 35,000 stipends, so only about half of what had been completed at the time. And then you would CNN reviewing newly leaked internal DHS documents showing that the number had since risen to 72,000, which if you want the number to be higher, you're supporting this program, it sounds good until you learn that more than half of those were already in ICE detention when they signed up. Right? You had David Beer, the director of immigration studies at the Cato Institute, putting it this way, saying they're trying to claim credit for those people who are leaving, but it's not obvious to me that those people would have stayed in the absence of this financial incentive. And adding every year, hundreds of thousands of people leave the United States on their own, voluntarily, for various reasons. Before this app, there was a zero cost to the government. Right? And for the people in ICE detention, voluntarily as a word, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. And there you had a North Carolina immigration attorney explaining they're having to choose between a prolonged detention and spending a lot of money to fight their case, or take voluntary departure, get money for leaving, and potentially not to have to pay for their flight home. And then looking around for specific situations, you see what happened with Lizette, who self-deported to Honduras back in May after her husband was detained and deported, with her saying that the separation was more than she could handle, and so she took a federal immigration officer's suggestion to use the app and leave. And that, as you have experts and attorneys concerned that many of the people being funneled into this...
Like, it's on standard. You're used to playing on quick. It's not even close to being blown up. You could do it next turn.
Program don't actually fully understand the consequences, including years-long bans on re-entering the United States. Right? And as far as why this matters, I mean, there's a few things here. You have the White House really not commenting on any of this, which is not surprising given how Trump feels about leaks. Right? And I think it's important we talk about this for two reasons. One, in the year of our Lord 2026, fewer and fewer people are starting from the base core reality, right? We're not all living in the same world. So we need to talk about what is actually happening and get the truth out there, because especially because you have the administration trying to describe the self-deportation thing as a success story. And then secondly, when people are being terrorized or your tax dollars are being used for something, you should care about what is actually happening. Right? Not only is this a $1 billion pressure campaign dressed up as a voluntary program that is also actually a bust, is $1 billion of your dollars doing all these things? And so then with all that, one of the final questions is what the new DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullins going to do with it. Do they continue saying it's a success even though it doesn't actually look that way? Do they make the stipend go up? Does the program quietly disappear while the war dominates the news cycle? Or, does someone in this administration actually have to answer for what $1 billion taxpayer dollars bought, or I guess didn't buy? And then there's more that we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me take a minute to thank a sponsor and say, you know what, something I love? Future you will be very grateful. But then, diving right back into the news, Israel took out another one of Iran's highest-ranking officials. They also allegedly struck the largest natural gas field in the world, and they are continuing to sow death and destruction in Lebanon. Right, but let's start with this latest assassination, which targeted Iran's intelligence minister, a person that the Israeli military claimed oversaw surveillance, espionage, and the execution of covert operations worldwide, particularly against the state of Israel and Iranian citizens. With Israel's defense minister saying in a statement afterward, the intensity of the strikes in Iran is reaching a new level. Israel's policy is clear and unequivocal. No one in Iran has immunity and everyone is a target. I guess also with that, we have to mention that the civilian death toll in the country, according to Iran, is at least 1,348, although that number is now several days old, and Israel's been hunting down leaders of the regime one by one. Right, today's announcement actually came a day after Israel said that it killed Iran's national security chief, who had been serving as the de facto leader of the country since the war began, as well as the commander of the powerful Basij militia. And actually with that, early this morning, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said that they had successfully struck Israel in retaliation for the latest assassination, with the Israeli Emergency Service reporting that an Iranian missile had killed 2 people outside of Tel Aviv and injured at least 1 other, bringing the overall death toll in Israel to 14, according to Israeli authorities. Officials also revealed today that missile strikes had hit a major railway station in the country's main international airport. And then outside of Israel, Iranian strikes have also kept up across the region, with several Gulf nations, including Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, all saying that they were intercepting missiles and drones today. And at one point, you had Iran's Revolutionary Guards warning people to stay away from major oil and gas facilities in several of these countries, claiming that they would be targeting in the coming hours. And that coming after what Iranian state media said were Israeli airstrikes that hit what is by far the largest offshore natural gas field in the world. And actually, to give you kind of an idea of what we're talking about, this place, it reportedly holds enough to supply the world's needs for about 13 years. The world. And it accounts for roughly 70 to 75% of Iran's natural gas production, which is almost entirely for domestic use, including heat, hot water, and cooking by most Iranians. Although actually, that's just the Iranian portion, because these reserves are shared with Qatar, who also blamed Israel for the strikes. And you had a spokesperson warning that targeting shared energy infrastructure was a dangerous and irresponsible step that could threaten global energy security. And on that note, the impact, it was almost immediate. International oil prices leapt to around $108 a barrel, up from $103 earlier this morning. And that's as, despite Trump's downplaying of the economic impact this war might have in the US, we're continuing to see exactly that, with the national average price of regular gas reaching $3.84 a gallon today, up 29% since the war began. And of course, that's the average. Like, we're seeing other numbers that are way worse in certain parts of the country. And despite Trump's claims that everything's under control, the Strait of Hormuz remains on lockdown, at least to anyone Iran wants. Because while most shipping traffic through the strait, it's been stopped since the war began, with nearly 20 vessels getting attacked in the area, about 90 ships have actually made their way through, with Iran managing to export well above 16 million barrels of oil since the beginning of March, as some ships linked to other countries are allowed to pass at times. And yesterday, you had Iran's Speaker of Parliament claiming that the strait won't ever return to its pre-war status. And you had the country's foreign minister doubling down on that today, arguing that after the war comes to an end, countries in the Gulf, they should draft a new protocol for the Strait of Hormuz. And the aim there being to ensure that safe passage through the waterway is carried out under certain conditions aligned with Iranian and regional interests. And so it might be just getting more and more urgent for Trump to show that there is something that he can do. Although notably, recent reporting from Notice showed that his administration might be lacking the expertise to give him good advice, not to say that he would even listen to it. Or with the outlet speaking to several former employees and officials who said that back in July, that Doge wrecking ball, it took out staff who would have been responsible for gaming out possible scenarios if the Strait of Hormuz was closed. And that's in addition to staffers with close
way.
personal relationships at oil and gas companies in the Middle East and experts tasked with maintaining diplomatic contacts at foreign energy bureaus. With the former Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources under Joe Biden saying, "I'm sure Secretary Rubio wishes he had that expertise available today. Most of that institutional knowledge was lost." And also, right, the impact of those cuts, it may extend beyond this specific oil and gas expertise. You have people who quit positions at the National Security Council, the Treasury, and the Department of Energy saying that the usual process of analyzing, reporting, and debating before decisions are made is virtually non-existent now. And with all that, you're seeing things like the editorial board of the Financial Times making a similar point in an opinion that was published today, claiming that Trump has undermined the U.S. national security apparatus, arguing that Trump's emphasis on loyalty over expertise at least partially explains how he started this war against Iran without a clear objective or plan, and he is hampering America's ability to prosecute the war now that it has begun. In that piece, it also pointed to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's push for what he called unapologetic lethality, along with his gutting of a congressionally mandated office meant to help military planners avoid civilian casualties. And all of this, it's raising the question of whether all of this, it could have something to do with what was likely a U.S. missile strike on a girls' school in Iran that killed more than 100 children. But with all that, you actually had Trump today sharing an opinion from a different editorial board, that of the New York Post, which was titled, "U.S. allies need to get a grip, step up, and help open the Strait of Hormuz." And that's also as he had some words to share himself, writing in another post, "I wonder what would happen if we finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast." With that appearing to be kind of just his latest lash out in response to NATO members refusing to participate in a mission to escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz while Iranian missiles rain down on them. And with that strategy failing, he's trying other options, right? One, to manage the effects of rising prices. Today, he temporarily waived a century-old shipping law called the Jones Act to lower the cost of transporting oil, gas, and other goods around the U.S. And then, of course, the military is continuing to try and degrade Iran's ability to threaten ships in the strait, with CENTCOM claiming today that it had successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. But still, as of right now, there's no sign that the strait's opening back up. And it's becoming increasingly clear that the impact, it's not just about rising prices, it's about human lives. With, for example, the United Nations Food Program now saying that because of this war, the number of people going hungry, it may go up by tens of millions worldwide. And that's partly because of the disruption of shipping lanes since the start of the conflicts delaying deliveries of life-saving food aid. But notably, even aid that doesn't have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz is going to be affected. And that's because shipping costs have risen 18% and higher oil prices are driving up the World Food Program's operating costs. Plus, as we've talked about it, in addition to roughly 20% of the world's oil and liquid natural gas, around 1/3 of global seaborne trade in fertilizers is typically passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So along with oil and gas, fertilizer is getting more expensive. And since all three are key agricultural inputs, food is likely going to get more expensive as well. And overall, the World Food Program estimates that if war in the Middle East goes on through, let's say, June, it'll push around 45 million people into acute hunger. The agency's deputy executive director and operations chief saying this would take global hunger levels to an all-time record, and it's a terrible, terrible prospect. The consequences are falling on the world's most vulnerable people who are already living in dire conditions. And actually with that, I will say, even without the war, the situation was bad, getting worse, and partly the fault of Donald Trump. But according to the agency, around 319 million people around the world already suffer from acute hunger, which represents a threefold increase in the last 5 years. But also because the US and several other major donors have slashed aid funding, the agency has had to reduce rations and cut the number of people receiving food aid. And so kids that might have lived otherwise are literally starving to death, right? And then also on the topic of dying children, we then still have to talk about Lebanon, right? Because the Israeli military has continued to ramp up its attacks on the country, striking Beirut and other major cities, towns, and villages, while Israeli troops continue a ground invasion in the country's south. And of course, with this, you have Israel claiming that it's targeting Hezbollah. But now many strikes have hit central and eastern Beirut, away from where Hezbollah is generally based, adding to fears that the areas once considered safe just aren't anymore. And so in one neighborhood in central Beirut, for example, the Israeli military issued an evacuation warning for a building that it said was being used by Hezbollah, and as residents fled the area during the morning call to prayer, a missile hit the building and brought it to the ground. And that's notable because while Israeli airstrikes have targeted some buildings in Beirut over the past 2 weeks, reportedly they haven't collapsed entire buildings until now. And that also as some Israeli strikes have reportedly hit without any warning whatsoever. Or with one unannounced attack, for example, on central areas of Beirut, reportedly killing at least 10 people and injuring 27 others, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. And overall, the death toll is now reported to be at least 960, including at least 110 kids. And then you also have the Norwegian Refugee Council reporting today that 1 million people have now been displaced by the fighting, which is about 1/6 of the country's population. And kind of the worst fear is that we have another Gaza on our hands, which it appears to be something that Israel seems absolutely giddy about. In fact, just last week, you had the Israeli army dropping leaflets over Beirut with what was seen as a mocking text saying, "In light of the remarkable success in Gaza, the newspaper, the new reality arrives in Lebanon. Where is your country headed?" We also talked about the country's finance minister claimed that one part of the country would soon resemble Khan Yunis, one of the cities almost obliterated by the Israeli military in Gaza. And then you also had a member of the party claiming we must conquer territory in southern Lebanon, destroy the villages there, and annex the territory to the state of Israel. And that is yet a member of another party Party there, calling for the implementation of a doctrine understood as this strategy of overwhelming, using disproportionate force and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. And while the war is still playing out in real time, the top intelligence officials in the country just sat in front of the Senate and they couldn't, or I guess wouldn't, answer a basic question. Did the president know that striking Iran would shut down the Strait of Hormuz and trigger attacks on our allies? Or because he was either told and then lied about it, or he wasn't told and his own intelligence agencies failed him? Right after 3 hours of testimony, we still don't know which one it's supposed to be, because Tulsi Gabbard, she spent most of the hearing insisting that it's not her job to answer. And actually, to kind of set this up for you, you had the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and other top officials testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee yesterday on the war and broader security threats. And this is a hearing that was especially high stakes for Gabbard. She's a long-time anti-interventionalist who has publicly opposed military action in Iran. A year ago, sitting before this same committee, she downplayed Iran's nuclear weapons program, prompting Trump to publicly say she was wrong. And since Trump started this Iran war, she's been almost completely silent. The only time she said anything of substance was after Joe Kent resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, where he said that he couldn't support the war and that Iran didn't pose an imminent threat, with Gabbard issuing a lukewarm statement arguing that Trump has the authority to determine if there is an imminent threat and that he made his determination based on intelligence that her office provided. And a key thing is what she didn't say, right? She didn't say that she personally believed the intelligence showed an imminent threat. And with Kent's resignation, right, becoming this flashpoint, you have some speculating about how long Gabbard lasts in this administration, or at least in this role. Because a big part of Trump 2.0 is you don't get fired, you get kind of just moved around. And actually with all this, one of the things we saw was Ratcliffe pushing back on Kent's claims directly.
I think Iran has been a constant threat to the United States for an extended period of time and posed an immediate threat at this time.
But when asked if an Iranian missile could threaten the U.S. within 6 months, he didn't give a timeline. And Gabbard, meanwhile, she noted in her opening statement that a previous defense intelligence...
For me, I'd rather do gold or faith. I think you don't buy units with faith, right?
No, we could do gold.
I almost exclusively buy units with gold right now.
Okay, let's
I'll
do
put
gold.
8 there.
I'll put 5. Let's make Congo lose loyalty. Or maybe Nubia?
Russia.
Russia, yes.
Russia,
Much better.
if they start losing loyalty, they're fucked.
Yeah, I forgot about Russia. Do you want the Diplo points?
Well, we could try... I don't think they'll vote against it. So the leftovers can go to me getting Diplo points. We'll see about that. Because I don't think we have enough where they'll vote against to remove Diplo points.
Agency report said that Iran couldn't build a viable missile to reach the U.S. before 2035. When Senator Ossoff pressed her on whether the intelligence community assessed an imminent nuclear threat, which is what the White House claimed as justification for the war, she tried to kind of pass the buck.
Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president
the problem.
based on a volume
no,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing. You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House.
Also, the other major line of questioning is whether the intelligence community warned Trump about what would happen to the Strait of Hormuz and to U.S. allies in the Gulf. Because Trump has publicly said multiple times that nobody predicted Iran would attack its neighbors or shut down the strait. And you with the senators wanting to know, is that true, or did he just ignore what he was told? And you had Senator Wyden going first.
Every problem we're seeing now was not only foreseeable, but was actually predicted by the intelligence agencies. So, Director, in the lead up to the start of this war 3 weeks ago,
nice.
Did the intelligence agencies stick to their assessment
That's going to give us
that in
Diplo
response
points
to an
for
attack,
that too.
the Iranians had the capability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz?
Thank you, Senator Wyden. The intelligence community has continued to provide the president and his team with the intelligence related to this operation in Iran.
The senator then asked Gabbard if intel agencies assessed that Iran could strike U.S. partners. And then Wyden brought up Trump's own words.
Donald Trump was asked about Iranian strikes on the Gulf states. He said, and I quote, Nobody, no, the greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit the Gulf states. You all are supposed to be the greatest experts. That's what we have you there for. Director Gabbard, did the intelligence agencies assess that Iran could conduct strikes on our own partners in the region if it was attacked?
The intelligence community has continued to assess the potential threats to the region, the existing threats to the region, and providing those assessments to the policymakers.
You also had Senator Angus King then pressing harder.
Any predictions to the president about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map, and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC, that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the lead up to this action?
And it's because of that longstanding assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The president said, who knew that was going to happen?
Also, Ratcliffe was slightly less evasive here.
Senator, I'll answer the question. So with regard to briefings, the president gets briefings constantly about intelligence.
But you had both Gabbard and Ratcliffe claiming that they weren't aware of Trump's public statement, saying that nobody predicted these outcomes, which of course is incredibly hard to believe given that he has been saying this thing repeatedly for days. Why do they lie like this is a question I constantly ask myself. Right?
Oh,
so that
why
with all
do they
this,
lie?
Democratic senators were visibly furious.
We're trying to figure out if the president knew what the downside was of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And I'm having a hard time finding out whether the White House asked or whether there was a brief, whether the president knew. Did he know this was going to happen, or did he just disregard it?
And part of the reason, or I guess part of the supposed reason for the tight lips, is that these officials are also testifying in a closed-door session today where they can't discuss more sensitive matters, right, including the prospect of boots on the ground in Iran. And so in theory, some of these answers may be coming, but again, in theory. Right, and then with all of this, we should talk about this moment that kind of put a bow on everything. Because you had Senator Mark Kelly pulling up a fundraising email for a pro-Trump committee.
In this email here, where there's multiple links to donate money, it says, as a national security briefing member, you'll receive my private national security briefings. Director Gabbard or Director Ratcliffe, do you think the public should be able to, supporters of the president should be able to pay and receive his private national security briefings?
Regardless of what that I don't know what that document is, but regardless of what it says, it didn't happen.
With Gabbard also saying she was unfamiliar with the email as well. And so just to recap, the administration just can't get on the same page about why this war started. The top intelligence officials won't say whether the president was warned about the consequences. And Trump, he's out here treating national security briefings like a Patreon subscription where his biggest donors get exclusive content. All while the intelligence community's job is to tell the president the truth. The president's job is then to make decisions based on that truth. And then the public's job, through their elected representatives, is to hold both accountable. And so since one or both of the first two seem to just be broken, the story, in addition to keeping you up to date, it also serves as a reminder. You, I, we, the public, we have a job to do, whether it be a special election, a primary, the midterms, a big general. And it's part of the reason why it's so important to be formed and knowledgeable about what's happening. It's not just so that we could just feel horrible about the state of the world. It is so we are equipped to do something about it, whether it be
kill the
voting, whether it be donating time, donating money, whatever. Getting the word out so we all can collectively be the change we want to see. And there's, I don't know, some sort of accountability. And at this point, that word seems miles away. You got to have eyes on the prize. The truth of the matter is no one is coming to save us. It's on all of us. And then there's even more that we've got to dive into today. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, spring is a magical time of year. And it's a time of year when your yard offers valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply. But then, diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about how left-leaning Democrats got wiped out in the Illinois primaries yesterday. And the money trail, it tells a big part of the story. Right? APAC-affiliated groups, crypto PACs, and AI industry donors poured over $32 million into just 4 Chicago House races. And with them winning most of them, there are now real questions about whether these groups are quietly reshaping what the Democratic Party actually looks like. Especially as, among other things, the war in Iran makes their influence more controversial than ever. So Cook County Commissioner Donna Miller, former Representative Melissa Bean, and Lieutenant Governor Julia Stratton all won big yesterday. With Miller beating former Representative Jesse Jackson Jr., who had $1.4 million from a top AI super PAC after receiving nearly $4.5 $2.5 million from an AIPAC-affiliated group. AIPAC Groups also threw $4 million behind Bean. Stratton, backed largely by Governor J.B. Pritzker with $14.4 million from him, beat Representative Robin Kelly. And not only are these not small numbers, they tell a bigger story about who's actually picking
Korea
candidates.
showed up.
Bean's ad campaign painted her opponent as a friend of Elon Musk and fossil fuel interests, even though he's a fairly progressive politician. Meanwhile, Bean herself is generally seen as a centrist ex-lawmaker, but heavy ad support from AI and crypto PACs portrayed her as more progressive than she's likely to govern. And in Illinois' 9th district, AIPAC spent most of the race attacking Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss. And because that's not the only person they went after, and because Biss won anyway and their candidate lost, they kind of just pivoted seamlessly, posting on Twitter that they were proud to have helped defeat Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, a fiercely anti-Israel candidate and would-be squad member. And that PR move, it didn't go unnoticed. For you at a senior House progressive telling Axios, AIPAC wanted Daniel Biss to lose. And adding, it seems their spending harmed their candidate because it's so toxic in this politically active district. And then there's the transparency issue. AIPAC funneled its Illinois spending through new super PACs called Elect Chicago Women and Chicago Progressive Partnership, right? Names that don't exactly scream Israeli lobby. And they only claim credit after the results were in, which is also wild because you had people shouting, hey, that's anti-Semitic, when you had people saying that AIPAC was doing this. But also with all these races, right, the scale is hard to overstate. 4 Chicago House candidates saw more than $32 million in outside spending, led by AIPAC groups at upward of $20 million with crypto and AI PACs filling in the rest. And understand, that's just Illinois. Reports say that AIPAC, the AI industry and the crypto sector, they have collectively had about $340 million to spend on political efforts at the start of this year. And yesterday's primaries, they were just a test run for reshaping the Democratic Party heading into the midterms. And the influence, I mean, it was visible even before the election. You saw some of these candidates openly posting pro-AI and pro-crypto positions, essentially flirting with these.
If they are hiding their intentions through shell companies to fund people, does this breach campaign election laws?
I don't know anything about
If people wouldn't have taken money if it was AIPAC, does that
I
breach
don't know
campaign
about
election
these
law?
things.
I wonder.
Industries to attract financial back. And then on the other side of this, the left had a rough night. The Congressional Progressive Caucus landed just one of its 4 endorsed candidates, Biss. Justice Democrats, the group that had success unseating moderate incumbents in the past, they also came up short. And that's being seen as a real blow coming off of the energy that Mamdani's rise in New York and the New Jersey special election. Things that gave a lot of progressives hope that the party was pulling more and more left as the primaries progressed. But after yesterday, you have some saying not so fast and others arguing, you need different kinds of Democrats in different kinds of places. So I would also argue, especially as you look at a lot of these races with just a lot of people, it's a really good argument for ranked choice voting. Right? Whether it's the surprise, like in Boca Raton, Florida, of all of a sudden a Dem won by like 1 to 5 votes, though with well under 50% of the votes, there's that. Or Biss beating
Boko Haram did not do 9/11. That was
under 50%.
Al-Qaeda.
Of course, that's just me with my eyes pointed towards the future and not the current situation on the ground, which obviously every candidate is going to have to navigate. But then also with everything we're talking about today, what makes all of this even messier is the war in Iran. AIPAC money that is backing Democratic candidates, it now comes with a war tag attached. And Stratton, the favorite to win her general election, which would actually make her a part of the first time 3 black women have served in the Senate simultaneously, she's pro-Israel. Miller opposed U.S. military aid to Israel, but supports a 2-state solution. Bean's a returning centrist. And these are the candidates that AIPAC's money helps select. And voters now have to weigh, what that money means for where these people land on the biggest foreign policy crisis in a generation. So you're seeing some Democrats saying things like, it's difficult to trust politicians who take money from weapons manufacturers and AIPAC, all of whom are for this war. And for those politicians to then stand up and say they are against the war. And more progressive Democrats think that the party should be rejecting AIPAC donations entirely to avoid the conflict of interest. So you then have moderates saying that, you can take the money and then still oppose the war, accusing progressives of manufacturing a conflict for electoral gain. All of this, it's the tension that the Democratic Party is going to have to figure out.
Take their money, then don't
because
advocate
AIPAC
for
and its
their
allies,
positions.
they have the money to
It's a
support it. They
donation.
just proved that in Illinois. But that money also comes with strings that are becoming harder and harder to ignore as the war is raging on in the Middle East, and voters are paying closer and closer attention to where their candidates' funding is coming from. Seemingly, the party's supposed to be anti-war, its donor class is backing pro-Israel candidates, its progressive wings getting outspent, and the infighting over whether to accept AIPAC money, it's exactly the kind of internal fracture that could cost Democrats seats that they need in November. And the Democrats aren't the only ones split on AIPAC. Right? In his resignation letter from the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent warned against AIPAC's influence on our government, and that was also something that wasn't received well by some on the right, like Ben Shapiro.
The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Now, that is conspiracy trash.
Right? $340 million. It buys a lot of candidates.
No, it isn't.
We are seeing that, but the question that remains is whether it buys a party where voters actually want to show up for. And while time will tell how all this shakes out, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Wednesday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news. Thank you for being a part of another one. And remember, the show doesn't have...
Rude. How dare you, Phil? How dare you call me that?
Bent the fuck out of my lip yesterday.
You deserved it.
Lucky I have like 7 of these beeswax chapstick things. They do well. Is this the hour-long video I wanted to get to?
Huh?
Is this the hour-long video, or did you forget it again?
Did we just discuss that we were going to do a recording?
There were 2 things I wanted to do.
Oh, well, send me the one that you want.
This is why I mentioned them at the very start. I already did.
Send me the one specifically. Send it again.
It's the last one.
Send it again. The last one? Okay.
Like, it's literally the last one right there.
Well, I literally talked to you and thought that we were going to do something else.
When I first made my video...
Yeah, there were 2... I told you 3 things I wanted to cover.
I heard you! I get it! I'm telling you that I didn't put it on because I thought we were doing something else.
On the Kronstadt revolt, a lot of the arguments and information had to be shelved for time and visual flow. Today being the anniversary of the crushing of the Kronstadt revolt in 1921, I thought I might explain some of these further points by critiquing Finnish Bolsheviks' notable assessment of the revolt. Oh, and by the way, don't expect any flashy graphics this time around. I'm pressed for time as it is, and my CPU has feelings too. This video is merely a supplementary rebuttal for the nerds. Now, to get a bit of the starting stuff out of the way, Finn talks about Yeltsin praising the revolt, framed in such a way I can only assume is meant as a poisoning the well tactic. Opportunist politicians canonize old figures and movements all the time in service of their cause. They omit, obscure, and distort unwanted elements and so on. In Yeltsin's case, this was simply a matter of demonizing his old Leninist opponents in the Duma. Next, the Matin newspaper report, which, as I've gone over, a report showcasing that the revolt happened 2 weeks prior, should be your tell that this is unreliable evidence. The memorandum by the Whites, whilst not proving a link to a conspiracy, does showcase that they knew that there was unrest in the fleet, something that maybe the Soviets ought to have known. I would then only assume that the press did what they do best and embellish a little. Finball has no issue listing a large amount of exaggerated reports by the Western press during the actual uprising, but doesn't seem to consider whether the propaganda of this report was not an opportune post hoc move by the Bolsheviks. As for Petrochenko's desire to join the Whites, the source from this comes from a single reference in the New York Times article. There's no background given besides circumstantial motivation due to the squalid conditions he and his family were in, that were causing immense struggle for working masses. In such a situation, who knows what we might do? In the same clipping, he also refers to the Whites as reactionary. So clearly he still harbors some opposition. I'm sure that plenty of Bolsheviks may have had questionable actions and histories prior to them becoming Bolsheviks. I mean, some MLs like to do this with Trotsky, claiming that he never was a communist in the first place. However, the issue that Finball makes, which will become more apparent, is that pushing so much of the attention behind the entire fleet towards a single person is not a good representation, especially since it was an elected 15-man commission from a larger elected delegation. You don't like it when people go Stalin, Stalin, Stalin when it was bigger than simply him, so perhaps don't do the same here. Alright, let's get on with it.
In 1921, Russia was in ruins after years of World War I and Civil War. Fuel and food were always extremely scarce. As long as the Civil War lasted, the population basically understood and tolerated all these hardships.
Peasants did not just put up with the Soviet measures as is inferred here. The actions resulted in many of them refusing to cooperate. And many times they actually reduced their production effort down to the bare means, because there was no point in them producing any more if it's just going to be taken away. And the surge of peasant revolts after the war only appears to have showcased this long frustration. Still, it was of course a war, so one can understand the Bolshevik perspective. But that then becomes a question of state legitimacy, and that's far too much for right now. Nevertheless, they were not simply idle actors, willing to put up with shit. They did try their best to resist requisitioning.
There was unrest in Petrograd after several factories were closed down due to fuel shortages. False rumors of workers being shot and factories even being bombed in Petrograd were spread in the fortress town of Kronstadt.
Bear in mind, during all of these shortages, the government were purposefully trying to stop the black market, a vital lifeline for many considering the circumstances. Whilst the rationing was indeed the start of the strikes, saying that that was all that it was about is like saying that the coffee crisis in East Germany was just about coffee. We should know full well that discontent is often larger than it first might appear. Let's see what the peasants were also saying. Angry workmen call for the immediate scrapping of war communism in favor of a system of free labor. So assertive was this demand that the government sent emissaries to the factories to try and justify its policies. Workers took to the streets with banners and placards demanding free trade, higher rations, and the abolition of grain requisitions. Nor did they stop at economic demands. Some of the demonstrators appealed to the restoration of political rights and civil liberties. And here and there, a placard even called for the revival of the Constituent Assembly. For transparency, there were also some not-so-nice remarks made, but the point is that these grievances clearly demonstrate the discontent was much larger than what the authorities claimed. This is also corroborated in Simon Pirani's research. Not only this, but the effects of Kronstadt would lead the Bolsheviks to postponing and even heavily controlling future elections in fear that it would delegitimize their standing. And to this latter point that the rebels were inspired to revolt simply because of these rumors, no. If you read on just a single page ahead, Average states that they sent out a delegation into Petrograd and came back with a discovery of a heavily militarized situation, which led to the inception of the charter. Finn appears to have a habit of being a tad bit selective, as is shown in his next point, where he continues this rumors line.
Sweden's at war with Russia.
The Petrograd strikes were on the way,
Never ever
but the
sent any
rumors
units,
of shootings and full-scale rioting had already aroused the sailors, and on March 2nd, at a time when the disturbances had all but ceased, they were drafting the erroneous announcement for publication the following day that the city was in the throes of a general insurrection.
I take great issue with your use of this ellipse here. The full reading of Average's words reveals some much-needed information. It was true, moreover, that the Petrograd strikes were on the wane, having reached a peak on the last day of February. That's 1 or 2 days of difference between which Average states the peak of the strikes which the delegation saw versus when the document had been written. So with that information, it's understandable to think that the committee, which had been holed up on the island for some time, might have figured that the city was still on fire. I can excuse the leaving out of immediate previous or following texts from time to time. Unfortunately, Finn does this neglection on no less than 12 occasions, including this next one.
A mass meeting was held in Kronstadt on March 1st, where anti-communist statements and lies were spread. The meeting was orchestrated in such a way that communists were not allowed to speak. The topic was raised that new elections to the Soviet should be carried out. A delegate meeting of soldiers was held the next day on March 2nd. In this meeting, it was proposed that all communists should be arrested. The delegates were amazed.
Finball ends it there.
Hey,
but
a plus
once
7
more, some information is
for
missing.
industrial
Here
zone.
is the
Let's look
original
up.
mention by Average, containing again some crucial context. This was a minority of people. The majority of the delegation did not want to do this, and instead adhered to their principles.
However, the organizers of the mutiny made the completely baseless and hysterical claim that armed communist detachments were about to surround the meeting and arrest everyone. Therefore, it was supposedly justified and necessary to immediately, quickly begin rounding up and arresting all the communists. Quickly arrest them, they're coming to get us. This type of fear propaganda was cleverly used by the mutineers. Delegates had no time to think, they had no access to information, and communists had no chance to speak.
Leaving the conversation there leads the viewers to the conclusion that this was a coup attempt and that they took part through conspiracy. Once more, he does not go on to read the rest of Average's research, which states that at the time there were valid reasons to believe that an imminent attack was about to occur. Utterly baseless. I have always seen throughout Soviet apologia the use of, well, they were frightened, they were paranoid, they were surrounded on all sides, etc., to justify the actions they took. In fact, such an argument was made to justify Kronstadt's crushing. It's fairly clear from the sources here that the rumors were started from a genuine sense of fear, as opposed to any intentional conspiracy. To see Finnball taking a different standard to present this as utterly baseless when it comes to his enemies just feels to me like an example of pearl clutching. There's also the omission of a very crucial event which might give context to the arrests of the communists. The previous day, a 30-man delegation had been sent out to Petrograd to advertise their demands and program. And upon their discovery, they were promptly arrested and whose fate remains a mystery to this day. Again, what's the comparison here?
The Bolshevik commissar barely had time to object to the irregular proceedings before being cut off by the so-called military specialist in charge of artillery, former Tsarist general named Kozlovsky. "Your time is past," Kozlovsky declared.
It's true that they did speak over him. Once more, however, is conveniently left out the actions just the day prior by Kalinin and Kuzmin, who had been sent out to negotiate with the fleet, but in doing so, just ended up insulting and threatening the sailors. So you can imagine that tensions and fears might be quite high. After the topic of summary executions in the north had been raised, Kuzmin announced that the working people have always shot traitors to the cause, and they will continue to shoot them in the future. In my place, we would have shot every 5th man, not every 10th. And that the Petropavlovsk resolution was a counter-revolutionary document, shouting that indiscipline and treason would be smashed by the iron hand of the proletariat. So with this context then, old man going, "Your time is past," and general dismissive attitudes the day after said people have acted in a highly defiant, belligerent, and unyielding manner, and implied that they'd kill you if they got the chance, might make it seem a little bit more understandable. And the same goes for rushing the meeting after a feared attack.
Introduction to the collection of primary source documents called Kronstadt Tragedy states, quote, "The chair of the meeting, Petrichenko,
for transparency, although of course he's likely to be biased. I am willing to admit that the Presidium acted in an opportunistic manner in this scenario with the arrest of the communists. But as we've gone over, there was ample reason to believe this. And for the record, the Bolsheviks themselves have been none too privy to using surrounding events to push forward control of the Soviets. But of course, that's not opportunistic, that's just revolutionary necessity.
Using skillful propaganda and deception, Petrichenko claimed that the Provisional Committee was elected by soldier delegates. However, this was simply a lie. No election of such a kind had ever taken place. But the masses didn't know that. After all, maybe their delegates in their meeting had elected such a committee. Who could say? This is a good example of how this type of reactionary coup can happen.
I find Finn's use of words here a little bit strange. They seem to be in the realm of speculation to create doubt. But once more, Finn decides to forget about the fact that the committee was elected. Of the initial 5, The conference of 303 elected delegates promptly elected a 5-man presidium. This presidium took duties for the next 2 days due to the panic, but it didn't just stay like that, as is being inferred from Finn's omissions. On the evening of March 4th, some 200 delegates from Kronstadt's factories and military units gathered after work at the Garrison Club and, amid cries of victory or death, elected an enlarged revolutionary committee of 15 members. They would then later have meetings on the 8th and 11th. Now, Finn moves on to the makeup of the committee.
2 members of this committee were Mensheviks, who had opposed the October Revolution. Mensheviks and their foreign supporters believed that Russia needed capitalism and that Russia wasn't ready for a workers' revolution. Therefore, the workers' revolution needs to be defeated and capitalism needs to be restored. Ivan Oreshin, another member in the committee, was part of the capitalist Cadet Party, one of the leading parties under the Tsar.
Firstly, as you'll know, the Mensheviks were not a monolith, and within them contained numerous different allegiances and strategies. I know that you're an ML and you've got to hate them, but please, what happened for this constant call for nuance? Secondly, the Russian Revolution was a time of enormous political enlightenment and fluidity. It was very common for someone to move around a lot between parties and allegiances.
Oh yeah.
So just saying that they used to do this or they used to do that isn't wholly damning of someone's political intentions. Trotsky,
If anything,
for example,
it
was a
would be
former
reactionary.
Menshevik, and I know you love him. Now to the representation of the people on this list. The article only mentions 3 members. This still leaves 12 members. The majority. The makeup of the revolt was mixed. Largely speaking, it was, as I've heard being referred to, as politically pluralist. That's what happens when you get a spontaneous revolution. Fenn will later do the same with the financial and class backgrounds of some of the committee. Once more, Finn knows full well that average includes a crucial preamble to this account. As you can see, most of the committee that we have information on were of what you might call a salt-of-the-earth background. Not of bougie character. Now, I am willing to concede for future reference that some of the committee did not have their minds in the right places, and in light of that, they should be condemned. I do, however, see a lot of selective vigor going on surrounding whether the views of the leadership are so pertinent. I'd wager right now that you can think of many examples where the leadership of a group are not necessarily perfect, fine, distinguished young gentlemen, and yet no matter what mud someone might sling at them, you would always defend them. Why might that be?
Not me.
It's rhetorical, by the way. Just for comparison, I thought it might be quite funny to have a look at some of the reports on how the Bolshevik elites themselves were living during this period of severe hardship. 5,000 Bolsheviks and their families lived in the Kremlin and in special party hotels such as the National and the Metropole in the center of Moscow. The Kremlin's domestic quarters had over 2,000 service staff and its own complex of shops, including a hairdresser and a sauna, a hospital, and a nursing.
Wow, I can't
and
imagine
3
why
vast
the Vanguard
restaurants
Party
with cooks
became
trained
corrupted.
in France. Its domestic budget in 1920, when all of these services were declared free, was higher than what was spent on social
Maybe they
welfare
should
in
have
the entire
given the
Moscow.
Kremlin back to the
In
people.
Petrograd, the top party bosses lived in the Astoria Hotel,
Guess not.
recently restored to its
The
former
Astoria!
splendor after the devastations of the revolution at the first house of the Soviets. From their suites, they could call for room service from the comrade waiters, who were taught to click their heels and call them comrade master. Long-forgotten luxuries such as champagne, caviar, perfume, toothbrushes were supplied in abundance. The hotel was sealed to the public by a gang of burly guards in black leather jackets. In the evening, government cars were lined up by the entrance waiting to take the elite residents off to the opera or to the Smolny for a banquet.
Amazing.
Grishna Zinoviev, the boss of Petrograd, often came and went with his Chekist bodyguards and a string of assorted prostitutes. The top party leaders had their own landed estates, requisitioned from the Tsarist elite. There were dozens of estates dotted around the capital, which the Soviet executive turned over to the party leaders for their own private use. Each of them had their own vast retinue of servants, as in the old days. By all means, confiscate the homes of the elite. That doesn't mean that you have to emulate them. I am aware that Figure's reputation as a so-called bougie historian might discredit him, but it's really not too hard to believe a lot of this. The Soviets still maintained a form of wage labor after all, and Emma herself gives a first-hand account from the Astoria and National Hotels. Point is, it's a bit tight to bring up former capitalists being in the fleet when the Bolsheviks themselves were living in pretty good standing with a huge labor force underneath just their cadre. And ever more when you consider the plight of the ordinary people at this time. We've gone over Petroshenko's reasonings. Maybe the Bolsheviks made a mistake here.
So already from its very inception, the Kronstadt mutiny was basically counter-revolutionary.
You need to stop using the term counter-revolutionary so much. It is a very relative term. What you're basically saying is they're opposing us. And that's all going to be relative down to whose allegiance you respond to. What if somebody held that the Bolsheviks themselves were the counter-revolutionaries? That they might have nominally been the most advanced communists? Yet in their actions they at innumerable points put down avenues for worker control and were incentivized far more towards party centralization. Evidence towards them acting in a non-worker aligned way, by the way, is explained to great effect by Nojrance's video on this topic, and I happen to know that you love his work. And for comparison, also bear in mind all of these points raised when it comes to the accusations regarding how the sailors acted.
The mutiny leaders needed to gauge the mood of the soldiers and try to fool them. Leader of the mutiny, would-be White Guardist Petroshenko, made the proposal to allow full freedom for quote-unquote all socialist parties in the public meeting of March 1st. Immediately he was attacked by angry shouts by soldiers, quote, "That's freedom for the right SRs and Mensheviks. No, no way." The cadet Ivan Oreshin, who was also part of the PRC, wrote, quote, "The Kronstadt uprising broke out under the pretext of replacing the old Soviet with a new one. The question of extending the vote also to the bourgeoisie was carefully avoided by the orators. They did not want to evoke opposition among the insurgents."
What Petroshenko is doing here is simply listing proposals for the resolution. This one in particular is simply an account by Kuzmin. There were clearly other proposals listed too, which upon acceptance and rejection then came together to form the resolution, which a few hours later was then passed in the presence of 16,000 sailors. It's a bit of a reach to claim that engaging in policy proposals is a malicious act. How else are you going to do it? With regards to Oreshin's statement, this is indeed an interesting admission. Though oddly absent are any other corroborating accounts from any of the other sailors or any of the other committee members who were captured, which might have been useful in their situation. And we'll get to them later. Like we've said, most of the committee were not of a bourgeois persuasion. The claims from Oreshin do, however, in addition to the comments regarding the SRs and the Mensheviks, the independent spirit and traditional hatred of officers, the booing of the Bolsheviks, and the fact that the fleet turned away SR leader Viktor Chernov's crucial offer of food and supplies, appear to showcase a certain character to the fleet as a whole. Contrary to the claims of them being exacerbated peasants or of petty bourgeois aspiration that pro-Bolsheviks often like to portray them as. And that they did indeed represent a powerful and enthusiastic rank and file, one of which was not to be reckoned with. And one that is certainly not in support of the Bolsheviks.
It was still completely obvious that the Kronstadt mutineers were not following anarchist theory in any typical sense. They were not establishing a stateless society, but an anti-communist military dictatorship.
What has failed to be referenced at this point is that the military dictatorship line comes from after the revolt had failed, by some of those who survived. I'll discuss this point later, but just for the record, I really want to hammer home just how unlikely a white resurgence was. Despite demobilization, the Red Army still had millions of soldiers left to fight. The Whites, by comparison, were decimated. At most, 70,000 available who had virtually zero will left to fight anymore. All scattered and disorientated across the Black Sea region, which is thousands of miles from Petrograd, by the way. At this point, Finland had declared peace. No imperial power had the will or determination to engage, hence them largely playing a passive role during the war and leaving the year prior. The only threat that remained was of an internal matter, and the strike wave in Petrograd was interested in reform, not in revolution. I know that you see these reports, but they're largely just the result of hopeful generals, wannabe rulers, and die-hard devotees.
Can you move some of your units?
It would be the
siege
equivalent
city?
of Germany in April 1945 thinking that they could somehow mount a counterattack. The Nazis, as we know, were always clinging on to the faint possibility of some miracle, right to the point of their surrender.
Gold one,
and by
right?
the way, I'd just like to make an educated guess here. We're seeing a lot of references
Gold
in these
one,
works
yes.
about Kronstadt regarding
Yeah.
communists. It is most probable from the way
It's
in
still
which they are
$3,000 for
referring to them
an
that
army.
this is simply being used as a replacement for Bolshevik. Capital C communist at this time was a relatively new thing. All parties historically tended to refer to themselves as socialist or social democratic. The Seventh Party Congress officially referred to their party as the Communist Party instead of just the Bolsheviks, effectively the first in nearly 70 years. So this is to say that denouncing communists might not have been an indictment of all socialist ideas, rather the party.
And there was even a plan to carry out a mass killing. Kronstadt 1921 states, quote, "Early on the morning of March 18th, Shustov set up a machine gun outside the cell which contained 23 prisoners. He was prevented from slaughtering the communists only by the advance of the Red Army across the ice."
This Shustov account is coming solely from the words of Kuzmin, and I've reason to believe that there's a fair bit of embellishment going on here. Nowhere in his testimony, for example, does he talk about escalating the situation with his threats and insults to the fleet, and he tries his best to present himself in a very good light. And according to Victor Serge, the anarchist who turned Bolshevik and then eventually got purged, the press definitely did
That's
their
what you get.
fair bit of embellishing. The Leningrad Pravda stated that Kuzmin had been brutally handled during his captivity at Kronstadt, and that he had only just escaped summary execution, which had been ordered for him in writing by the counter-revolutionaries. He then went to Kuzmin, who gave him a somewhat different account. "I can scarcely believe that they wanted to shoot you. Did you really see the order?" He hesitated, in some embarrassment. "Oh, you always get these exaggerations. There was some little sheet written in threatening terms. In short, he had a warm time of it. Nothing more." For comparison here, this is an allegation in
jump
which
to 25
23 of the 300 who were imprisoned were going to be killed by the will of a single perpetrator right at the very end, and the revolt had basically failed and they were running on empty. Now let's compare that with the actions of the
Food
Bolsheviks
review.
when the revolt started. After the first wave of revolts, the authorities responded by taking hostages
25?
and warning that any
Yeah, please.
harm to the communists
It's at
It should be
27.
the anarchist executioner. It should be the chapter
This is
mark.
at 27.
Oh, that's this one? Great.
Yes.
would have
Fantastic.
grave consequences. The prisoners themselves, by their own testimony, lived in constant fear of being shot. The authorities, for their part, had executed 45 seamen at Oranienbaum and taken the relatives of the Kronstadters hostage. But all of this pearl-clutching is very rich, coming from Finnish Bolshevik.
Is that Stalin?
Seeing as the man is a very visible enjoyer of Grover fur, having made a 34-video playlist on him, which leads me
Goddamn.
to the conclusion that he probably supports or denies the Katyn massacre. He's fine defending that, yet he eggs on anarchists for this relatively minute individual action that didn't happen and whose veracity is unclear. With the exception of swapping their boots for sandals,
the
the treatment of the
Ukrainian
hostages
anarchist
by
flag?
the fleet was found to be of relative goodwill. They had no reason to do so. They were their shipmates.
Lenin pointed out that the
Yeah, it was.
Kronstadt demands were
Hell
quite
yeah.
vague and unclear, and this was inevitable because they were not realistic policy proposals, but a combination of utopianism, spontaneity, and demagogic propaganda intended to gather enough support until the White Guard could take power and crush the communists and all other opposition.
The point of a negotiation is you negotiate. The demands weren't that vague. Certainly more specific than anything Occupy Wall Street ever put out. But even if they were, you figure it out with those making the demands, and then you come to a conclusion, just like any strike. And maybe you can't agree on all of them, but you can at least try. The sailors initially were only interested in reforming the system, not overthrowing it. It might have been a better idea if Finball actually listed the demands, as he does a pretty bad job summarizing them. Finball claims that they wanted to allow anti-Bolshevik parties. I mean, yes, that's an ideological game. Imagine a world where the Bolsheviks are banned, and then you say, we want Bolshevik parties to run. Then I say, no, you guys want to kill us, which you literally are and will do. Why does Finball list this one as more rations for us? The demands, as he then states, wanted to equalize the rations, not give more. He defends this unequal distribution of rations by the Bolsheviks by stating that they had to give bigger rations to the ex-bourgeoisie and party members because if not, they would defect. These sorts of justifications are the reason why it's very hard to engage with ML defenses because they always invite larger ideological questions, such as the very premise of seizing state power in the first place, meaning that now you have to supervise the entire apparatus and all the bureaucratical bullshit that goes along with it, to which people end up becoming cogs in a machine. But I'll get to that bit in my conclusion. Interestingly, the rebels did manage to walk the walk and equalize rationing during their revolt.
Former imperial officers were used as military specialists under the watchful supervision of political commissars. In this way, badly needed command experience and technical knowledge were provided until a new corps of Red commanders could be trained. The Kronstadt mutineers demanded that this system be abolished. One can only imagine what the results would have been. The non-communist officers inside the Red Army would no longer follow socialist instructions, and the Red Army would basically stop being a proletarian army at all.
Once more, Finball ignores the reasoning behind getting rid of the commissars. They wanted these to be elected by the sailors, instead of instructed head down from the party, which is showcased in Section 10 of the proposal. Their discontent appears to have been driven by something far larger and different than a desire to get back to Tsarism. Perhaps they had their own personal annoyances with the commissars which have been going on for years. So clearly very different from the pearl clutch of, they wanted to abolish commissars. This means that the white officers would have immediately been freed. That's just assuming the absolute worst possibility, of which has very little space in reality. Now, talking about those so-called white officers.
According to the SRs, the White Guard General Kozlovsky was elected to the Defense Council of the Kronstadt Mutiny, but it seems unlikely that a White Guard General could have gotten elected to such a position. It's more likely that he was simply chosen to the position by the mutiny leaders.
I'm not really sure what to make of his words here. Why is Finball repeatedly referring to Kozlovsky as a white general? Kozlovsky was a Tsarist general, who then defected to the Bolsheviks and was appointed by Trotsky to serve in the Red Army. In 1920, he was awarded a watch for courage and feat of arms in the battle against Yudenich, an actual white general. Finn explains that the Bolshevik recruitment of Tsarist generals was permissible because they needed people with expertise, but recruiting white generals, not so much. I can only speculate that Finn is trying his darndest to say that Kozlovsky was a white general so he can justify this claim. But it's just not true. He was an advisor in the Red Army for 4 years. Serge recounts in his diary that even prior to the full-blown revolt on March 2nd, the Bolsheviks were still pressing lies about Kozlovsky leading the revolt. What's terrible then is that Finn isn't just pulling this argument out of his arse, which would undoubtedly be better, because this is the exact thing which MLs are accused of but keep on denying, upholding an obvious party propaganda lie. Serge goes on from this. Small posters stuck on the walls of the still empty streets proclaimed that the counter-revolutionary General Kozlovsky had seized Kronstadt through conspiracy and treason. The proletariat was summoned to arms. But even before I went to the district committee, I met comrades rushing out with their revolvers who told me that this was an atrocious lie. The sailors had mutinied. It was a naval revolt led by the Soviets. The worst of it all is that we were paralyzed by official falsehoods. It had never before happened that our party should lie to us like this. It's necessary for the benefit of the public, some said, who were nonetheless horror-stricken by it all. I am also a little bit peeved by the way that Finn appears to sneak in little embellishments when he can, like stating,
And the old Tsarist officers, like General Kozlovsky, Vilken, and some other, were soon walking around like they were all of a sudden masters of the situation.
Who, what, when? This isn't general information. It just seems like an attempt to subtly throw in seeds of doubt about the situation. No evidence is shown as to Kozlovsky being the head of the revolt as Finn claims here. And Finn would later go on to make this point about Kozlovsky wanting to destroy the ice, or assault Oranienburg, but that the political leaders would not allow him to do so, which if anything is an admission right there that would argue that Kozlovsky was not in a powerful position. The masters of the situation. MLs love to go on about how Alexander Berkman made the erroneous claim that Kozlovsky wasn't even at Kronstadt. Now, perhaps you'd like to make a comment on the constantly made Bolshevik lies that he was the leader of the revolt, even prior to the revolt even starting, of which Victor Serge knew to be a falsehood. One last point. In a little comment exchange Finn did below, he even claims that Average states that Kozlovsky was in charge of the mutiny. I mean, no. Just no.
Food and money also came from rich capitalists and white emigres to support the Kronstadt mutineers. These food supplies were then later delivered to Kronstadt from Finland with the collaboration of the Finnish Secret Service. Average basically confirms all these facts. He writes, quote, "The Russian Union of Commerce and Industry in Paris declared its intention to send food and other supplies to Kronstadt. An initial sum of 2 million Finnish marks had already been pledged to aid Kronstadt
Did you already send me
in,
cosmetics?
quote, the sacred cause of liberating Russia, unquote. And, quote, the Russian Asiatic Bank contributed 225,000 francs. Additional funds were donated by other Russian banks.
Finn lists hundreds and thousands of francs and large food supplies being sent to the fleet and states that Average confirms that they were delivered. He does not. Once more, he confirms that they intended to do this, but the claim that all of this reached Kronstadt, or that they even accepted it, is not mentioned here. The fleet was interesting in that far from accepting supplies from all walks of life, it denied many, as I hinted earlier. Throughout this video, there's this constant sort of confusion and conflation between reactionaries supporting the revolt and the views of the people themselves. It's quite slimy. It should go without saying that people offering money and supplies does not mean that the rebels themselves shared the same outlook as them. Average notes that the call was only done as a last resort after failing to secure support from the mainland. And if you read a little bit further back, Average showcases effectively the either apathy or lack of necessity on behalf of the powers to do so. Remember, they'd already left their intervention in Russia. They were not going to be keen to intervene anytime soon. Regardless of Average, from newer information we can ascertain a shipment may have been delivered, which was again made in desperation after the revolt failed to spread to the mainland. This is hardly a damning special relationship.
However, Petruchenko and his allies were simply using them and planned eventually to get rid of them too. Kupolov writes, quote, "The PRC, seeing that Kronstadt was filling up with agents of a monarchist organization, issued a declaration that it would not enter into negotiations with, nor accept any aid from, any non-socialist parties. But Petruchenko and the general staff secretly worked in connection with the monarchists and prepared the ground for an overthrow of the committee." Unquote.
Scant is actually corroboratively known about Kupolov, apart from that he went out with Vershinin to negotiate with the Bolsheviks. I've been unable to verify this source in the archives, but if I had to give it charity, I would probably say that this does appear to be more so speculation on Kupolov's behalf.
These are just completely insane lies. Capitalists, Mensheviks, and SRs constituted the majority of the Provisional
This dude over
Revolutionary
here
Committee
producing
itself,
biplanes.
especially the SRs.
That's an outright lie. He stated 2 Mensheviks and 1 cadet, that's Volk, Orshin, and Kilgast, and 2 capitalists, Baikov and Tukin. So that's 10 members unaccounted for, and where does this especially from the SRs come from? The best statement I can find is from the Soviet propaganda machine itself. I checked Finbal's script, and interestingly, he's talking off script here. So for all I know, he just made this all up and hoped that we wouldn't notice. Now let's backtrack a few minutes.
The mutiny leader,
He posted
Petrichenko,
his
later
script?
in exile, stated, quote, "Cut off from the outside world, we could receive no aid from foreign sources even if we had wanted it. We served as agents of no external groups, neither capitalists, Mensheviks, nor SRs," unquote. And these are just completely insane lies. A sailor named Perepelkin, who was part of the Kronstadt mutiny, stated, quote, "And here I saw the former commander of the battleship Sevastopol, Baron Vilken, with whom I had earlier sailed, and it is he who is now acknowledged by the PRC to be a representative of the delegation that is offering us aid. I was outraged by this. I said, so that's the situation we're in. That's who we're forced to talk to."
I'm not exactly sure what this is supposed to prove. Petrichenko appears to be talking in a more all-encompassing context of being generally isolated. Again, I don't think a single delivery of food and medicine on the 16th of March near the end of the fighting would really batter this statement into the ground, but what do I know? Pereplenkin corroborates this, however, not particularly paid much attention to is that this is an interrogation by the checker. Not just here, but in two other statements by Finbal, he uses interrogation admissions as evidence towards the revolt being bad. Remember that Kupolov guy that we mentioned earlier? What I did find out about is that a year later he returned to Russia and was interrogated into giving information, of which he obliged and eventually went on to become a checker informant. His intentions for doing so appear to be a good starting point for study. I don't think it's too much of a reach to say that an admission on behalf of police or military interrogation is probably not going to be the best source. We know full well that admissions can be forced out of somebody, or they might well make them up in order to potentially be relieved of their suffering, or to avoid execution. A victim of the Great Purge, Tukhachevsky, who, funnily enough, was also responsible for crushing the revolt, is notable for writing up a confession which is splattered in his own blood.
Is that Michael Mellis?
Just a little funny side point. I have actually come across MLs who state, you can't prove that it's his blood. Yes, of course.
Wow.
On March 17th, Petrichenko and the other leaders ordered the crews of ships Petropavlovsk and Sevastopol to blow up the ships and flee to anti-communist Finland. However, at this point the soldiers had basically had enough. They had begun to think that their leaders must be reactionaries. I mean, they had even seen the White Guard generals walking around, and they did not follow these orders. Instead, they rose up, they saved the ships, and arrested all the officers and Provisional Revolutionary Committee members they could get their hands on. So, you could say that there was a mutiny against the mutiny.
A mutiny against the mutiny is a bit of a stretch here. They said no, and then surrendered when they knew that it was hopeless. And perhaps if they could not escape, doing so might have given them some bargaining power, which is understandable. Like we've gone over, the fleet were no fans of authority.
After the Kronstadt mutiny failed and its leaders had fled to Finland, they made an agreement to join the White Army of Wrangel. So that is when they reached the absolute pinnacle of their counter-revolutionary treachery. Average writes, quote, "In May 1921, Petrichenko and several of his fellow refugees at the Fort Ino camp decided to volunteer their services to General Wrangel in a new campaign to unseat the Bolsheviks and restore, quote-unquote, the gains of the February 1917 revolution," unquote. The Petrichenko gang and the white forces of Wrangel agreed to, quote, "the retention of their slogan, 'All power to the Soviets but not the parties.' The slogan was to be retained only as a, quote-unquote, convenient political maneuver until the communists had been overthrown. Once victory was in hand, the slogan would be shelved and a temporary military dictatorship installed."
Once more, Average himself states of the post-revolt links. And he also adds that the last line, hinting at a military
I love that
dictatorship,
Nubia is still
was
buying
actually most
gunpowder.
probably meant as a sop for Wrangel. By all means, have a go at them for
Korea
becoming
likes coal.
reactionary. Fuck them. But I don't see how it's difficult to understand that when you've been disillusioned from a group that is presenting itself as the monopoly on progress, which enforces this might through strict discipline, then you try to reform it and you fail, and then that group sends bullets flying into your comrades, they get mowed down in front of you, you're losing all hope. You might possibly be of the mindset to regrettably accept the help of whoever was left. This is a highly likely reason why so many dissidents from the former socialist bloc ended up becoming supporters of capitalism, because the Soviets stamped out nearly all attempts at left alternatives. What else are you supposed to do? Yes, I'm sure you'd just love it if they went straight into the line of fire and got chopped down. That would be very convenient for you. Actually, they did you a favor by escaping. It lets you say stuff like this. What this showcases is a flaw in the democratic centralist structure of the party, that it didn't allow for discontent to be channeled through it. When your only proposal is it's our way or the capitalist way, and I have to live under your way, guess what? Sometimes the capitalist way feels like the new punk.
The reactionary mutineers claimed that mass uprisings had broken out in Petrograd and Moscow to support the Kronstadt mutiny, but this was a complete lie. Even the Menshevik leader Dan admitted in his 1922 book that, quote, the Kronstadt mutiny was not supported by the Petersburg workers in any way, unquote. So he admits that basically nobody outside Kronstadt supported the mutiny except, reactionaries.
That's a lie. Once more, right after this passage about Parablenkin, in which Finn spoke about earlier, anarchists across the country were highly supportive, producing their own propaganda and actively trying to galvanize and big up the fleet to those who were uncertain. Still, one might ask why the support from the strikers was not as big as it could have been. Finn states that this support didn't come because it was emblematic of a bunch of reactionaries with no worthwhile agenda. Conveniently ignored is the much more obvious answer: guns. Firstly, the Bolsheviks had a whole propaganda campaign which was used to put down and alienate the recently crushed workers' revolt from the rebels. As said before, they immediately made the claim that the situation was under control of Kozlovsky. The Bolsheviks were making it very clear what would happen if such people sided with the rebels. They locked down the whole city and only special officials were allowed to enter or leave.
Yeah,
This was then followed by arrests and crackdowns on gatherings. It's easy to claim that people didn't support a given group when you make it illegal, the threat of death.
Well, yeah, when I first get it, but I accidentally
Finn
already
tries
clicked.
to use the apparent anarcho-syndicalist workers'
It's gonna
opposition
lose loyalty.
as
If it
proof
fails-
that even
if it
libertarians
fails,
didn't support the revolt. I mean, the spokesperson for that particular faction
Looks like
was
it completed.
Alexandra Kollontai,
Members
hardly
win.
befitting an anarcho-syndicalist. But given that it was an opposition within the government establishment and thereby had stock and sympathy
gonna keep
within
going?
the Bolshevik cause,
yeah.
it's not particularly too surprising that they would oppose attempts to overthrow them.
Milyukov, one of the capitalist leaders of Russia who was ousted
It'd
by the
take, like,
October
less than
Revolution,
6 turns to
wrote
take all
in
of
his
the Congo.
newspaper, which was published in Paris, that reactionaries need
You
to
set up
support
that
the
hard, huh?
Kronstadt mutiny. Quote, the capitalist Milyukov supplied the Kronstadt counter-revolutionaries with the watchword, Soviets without communists.
In this section, Finball
That's
uses free
based.
sources to try and push the claim
Soviets
that the
without
sailors
communists.
wanted Soviets without communists. Let me make it very clear, this was never the slogan of the rebels. The actual slogan was, all power to the Soviets, not the parties. The former is simply a widely propagated lie.
Some anarchists will claim that the Kronstadt sailors must have been like super revolutionaries because they even helped in the October Revolution. And since now there was a mutiny in Kronstadt, well, that must mean that, look, the supposedly best of the revolutionaries now mutinied because they saw how bad the Bolsheviks were. Anarchist historian Average writes that the bulk of the Kronstadt sailors currently present
Any city that
when the mutiny
rebels
took
focus
place
on taking-
had actually fought in anti-communist forces before they got there.
I feel Finn is being intentionally deceptive
true.
here. There's two statements being made. Some
I'm sending
of them
over more
had
stuff
fought
now.
with the anti-Bolshevik forces, and the majority of the fleet have been switched up. Finn sneakily combines the two of these together to create the majority of the fleet fought with the anti-Bolshevik forces, even though they are not remotely synonymous.
Old-timers had been replaced by conscripts from the rural districts. By 1921, more than three-quarters of the sailors were of peasant origin.
It's massive.
A substantially higher proportion than in 1917, when industrial workers from the Petrograd area made up a sizable part of the fleet.
And once
Can you
more,
see it?
Finball ignores that.
What'd you say?
Maybe you can't see it. It is littered with cultists.
Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier.
There are so many.
Yeah.
Insane. I also just made an
That's why they're not going
carrier.
to win a religious war.
Mm.
Britain as well. Britain is spending their money on cultists instead of faith.
Interesting.
And
I also got a aircraft carrier, so I'm bringing bombers over.
Yeah, I used the admiral that gives free promotions to promote an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, nice. I'm gonna put. I need that spy in my territory. Cancel. Wait, is there a new spy? New spy.
I'll let you pause to read, and I suggest you do. Peasants were always a large makeup of the fleet. Russia at this time was undergoing a massive transition from an agrarian system into an industrial one, and as such, calling somebody a worker or a peasant may have been largely synonymous, interchangeable for a lot of the population.
Remember
And
when I did
it's
that
something
in the beginning of the
very
game?
crucial to bear in mind, because people love to point out the compositional changes to explain
Wow, he didn't
why
die.
the fleet did what they did. Kronstadt 1921 was not the first mutiny by the fleet. Not even the first during the Revolution. There had already been a mutiny in 1918, which also included a list of demands and even a possible overthrow of the government. And as you can see, even back then, they had their issues with political commissars. Hence, I state the problem was probably larger than simply wanting to return to the Tsar. And whilst this didn't get off the ground, it occurred during a time in which the fleet could not have been of that different a composition, which completely blows the validity of this Bolshevik argument. Because even the original fleet were just as privy to being unruly. So much for the pride and joy of the revolution. Instead of including this afterword, or the context, Pinball claims that Average simply thinks that...
That doesn't matter.
I mean, that's remarkably bad faith.
Another piece of information indicating that the Kronstadt mutineers did not represent the best revolutionary elements, but actually some of the worst, most politically backward elements, was their rampant anti-Semitism.
Finball pushes the normal anti-Semitism accusation and even cites Lamanov's interrogation. The statements are merely anecdotes that we are supposed to just take verbatim, apparently. I've gone over them in my old video. Interestingly, the urine letter is missing. I thought that would have been a pretty big smoking gun for you guys. Now, I've been looking over Kronstadt for some time now, and it's incredible how whenever this is brought up, there's just this abundance of childish smears that are completely uninterested in debating the historical points and just want to live in Wonderland. This behavior seems remarkably similar to the smears used against the Corbyn administration during his last leadership. Not one of genuine concern, but rather an attempt to weaselly quote mine these sources and bump your side, which is frankly juvenile, pathetic behavior, and you should all stop doing it right now and learn a thing or two.
Hey!
And what is the record of that side, I would ask? During the Revolution, the Red Army was responsible for over 700 documented deaths resulting from 106 pogroms. That's of course far, far fewer than Petlura's 16,000 deaths, but it's still a surprisingly large amount. And the numbers don't take into account the effect this had on the local populace. And let me make it clear, these are just the documented deaths in what is probably
Honestly,
a very
minus 10
conservative
science,
figure
everything
by
is 3
Gurgle
turns,
in
that's fine.
1928. More modern reports, I'd assume, would be much higher. But frankly, I'm not interested in using these quite abundant actions as proof towards the Bolsheviks needing to be crushed and put away, am I? I do not believe that the core of the Bolshevik project was anti-Semitic. Otherwise, we'd have seen much higher ratios. I can happily summarize that these attacks are probably the result of minorities within the army and
It's your
party,
territory,
but not
that's why.
supported by the majority
Alright.
of the party themselves, which is more or less the same for Kronstadt.
Pause it.
But despite no motions being...
Okay, I need a tunnel through the walls here, just to make it a lot easier for me if I want to go the other way. Can you put
what walls?
a mountain tunnel right here?
And whose continent?
Yours.
Our continent back home?
Yeah. I don't know where the mountain tunnel is. I'm just gonna... Right here. I'm sending you the ping. Boom. That one. Down near the capitals. There's like that mountain range that divides us.
Okay.
I want to make a couple holes through there. That's why I couldn't do it. Because it's your territory. I guess I can't make tunnels through your territory.
Yeah. Let me get my military engineer. Still gonna take him a while to get over there.
No, it's fine. Because I put my tunnel there. The other one that you could put, if you just want to use him up, but you'll have to put him in my territory to get him there, is that one right there. And I will put one right there. And then we'll have a 4-tunnel, which is great.
Past, Finball, and plenty of MLs and Trots feel it's sufficient to imply that the rebel movement was anti-Semitic
Trot?
to
Is
its
that like a
core,
prot?
and or not worthy of respect based on a
Worse.
few anecdotes which they then flake and smother. The details of these Bolshevik and
Don't
Red
worry,
Army
newbie, I'm not
anti-Semitic
on the
acts
wall
have
with
been
you.
well researched
Yet.
by Brendan McGeever in his book Anti-Semitism and the Russian Revolution. He also concludes that the main driver and influencer in opposition towards anti-Semitism came not from the Bolsheviks themselves, but rather from non-Bolshevik aligned socialist Jews, and that eventual crackdowns on anti-Semitism was not done out of a desire to protect Jews, but rather part of a larger attack on enemies of the regime, controlling the language of politics. Brendan is, by the way, an anti-Zionist who appears to be socialist-aligned, so don't go throwing around reactionary accusations. Interestingly, this book has gone under the radar in discourse, and that's a shame, as it really puts to bed a lot of these slimy double standards which pro-Bolsheviks often put upon their opposition. The final argument that Finn makes is on Trotsky, and this is pretty straightforward. Trotsky might not have been at the battle himself, but he was certainly at Petrograd. He, along with Kamenev, Tukhachevsky, and Lebedev, signed the final warning to the fleet. So this statement that Trotsky makes is basically a lie. He did participate, just with the pen, not with the sword. So, I'm just going to be real here for a second. Nobody should ever claim that the Kronstadt revolt was an anarchist revolt, nor should they necessarily cling to the event as some sort of unquestionable canon. If the Kronstadt Revolution won, but then simply instituted another system of oppression, albeit maybe slightly better, we ought to oppose that too. As I've gotten older and understood the core foundations of anarchism, the more my dependence on a certain finesse of these events has become less and less necessary.
Yeah, who this
The
guy
reason
sounds
for
like?
its strong place amongst anarchist
You know in
canon
the
is
Fallout
because
show,
it represents
the guy who plays the robot.
You know who he sounds like? To me?
Go on.
Hakeem, but not a fucking fuckwit.
True, a little bit. But I reckon he sounds like the guy they cast for the robot in the Fallout show.
What robot? What's his name? What kind of robot?
The one that tries to cut her open.
Okay, but what kind of robot?
It's like the Howdy robot. The one with all the
The
arms.
Securitron?
Possibly.
They're square.
It was like round and floaty.
Oh, they have a saw blade on them?
Yes.
Mr. Handy.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
The best robots, in my opinion, are the Robo-Brains.
Okay. I think there's one of those in there as well. But yeah, the guy that they cast for him sounds like him. Have you seen the IT Crowd?
No.
No? Okay. Well,
I don't
that's
watch
another way.
TV.
Fair enough.
Oprah or Springer?
Wow, that city is tough.
The final point at which most libertarians realized that the revolution had been lost. Initially, many anarchists were fellow travelers of the Bolsheviks inside and outside of Russia. It's understandable. The first large-scale revolution in their lifetimes, and with rarely any previous precedent of authoritarianism within socialism, who could blame people buying into such a gambit given their conditions? Emma Goldman was famously ecstatic about joining the revolution. By the point of Kronstadt, however, she had changed her tune.
If Bolshevism means the peasants taking the land, the workers taking the factories, Russia's one place where there's no Bolshevism.
The conclusion for analyzing the revolt should never be to say that our side was the best, our side would have definitely created real socialism, but rather that it exposes the nature of the Bolsheviks, the standards they held, and the lengths to which they and their adherents would go in order to defeat relatively soft reformist demands, in how they would spread disinformation, conspiracy, escalate, refuse to negotiate, and eventually crush all resistance. And moreover, that it was not just limited to the spring of 1921. Since then, many people refer to so-called Kronstadt moments, present-day real-life showcases of an ideology in action which led to their disillusionment of Marxist-Leninist beliefs. I don't think I had any specific straw which broke the camel's back. It was a very protracted process for me, but I think if I had to point to a historic event that really got my gears turning, it would probably have been the Hong Kong protests. We're hoping that I would find some nuanced and enlightening perspectives on this mass discontent. I ended up seeing time and time again just completely irrelevant points alongside a certain aversion to critically think. That they were all just coming from the preconceived standpoint of China is right, China is socialist, defend China at all costs. The extradition bill was legitimized under the pretense of a murder, which apparently justified it being done. Yet if such an event were to have happened in the West, we wouldn't have given a rat's ass about the reasoning for an action that we would immediately understand was being done for much more opportune motives. Instead of explaining the actions of the police, they instead just decided to highlight conservative hypocrisy, ironically ignoring their own. Statements were being made against the protesters that they weren't as peaceful as the media claimed they were. But such pearl-clutching seemed very conservative and contradictory, considering the left-wing analysis of violence and power relations that I had been accustomed with. And today I think back to stuff like the CPUSA response to the Sino-Soviet split, or indeed the way that the Bolsheviks responded to Kronstadt, and how if I were a contemporary of any of these events, I would have had to have believed outright lies. No. That's just not how I am. And all of these things, whilst in their individual form might not mean much, collectively, over time, and with immediacy, they might lead you to question whether this path could ever lead you to the ends that you seek, even at the best of times. Imagine that the Kronstadt revolt was a full-on anarchist revolt, that there was no anti-Semitism present at all, that they all put forward unequivocal socialist demands, and that they all went down to the bitter end instead of retreating. Would you still believe that the Bolsheviks were right in crushing the revolt? We can always banter around with the nitty-gritty here and there, and that's always fun, but the answer to this more foundational question is yes. Because Marxist-Leninists and Trotskyists always put forward the consolidation of the revolution before anything else, and that any fracture might pose a threat to their power. And that then leads us to ask other questions. The Hungarian Revolution and Prague Spring both happened in a position of far more power and solidity than there ever was during the Civil War. And yet, those actions are still put forward as necessary to be crushed.
Oh, actually, it's a different city-state that they're calling it on me for.
If even at the highest times this argument would still be valid, then what is there that I can say?
If Sweden gets on it,
so the main question
fucked.
lies at the inception and whether we consider those actions valid. Whether we believe that achieving state power would ever lead to the ends that we want. To use a metaphor from American law, the fruit of the poisonous tree. Arguments made to defend the Bolsheviks don't really hold much water if you contend that the tree was unripe from the beginning. At least that's the argument from non-Bolshevik supporting socialists. So perhaps in the future we should settle upon more root questions of ideology instead of the trimmings, which I decided is more useful and intend to do in the future.
Come on, Sweden, vote for this and declare war on me.
Was this entire video basically
like an idiot.
Pointless? In many ways, yeah.
Sad days.
They did it! Sweden declared war. Oh my god, so did the Zulu.
Oh no. That's
Jack, they have biplanes. Why you knowing?
Okay, that's not a problem. I have bombers. Mostly because they're right on my border. Okay. All of my stuff is leaving now. Who else voted for it?
Sweden.
Just Sweden?
An Ohio Sheriff's Department picked the wrong fight. About 3 years ago, they raided the home.
Sweden and Congo. I don't know why Shaka is at war with us.
Oh well, I get to take the rest of that continent. His mistake.
Oh, there we go. Shaka did, yes.
Okay.
Now it shows up. But it doesn't show him as part of the emergency for some reason. Weird.
Home of the rapper Afro Man, broke his beloved front gate and kicked down a charming side door. Over 3 years later, Afro Man was put on trial.
God.
Not because of any crime he committed.
You know what he called?
Police found
Did it over?
incriminating in their raid.
The one that I took ages
he was on
ago.
trial for what he said about the police raid in a viral music video.
Why are you stealing my money?
7 Ohio Sheriff's deputies filed a defamation lawsuit against Afro Man, alleging his music video caused them immense harm. But Afro Man and his attorneys obliterated them in court, and it was all caught on camera.
All of it is an outrage.
So today I'm going to break down how Afro Man and his legal team beat the defamation case and answer the question he's been asking for the past 3 years.
Will you help me repair my gate and door?
This is Winchester, Ohio, population roughly 1,000, a small town in Adams County about 50 miles east of Cincinnati, and the county itself only has about 27,000 people. And on this Sunday morning, heavily armed sheriff's deputies are about to make a very big mistake. Enter Joseph Edgar Foreman. Born 1974 in Palmdale, California, you know him as Afro Man, the guy who gave the world Because I Got High in 2000. The song was a goofy anthem celebrating weed that went to #1 in 23 countries and got nominated for a Grammy. Afro Man was everywhere.
I was gonna go to court before I got high.
But by 2022, Afro Man had traded the limelight for a quieter life in Winchester, Ohio,
I guess,
where he lived, performed locally, and made
Shaka's
music
just
on his
gonna
own
be
terms. He had a home
giving
studio,
me
security cameras on his property,
builders, I
and
guess.
cash from gig earnings stored in the house. He was not, by any apparent measure, a drug trafficker or a kidnapper. Someone, however, had told the Adams County Sheriff's Office otherwise. On August 21st, 2022, the Adams County Sheriff's Office obtained and executed a search warrant on Afro Man's home. The warrant alleged suspicion of drug trafficking and kidnapping.
The warrant said narcotics and kidnapping. The warrant said narcotics and kidnapping.
The basis? A confidential informant. Afroman wasn't home when they showed up, but his then wife and their 2 kids, aged 10 and 12, were nearby. They came over when they saw the police presence. She recorded parts of it on her phone, and there's also body cam footage. According to Afroman, the deputies kicked in his front door, broke his external gate, cut the wiring on a security camera system, rummaged through his closet, flipped through his CD collection, handled a wad of cash found in the home, and encountered 1 lemon pound cake baked by his mother. They found no drugs, they found no kidnapping victims, they found no evidence of any crime. They didn't even find a basement torture dungeon that the confidential informant described because, well, apparently Afroman's house didn't even have a basement. Needless to say, no charges were ever filed. But they did leave behind something priceless. Security camera footage. Afroman came home to a trashed house. His front door was destroyed, his security system was cut, his property was in disarray. He reached out to the sheriff's office about repairing the damage. He says their response was essentially, not our problem.
The guy started laughing and waddling his head. He goes, we're not required to do that. And they were unapologetic.
Afroman actually filed his own lawsuit over the damage to his home, but that claim was dismissed. And that's because the law gives police a lot of leeway here. When officers execute a valid search warrant, they're generally allowed to use reasonable force to get inside, even if that means breaking doors or damaging property. And courts have held that kind of damage doesn't automatically require compensation. So even though nothing was found, and even though Afroman was left with the bill, the law still treats the raid itself as lawful. He also says the deputies had confiscated over $5,000 in cash, money he made from performing. Eventually, they gave it back, but Afroman claimed about $400 was missing. The sheriff's office said deputies simply miscounted. But Afroman was not convinced. So he asked himself a question that would kick off this entire saga.
I asked myself, as a powerless black man in America, what can I do? And the only thing I could come up with was make a funny rap song about them and make some money, use the money to pay for the damages, and move on.
His answer? Make a funny rap song about it. 4 months after the raid, in December 2022, Afroman released the first music video.
There are no kidnapping victims in my CD. Will you help me repair my gate and door?
Then came the masterpiece, Lemon Pound Cake. Set to the tune of the Drifters song Under the Boardwalk, the video slows down on a deputy who, in the middle of executing a search warrant for kidnapping victims and narcotics, pauses at a cake stand in Afroman's kitchen and stares at a lemon pound cake baked by Afroman's mother.
He sees my cake and my porno mag call boom. Something happened to his camera on the way to the evidence room. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Make the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice.
The video now has over 3.7 million views on YouTube. Afroman didn't stop there. He created an entire lemon pound cake album. He made merchandise featuring the deputies' likenesses. He nicknamed the cake-gazing officer Police Officer Pound Cake on social media. He compared the judge who signed off on the warrant to the cartoon character Droopy. He compared one officer to Quasimodo.
Is it true that Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback?
Yes.
And specifically compared you to Quasimodo?
Yes.
He released more videos. He posted on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. He called them being from Adams KK County and accused them of theft. Then he released a song allegedly about sleeping with one of the deputies' wives. The deputies were not happy.
Now, we've talked extensively on the channel about the rise of authoritarianism in the US, and that means that independent media is more important than ever. So if you want to support our mission to demystify the law as independent creators, a great way to do so is by signing up for Nebula, the sponsor of this video. Nebula is the streaming service that my friends and I built where you can watch all the content from your favorite creators like Jetlag, Maggie Mae Fish, Real Engineering, philosophy about law and policing. And check out our exclusive videos about how to abolish ICE, the wild and forgotten attempts to ban booze in America. And if you use my link or code, you can get
a civil lawsuit against Afroman. The claims included defamation, invasion of privacy, false light, and commercial misappropriation of likeness. They said Afroman used their images without permission and profited off their faces and personas. They said he told lies about them. They said they had suffered humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, loss of reputation,
Oh, they
and
were
even
definitely
death
ridiculed.
threats. One deputy, and we'll just let you guess
All right,
who,
we gotta finish
said
up.
anonymous people had mailed pound cakes to his workplace. Multiple pound cakes. Is that supposed to be a bad thing? And what did they want? Nearly $4 million in damages. Afroman's response was immediate. He filed a countersuit, and he had allies. The ACLU of Ohio filed an amicus brief calling the lawsuit a classic slap suit, a strategic lawsuit against public participation, describing it as a meritless attempt to silence criticism. In the meantime, a local judge eventually dismissed 6 of the 8 claims in the officer's lawsuit against Afroman. However, the judge kept 2 claims alive, false light and defamation. They're closely related, but both run headfirst into the First Amendment. Under Ohio
Watch
law,
out, they're going to
defamation
send their
protects
line
against false statements
infantry
of fact
after
that
you.
harm a person's
Hey, there's a
reputation.
settler there.
The elements are familiar to legal
Oh, no, I
eagles by
saw.
now. The plaintiff must show that the defendant made a false statement, it was published to a third party, the defendant acted with the requisite intent, and the statement hurt the plaintiff's reputation. When the plaintiff is a public official or public figure, courts require proof of actual malice. And that means the speaker knew the statement was false or acted with reckless disregard for the truth. The key point is that defamation is anchored in falsity. It's not enough that speech is embarrassing, insulting, or critical. The Supreme Court of Ohio recognized the tort of false light in Welling v. Weinfeld. False light does not require a specific false statement. Instead, it targets situations where someone is placed before the public in a misleading way, one that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. False light differs from defamation in that it focuses on misleading and highly offensive impressions, such as the impression made during a music video, rather than on specific false statements. But even here, falsity still matters. The claim depends on a false implication, or a false overall impression, not just an unfavorable or embarrassing one. The Ohio Supreme Court emphasized that to prove false light, the plaintiff has to show actual malice, mirroring constitutional defamation standards because the First Amendment still applies. And there's good reason for that, because once you move from false statements to false impressions, you're getting dangerously close to punishing speech simply because it offends. And that's where the First Amendment draws a hard line. There's a defense that cuts across both defamation and false light: parody. If no reasonable person would take the statement as a literal claim of fact, it's protected. And that was the core of Afroman's defense, that his music and videos were expressive, exaggerated, and not meant to be taken literally. But the defense didn't stop there. If the footage used in videos is real, and the events depicted actually happened, then the resulting portrayal, even if humiliating or critical, is not necessarily false. And without falsity, neither defamation nor false light can succeed. So how did this case wind up going to trial? The local judge concluded that for purposes of false light, Afroman publicized false facts about the cops, which would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. These allegations, he said, were sufficient to state a claim. The judge also held that the deputies had a viable defamation claim. Allegations that the police stole money or used drugs were the type of statements that would cause reputational harm. The court did not agree that these statements constituted opinion, as they were each provably false. The judge's reasoning here is not all that persuasive. It is true that Afroman's allegations about corruption and lying could offend an average person, but the judge is overlooking the very big elephant in the room. Afroman made his claims in the context of songs that included parody and satire. And that kind of speech is generally protected by the First Amendment. We have Jerry Falwell to thank for that. Falwell sued Hustler magazine for running a fake ad for Campari liquor, recounting how Jerry lost his virginity to his mother. Falwell asked the Supreme Court to apply an outrageousness standard that would have allowed a jury to impose liability on the basis of the jurors' tastes or because they don't like certain expressions. But the Supreme Court held that public figures cannot recover damages unless the defendant made a false statement of fact with actual malice. And that paved the way for Afroman to write Lemon Pound Cake and South Park to depict President Trump in a sexually intimate relationship with Satan. Stop! You may find the Falwell ad or the South Park episodes or the Afroman videos funny, or you may think they're crude. In any case, he likely had a constitutional right to make fun of the deputies. It's also worth remembering that saying cops are crooked or corrupt is opinion. And when the government kicks down your door, the Constitution protects your right to say you don't like it. TLDR, if the verdict had gone against Afroman, I don't know that it would have been upheld on appeal. Afroman's countersuit was dismissed before trial. That means Afroman couldn't make the sheriff fix his door. 3.5 years after the raid, the case finally went to trial, and it was all documented on video. The deputies testified first. Here's the Pound Cake guy, Sean Cooley.
You were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but...
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door.
glasses, walking by a lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
This clip isn't just funny, it does good legal work. Remember, for false light and defamation, he has to prove that Afroman said something false. But here, he admits the underlying event is real. That's him in the house, in the video, walking by the mom's dessert with what a reasonable person might describe as lustfulness. What Afroman added was the label Officer Poundcake. But that's not a factual
Parody,
claim,
baby.
It's a joke, a characterization, the kind of exaggeration the First Amendment protects. This is also a classic approach to parody. Take a real event or a real person, exaggerate it, turn it into a character. Officers from other jurisdictions also call them pound cake.
When I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. He has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature. At all of
You
his
broke his
venues.
door.
They were, matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Now that could be humiliating and hurtful, but he can't get damages for emotional distress if he doesn't prove the other elements of defamation and false light. Here's another good moment of cross-examination by Afroman's lawyer, David Osborne.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm not going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people?
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't.
So
that was a
That's
lie
what he's
as well.
offended by?
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoked weed in the song?
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay.
Here, Osborne gets Cooley to agree that some comments, like calling someone fat, aren't really provable facts, they're opinions. Then he walks him into something even more important. Cooley admits he doesn't believe everything he reads online or in the media. Whoops, that's the reasonable person standard. Because if people don't take everything literally, then a song, which is obviously meant as entertainment, is even less likely to be understood as a factual claim. And once the case is framed that way, it starts to fall apart. The defense called just one witness besides Afroman. That's Rhonda Grooms, a teacher and the ex-wife of Sheriff Deputy Sean Grooms. She was asked whether she and her students were familiar with the Cardi B song WAP. Grooms testified that they all knew the song and nobody took WAP seriously.
Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes.
That's
Has your
hilarious.
students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
No.
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
What's even worse, his ex said he wasn't devastated by his portrayal in the video for Lemon Pound Cake. Imagine being able to own your ex by testifying that he doesn't really understand the law and he was lying about being mortally wounded by his song. This was a devastating moment for the plaintiffs, and not just because of the personal dynamic. Her testimony did two important things legally. First, it reinforced the defense's core argument that these songs weren't meant to be taken literally. By comparing Lemon Pound Cake to a song like WAP, the defense was showing the jury that it's a genre built on exaggeration, shock, and humor. Rappers are not exactly known for their factual reporting.
Oh no,
In other
my
words,
modern
the
armor
same
against
point underlying
biplanes.
the parody doctrine, no reasonable person is treating these
die?
lyrics as statements of fact. Second, it went straight to damages. Grooms claimed he was deeply harmed by the song, but his own ex-wife
How'd it
testified
do
that
it?
he laughed about
The
it.
modern
That
armor,
undercuts
did it
one
hurt
of the
it?
key elements of emotional distress. That
I'm
the harm was
assuming that's what
real,
it was.
serious, and severe.
Barely.
So this
Did it
wasn't
hurt
just
it at all?
embarrassing, it was legally
Barely.
fatal. It's hard to claim a song destroyed your life when you were laughing about it. And since the jury did not find in the plaintiff's favor, it's likely they thought her testimony was at least somewhat credible. But Afroman's lawyer was making a key point. Artists tend to make exaggerated claims, particularly in rap, but come on, also in country and other genres. The lawyer pointed to one song in particular, Lil Wayne's Pussy Monster.
Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody
it hit
knows
my
it's
self-propelled
exaggeration.
artillery. It
God,
took
I was
maybe
hoping you'd say there's a
fifth
monster
of
in
the
that
damage.
pussy.
It took maybe a fifth of the health.
Nice.
And I took
Is he commenting on something? Sure.
60% of the entire city
That was
with
arguably
2
the
shots.
same thing Afroman was doing
Come
in the
at me.
songs about Adams County. Some of the things the deputies found offensive were not facts, but matters of opinion. For example, one song calls Deputy Randy Walters a son of a bitch.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch.
When asked about it, Walters notes of his mother that she's been dead for years.
When they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about your mother. I am. But you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie.
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person.
No.
This was an effective cross by Osborne. It went directly to the legal standard. By getting Walters to admit that calling someone a son of a bitch isn't something that can be proven true or false, the lawyer established that it's an opinion, not a statement of fact. Then he took it a step further. By walking through even more absurd examples, like comparing Walters to Gomer Pyle, Osborne showed the jury that these weren't factual assertions at all, but exaggerated comedic descriptions. In other words, the kind of rhetorical hyperbole the First Amendment protects. Sergeant Walters testified that one of the most harmful things Afroman did was suggest in a song that he had slept with Walters' wife.
He said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
But under cross-examination, things got more complicated. When pressed, Walters struggled to say whether the claim was actually false or even verifiable, at one point responding, "I don't know," when asked directly if the statement was untrue.
Does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The point isn't whether the claim is true, it's whether the law treats it as a factual assertion in the first place. But this shows how easy it is to get tripped up on the witness stand. His answers probably damage his case. False light and defamation both require some connection to falsity. But here, the alleged harm rests on a claim that even the plaintiff seemingly couldn't clearly define or disprove. At the same time, the statement comes from a rap song, an expressive medium that audiences don't typically interpret as a literal fact. So instead of showing a provably false statement, the testimony ended up highlighting the opposite, that this is exactly the kind of hyperbolic speech the First Amendment is designed to protect. But then, Afroman took the stand. And a little side note, when a defendant shows up looking like this, plaintiff's attorneys would be wise not to underestimate them.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for
Yes.
tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had
Australia
the right to
fucking
kick the
hates
can
my rock band.
and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The lawyer tries to suggest, hey, you took advantage of the warrant to make money.
Send me the cosmetics
Afroman
next term and then
effectively
we'll
flips that back the other way.
I'll see if they're available.
The deputies
They will be.
created this situation. They tore down his door, ripped up his home, and refused to pay for the damages. That reminds the jury of who started it. But it's also a subtle way of pointing out that this lawsuit is actually retaliation against him for exercising his First Amendment rights, not the other way around. He clearly labels his conduct as entertainment. He writes, he performs, he entertains. He's
He
not a
fucked up
reporter.
by starting
He also
a war with
recites
me.
the legal standard in a down-to-earth way. It's not easy to define the reasonable person standard, but he does that here by saying, I have freedom of speech, I talk to my family, friends, and fans, and they have opinions about these videos. I also think he did a fine job of humanizing himself. He goes to work every day just like the lawyer, just like the jurors.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney, so to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the
hay out of
discount.
it.
I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind.
Again, in this clip,
it's pretty
the lawyer
good logic.
seems to be
Did
suggesting
he also
that
have
he
red,
was trying
white,
to set
blue
up the
nail
deputies or
polish?
create a spectacle by bringing in
I'm
the
not
news
sure.
media. He countered that by saying he had a reasonable concern about what would happen to him based on how he had already been treated by the sheriff's department.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed.
In the end, the jury sided with Afroman. And once you walk through the law, that outcome isn't especially surprising. The deputy's case depended on turning songs, jokes, and edited footage into provable false statements of fact. But much of what Afroman created looked exactly like what the First Amendment protects: exaggeration, criticism, and commentary about government actors. If a reasonable viewer wouldn't take it literally, then the defamation and false light claims are dead on arrival. And maybe that's what this case is really about. Not just whether Afroman said something false, but whether he could be punished for saying anything at all. We've unfortunately seen this before. In the Novak v. City of Parma case, another one involving the Buckeye State, a local man was arrested for parodying his local police department on Facebook.
Anyone seen outside of their home from the hours of 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. will be arrested. Thank you. Some people, I'm sure, were confused about it, but most people responded to the fact that it's clearly a parody. Parma Police Department did not like my page.
Different facts, same problem. Local police didn't want to be criticized, so they retaliated against citizens who mocked them. But the Constitution doesn't guarantee that criticism will be fair or polite. It protects the right to be loud, mocking, and even offensive when you're speaking about the government. And that brings us to the part of the story that's a little harder to see, but just as important. This case didn't start with a raid, it started with a confidential informant. The law recognizes that confidential informants can be unreliable. They may have a motive to lie or exaggerate, or they may be seeking leniency in exchange for information. That's why officers are supposed to corroborate at least some of what a CI says before using it to establish probable cause. The rule comes from Illinois v. Gates, where the Supreme Court said that when presented with a search warrant, judges must look at the totality of the circumstances, including whether the informant is credible and whether police corroborated any part of the informant's tip. Because without that verification, a tip isn't evidence, it's just a story, and if that story is wrong, the consequences are real. Thankfully, no one was hurt during the raid on Afroman's house, but people have been injured and killed during raids based on faulty information from confidential informants. When that happens, the damage can't be undone by a parody song. But two things unquestionably were hurt in the raid: Afroman's beautiful gate and his tasteful door with a sunburst window. So now that he won his case, will the state of Ohio finally help repair them? Unfortunately, no. His lawsuit for damages was dismissed because the warrant was lawful. Deeply flawed, but lawful. And unfortunately for Afroman, he's also probably on the hook for all of his attorney's fees because the defamation case against him was filed before Ohio enacted its anti-SLAPP statute in January of 2025. But there is one silver, platinum lining here for Afroman. The internet never forgets.
You put it in the wrong place.
And so when it's the night before your trial, and this banger is what you put into the
You
world,
need to go around to
you're
my
probably
territory.
gonna end up with all the gates and doors.
I'll get
you
there.
can
You need to go to my
I'll get there.
Informants get
campus.
busted with felonies. Tell the cops
This is
I'm
the
a
best one.
kidnapper and I sell
He's just
a
walking
lot of
around his
keys.
property.
Raid my house and then get pissed. Cause the dungeon don't exist. My proof's on the internet.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice
I don't
shouldn't
believe
be a
you.
luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to you. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Herp, herp, herp.
Iranian missiles target the city that's home to Israel's nuclear program. More than 50 people are injured in Dimona. Tehran says the attack is in response to U.S. Israeli strikes across Iran. A southern city and a major nuclear enrichment site have also been hit.
We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements.
A senior U.S. naval commander says Iran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. And Israeli attacks destroy more of Beirut's southern suburb. Across Lebanon, more than 1 million people have.
What'd you take this time?
In a new wave of strikes,
Another
Hezbollah
city
and Iran
in Sweden.
have targeted several cities across southern and northern Israel. An attack on the city of Dimona has left more than 50 people injured and caused extensive damage. The Israeli army says it's investigating the failure to intercept an Iranian ballistic missile. Dimona is home to Israel's central nuclear facility. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it's received no indication of damage at the Negev
Yeah, I heard
Research Center.
Israel
Confirmed that
was
no
on the edge of getting
abnormal
nuclear
radiation
weapons.
levels were detected.
That's
The
unacceptable
facility
for
is
Iranian
13
foreign policy.
kilometers southeast
They should do
of
something
Dimona,
about it.
home to around 40,000 people. Well, those attacks come after Iran reported its Natanz nuclear facility was attacked on Saturday. The UN nuclear watchdog has called for military restraint to avoid the risk of radiation leak in Iran. Israel claims it wasn't involved in the attack. Natanz is Iran's largest nuclear facility and central to its uranium enrichment program. It's also one of the sites that the US targeted in June last year. Right, well, we have reporting from Washington, Tehran, Baghdad and Amman. But first, let's go now to Rob McBride in Jordan. Rob, I'll start with you on the attack on Dimona because it's home to Israel's nuclear facility, as we were saying. And it looks like it was a close call there.
Yeah, this was a very significant attack on what is a very strategically important city. Dimona is pretty much the home of Israel's nuclear program in the Negev desert down in the south of the country. It does appear that from this salvo, one ballistic missile got through defenses and there was a direct strike. But we also understand that there were several other impacts reported around the city. The number of casualties has been put now at over 50, most of those requiring requiring hospital treatment, with one 12-year-old boy said to
Sent
be
you
in
deal.
a very serious condition with shrapnel injuries. This is according to the Iranians in retaliation for this attack on Natanz, its nuclear facility. Now, Israel has said it didn't take part in that. That was an American operation. But Israel has
I don't know how much
accepted
nuclear I
responsibility
have,
for
actually.
other attacks. For example,
How much
recently
am I
an attack
more than
on
me.
what they say was
Dude,
a
I'm getting
nuclear weapons
16 per
research
turn.
center
What
at
the
Yeah,
actual fuck?
I barely have
Tehran.
any.
And Dimona has
That's
been,
insane. Where the
subject
fuck is it all
attacks
coming from?
throughout Saturday.
You
There
probably
been
have
total
a
of
bunch of new
7
territory
air raid
that
alerts
districts
being
are on
raised
top
in
of.
the city as
Potentially.
missiles were trying to
You
get
can
through.
search.
I think during this one of the last salvos on Saturday evening, this is when these missiles and debris managed to get through the defensive screen. And given the importance, the strategic importance of this city, and also the fact that Israel prides
There's
itself
15 results
on
for
intercepting
uranium.
a high ratio of incoming missiles, there is going to be an investigation into how this missile
There's
could
one.
get
You got a
through.
mine
Just as
here.
we've been coming on air, there have been other attacks. A very serious attack also being reported
You
in
got
the
a mine
southern
here.
city of Arad.
You got a
Again,
mine there.
direct
So you have
missile
3
strike from a
mines.
I
ballistic
put a couple
missile,
mines
with
down,
Israeli
but
media
that's not
suggesting
then
that
this
a total
one
of
has
6
is
people
under a
have been
holy
killed
site.
and more than 100 others injured in that strike, and we're still getting details.
Because I
on that.
specifically
I could
put
get
All
some
right, stay
here.
with us, Robbo, because we will come back.
I got
and
an industrial
let's bring in
zone on
Tohed
one.
Asadi, who's live for us in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And Tohed, a response, it seems, to the attack on Natanz nuclear facility. Now, that's in Iran. As we were saying, Israel says it wasn't them, but regardless who it was, has there been any damage reported? And what more can you tell us about the actual facility itself?
Well, actually, this is not the first time Iranian nuclear facilities are coming under attack. Back in June, we saw 3 critically important nuclear facilities of the country, Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan, under attack. And then it was the U.S. President Donald Trump coming out clearly saying that it has obliterated the Iranian nuclear facilities, at least in those 3 points. But still, we saw another round of attack on these facilities, specifically in Natanz. There is no detailed information about the actually amount of attack in that regard, but still there are potential warnings about
Nubia still wants to buy my niter.
after these recent attacks. And Iran says it, at least based on what we heard from the state TV, that it is a sort of tit-for-tat
Who wants oil?
retaliatory
Everybody.
strategy that it has taken since the beginning of the airstrikes, the campaign that Americans and Israelis started. And of course, this is quite clear and indicative of de-escalation being ramped up to a next level. Of course, as a reaction, we've got statements specifically from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, in that regard, coming on his X account to say that if the Israeli regime fails to intercept the missiles in the highly protected area of Dimona, it will be an operational sign of entering a new phase of battle. And then, quote unquote, he says, Israel's sky are defenseless. This is, of course, indicative, as I told you, another escalation, and of course, in line with Iran's retaliatory strategy in that regard.
Oh, you got the pyramids
Manuel
now.
Raploe,
I
in
do.
Washington,
I also have
DC,
Petra.
Manuel, so Israel says it wasn't them, and if true, then it really
And now all of my
perhaps
shit
only
on the
points
deserts
to,
gives me food
the
and
United
production.
States for carrying out this
Which is
attack.
great.
Has it commented on this at all?
Love that.
We're still not seeing a whole lot of chatter here in the United States on this right now. The fixation is really over the sort of contradictory statements by President Trump.
As the turn ticks over, I should secure my golden age.
Down, with many people sort of saying, how can this be when the president says that the war is winding down?
Come on, secure that golden age.
From the Pentagon to the tune of $200 million, when there's the deployment of troops on the table here. But there's a strategic message from the White House right now, and that's that
Well, you
President
could
Trump
have
is
sent those
signaling
missionaries
that the
out.
U.S. is close to
I
being
was
done
fucking.
with the war, that the U.S.
I
is
still am.
close to finishing
Oh,
all of its
are you?
military objectives. Essentially,
Into
what President
Korea?
Trump is saying is that the U.S. has already
No,
won
I'm getting the crate.
in Iran
Oh,
militarily.
Korea, you're
At
fine
least that's
too.
the message that President Trump is trying to convey
I got hooders.
specifically to the American people,
They're now cockmongers.
which are every day increasingly becoming more concerned with how long this war is going to be dragged on.
For short.
With, with how much it's going to cost. We heard from Admiral Brad Cooper of U.S. Central Command today, who was saying that the pressure is going to be consistent on Iran. So even if military operations are scaled back in Iran, the idea of having more troops being sent to the region, it's expensive. This is one of the reasons that we're hearing Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth say that there's going to be calls for more war spending to the tune of $200 billion being requested from Congress very soon. So right now there is this back and forth over the contradictory sounding language from President Trump, but it is a strategic message that the president is giving. Not on the one hand to the American people, reassuring them that the war is winding down, that the war could very soon be coming to an end, and another message to the rest of the world saying that America is going to continue to portray strength and perseverance in this conflict.
All right, thanks very much.
Okay, next turn I'll secure my golden age.
DC.
Okay.
Now,
After this turn,
Iranian
we're saving
media
finish, though.
are reporting the armed forces launched 2 ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia. That's an island in the Indian Ocean that hosts a joint UK-US military base. Now, before the war, Iran was believed to have missiles capable of striking targets 2,000 kilometers away. For an Iranian weapon to reach Diego Garcia, it would need to have a range of more than 4,000 kilometers. The UK Defense Ministry says the attack was unsuccessful, but the Israeli military has warned the missile could target cities in Europe.
Iran launched a 2-stage intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 4,000 kilometers at an American target on the island of Diego Garcia. These missiles are not intended to strike Israel. Their range reaches European capitals. Berlin, Paris, and Rome are all within direct
that's what
threat
they get for
range.
working with fascists.
Let's go back to Rob McBride in the Jordanian capital. Rob, so a warning there from the Israelis. It's sort of the missile, the ballistic missiles that were headed to Diego Garcia is really playing into the Israeli narrative that this is why they went to the war in the first place.
Yeah, I think the Israeli leadership are really making a lot of political capital out of what was a surprising appearance of this much longer-range ballistic missile. Interestingly, there have been various comments coming out of the Israeli leadership just about the state of this war and how long it is likely to last, especially given some of the contradictory statements coming from their allies, the US. People have been looking to Israel to see if they can shed any light on just how long this conflict might go on for. We've been having some interesting comments, first of all, from the Defense Minister, Israel Katz, saying that this conflict is far from being over, and indeed saying that we are just about to get into a more intensive phase of fighting without detailing exactly what that is. But also the comments from the head of the military here, General Eel Zamir, talking about the missile being fired at Diego Garcia, but also intriguingly saying that in his estimation, Israel is currently around at the halfway point in its campaign of fighting against Iran, which would mean that after, 3 weeks of fighting, now getting into week 4, the estimate would seem to be that they are counting on this conflict, or the fighting part of this war, lasting maybe between 6 and 8 weeks, which does fall largely into line with many of the other predictions we have been hearing about. As far as the Israeli public is concerned, there is a certain amount of war weariness as this war goes on and gets into this 4th week of being constantly having to go to shelters and so on. But I think there is a general acceptance and a general feeling from most Israelis who mostly believe that a nuclear-armed Iran is an existential threat, that they have to put up with the privations of this conflict, that ultimately it will be worth it.
All right, thanks very much. That's Rob McBride there for us in Amman. And let's go back to Tohed, because I also want to ask you what the Iranians have been saying about the attack. We've heard obviously from the Israelis there. What is Iran saying?
Well, actually,
Look, you see Mogadishu? I was just about to say, I can hit it with artillery to take it down if you can't take it.
Announced the 2,000 self-imposed limitation for its long-range missiles, but it seems that from the war back in June last year, there is a sort of a strategic shift. And of course, we know that technically speaking, there is a possibility for increasing the range of these missiles, specifically seeing that these are missiles
I'm not going to
that
get
are
any pressure
carrying,
from it unless I take another one of
heavy
these cities.
warheads, and with
Gothenburg has no
decreasing the
fucking
actually warheads
walls. What the fuck?
actually capacity, there is a possibility
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
increasing the range
That's
of
fucking hilarious.
You want me to hit it?
Fucking
you
yes.
want me to hit it?
a very
I can if you
existential
can
threat that
if you can
Iran
take
is
it down,
facing,
I can
and
take it with
it
my
has
helicopters.
been mentioning
Got ya.
from time to time, specifically over the past
1 second.
week, that in case of any attack,
that might
there are going
stabilize
to
it.
be U.S. bases across the region under attack, and of course, any third country that gets engaged in these strikes is going to be their quote-unquote legitimate target. So what we can say is a sort
we'll
of escalated
Give me a
situation
second, I'm
in
not done.
which Iran tries to cope with the situation. It tries to actually unveil the new cards, but specifically when it comes to its weaponry toolbox. And under this delicate situation, we are just closely following to see what comes next.
All right, thanks very much. There, that's Tohid Asadi in Tehran. Well, the US Central Command
See if I
says
have
Iran's
anything left.
ability to strike ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. Admiral Brad Cooper says attacks earlier this week targeted an underground weapons facility.
We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline.
This entire city is being razed.
It's a hardened
Like
underground
everything
facility
is
to
rooted.
discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements.
Seeing what else I
threaten
have.
freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded
I got
as
it.
a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets.
Let's speak to William Alberg, a senior adjunct fellow at the Pacific Forum. He's the former director of NATO's Arms Control, Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Center, and he joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Thank you for having the time to speak to us here at Al Jazeera. Two nuclear countries at war here. Nuclear facilities are threatened.
Yeah, because you're so advanced, you automatically get balls.
Is this an escalation, do you think?
Well, I think this is the logical outcome of the U.S. attacks. And when we're trying to think about how Donald Trump would declare victory, I think he can't declare victory until he solves something regarding the very large amount, 440.9 kilograms of 60% enriched, highly enriched uranium that has so far been unaccounted for since the bombings back in June. So that's why I think we see this new bombing at Natanz to try to resolve the issue and to claim that we've neutralized this reservoir of material from which Iran could derive a nuclear weapon.
And for people like myself and others
positive,
in the region, when I heard
positive
the news,
influence
especially
now.
about,
They're
Natanz,
fucked.
this is the second time because it was attacked in the war last year. I mean, here in Qatar, just
positive on the other one as well. Mogadishu's going up.
The first thing that comes
That's
to mind
great.
is, are we safe?
Yeah, and as long as you have forces to take these, I can bring all her cities down in one turn.
Or a facility we've suspected.
I also made a builder so I can go and repair the food.
Enriched uranium.
If you want another one,
you are completely safe.
I know I'm not going to remember what I was doing next time we play.
You're
So
talking about a uranium hexafluoride gas in basically a metal tube, like you would keep carbon
give
dioxide
me
or
that golden
propane.
age. Come on.
If it's punctured, the uranium gas can escape, and it's very dangerous if you're in the room with it. But a kilometer away, you would have no idea this happened. There's no radiological release possible really outside a number of meters. This really is not an environmental hazard, except if you're in the room. If you're nearby and you breathe in this gas,
I thought this guy was like playing up the danger here. I'm like, if there's no radiological environmental damage, it's like neutrons.
A nuclear fuel.
Look at
doesn't matter.
England sending in the cultists to loyalty.
Going to place in the atmosphere or
lower loyalty.
Damage people way off site, as in, across the Gulf.
But could it go horribly wrong? Because the US and Israel says that their goal here is to completely, I'll use a word that Trump uses, obliterate the nuclear program in Iran, for them to not be able, not just set it back, but to not be able to rebuild it again. If it hits facilities twice like that, how do you mitigate a disaster from happening?
Again, there's no threat of an environmental disaster. Actually, the worst disaster we could have is that we have
His capital's
overconfidence
falling
that
to
we've
me.
actually destroyed it. Right now, we
Who?
believe that a lot of this material is buried under
Zulu.
rubble. And we think the Iranians have
I
not
took,
been
I,
able
I
to
just took
recover
every
it.
city around him.
If you take his capital, that's worth
clearly trying
a
to
decent amount of
either
diplomat
destroy it in place or further bury it to make it impossible
Arrow.
to
I'm not sure
recover.
I'll be able to
But
take
even
it
then, we don't
in
know
6
if
turns.
all
We'll
of
see.
it is in that facility.
And
Some
I
of it
need
may have been
13.
moved
I
to
need
Isfahan.
14 anyway.
Some of it may
It's
have
not fucking
been moved to a
happening.
site that we don't even know about. And so there is the possibility, the worst case scenario, is that this material is
It was so
unaccounted
funny that
for,
that
and we
Swedish
have this
city
lingering doubt
had
that
no
there
walls.
may be highly enriched uranium
I mean,
that can be used
basically,
for
they
nuclear
all
weapons
don't.
somewhere that
I'll
we can't tell whether it's been
break
destroyed,
another one real
buried,
quick for you.
neutralized. It might just be gone, and the worst case scenario would be that it's being traded on the open market, proliferated to other countries.
We talk a lot throughout this war because we're hearing it from Iran, it's rather Israel and Iran about from the US
save.
and Israel
We're done.
about Iran with these
Hang on, let me
facilities.
break that city
But
for
what
you.
a lot of people don't
What one
realize
you
is
want
that
next?
Israel
Well, it's not going to
is
matter
a
because when we
nuclear
load
country
back,
from
it's
what
all
we
going to be
understand. They have
not
been
done.
very ambiguous about it. It also is not a signatory to the nuclear
I'll save after I
non-proliferation
break it.
treaty.
You just move
No,
in
it
on
won't
it.
matter.
So should we be concerned about that?
It saves to this point now.
Well, I mean, I am concerned to hear that
I'll put
Iran
a
is trying
attack
to
down.
strike nuclear facilities in Israel, such as Dimona.
Ready?
This is a working
I don't
nuclear
know.
facility. If it is struck,
city.
it will have environmental consequences.
Ready? I'm
It's
going to
also
make a
so
sentence for
interesting
us.
in this whole
Yeah,
thing
just
when
give
you
me a
look at it and you
second.
think, people are saying, well, if Iran had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be attacked. But as you just said, Israel has nuclear weapons, but they're being attacked. So
That's a good point.
I think we overestimate the value of nuclear weapons in terms of deterring attacks. And the idea that Iran would get one nuclear weapon and somehow that would save them is erroneous. Actually, it still opens you up to further combat. But again, I am concerned. I do not want to see any nuclear power plant attacked. Both the U.S.
Okay,
and Israel
I've
have been
left notes
relatively
for us.
restrained in terms of targeting Iran's working nuclear reactors at Bushehr.
Oh, yeah, I'm
and
just
Tehran.
confused. I think
And
my
hope that
bombers may
continues
have been
because
destroyed
I
or
don't want to see
something.
that because that would cause an environmental
Maybe there's
disaster
AI
that could
guns.
threaten your country as well.
All right, thank you
Okay,
very much.
I've
for
left
your
us
thoughts,
notes.
William.
Give me a second.
If you look at Umia,
Thank you.
Turning to Iraq now, where
I
there
need to
are
see if my
reports of a
bombers
drone
show
attack
up.
targeting a U.S. diplomatic facility.
click on the
That's
name
near
of your unit.
Baghdad Airport. Nicholas Huck is live for us in the Iraqi capital.
Click on the name of your
Nicholas,
unit.
can you update us on these,
I'm just seeing if they
attacks?
show up in the rotation.
Well,
Like
so
all my
you
see a
bombers
list
seem to be
just
gone.
before we
Click
went
the
live,
name.
I'm looking at the list.
Planes hovering above us. American
There's a lot of
warplanes,
fucking
but we
units.
just got a report from the police.
You're not doing what I'm telling you to do.
I'm
Click the
I'm
name of the
working
unit.
on it. I'm
No,
waking up my units. I don't know what bombers are which.
Yes, I understand. I'm helping you out. Click the name of the unit.
I am.
No,
I'm
you're not.
literally clicking
On
the
the
name of the
actual
unit.
panel,
I'm
where it
literally
says
clicking.
self-propelled artillery.
Dude, I'm literally doing that and moving my bombers. I'm trying to see if any of them are the ones that I need. Yeah, they were
aren't
destroyed,
because
I
it's
guess.
not coming up. The list is not coming up. If you click
It's-
the actual name of the
you
unit,
can't
there's a
see my
list.
screen. It's literally right here. Look. I
can see your screen. I'm looking at your screen, which is why I'm telling you to click the unit.
I am. I went through all my
it's that
bombers.
side. I didn't even realize there was one on that side. What the fuck?
On the autonomous Kurdish regions,
So no, go back. Ready? So if you click on the bottom right, click the unit list there. Click the name.
Where? This?
Yes.
Iranian-backed
Oh.
militia in Iraq.
I reckon that's more
media,
useful.
They say that their
I don't
target
know.
was the U.S. consulate in Erbil. Now, the
Fucking.
U.S. air defense system that's here in Baghdad was either not active or wasn't able to intercept those missiles. So what's interesting here, whilst in Washington we hear from Trump saying that he's winning this war, well, here in Iraq, Iran is projecting power
There you go.
in its ability to
The thing is, I'm telling you,
US,
we're gonna load into this game. I'm
US
gonna see that
military
city, and I'm
bases
gonna take it.
in
If you
Iraq.
don't take it now,
It seems to be on a daily basis. And a couple of hours
I
ago,
promise you
a
that's what I'm gonna
policeman was
do.
killed near
It's
the
fine.
intelligence
I've left us
headquarters.
notes on
What
the map.
happened
It's
there?
fine.
It's not going to matter. I'm we're going to load in. Before you even look at the notes, I'm going to take this city.
Headquarters of the intelligence.
Yeah, well, it's not going to have the
services
walls
and-
taken
and
down because
struck
it doesn't load.
the
It loads
office
from the
of that
start of the
intelligence
turn.
officer who
It's at
passed away,
0.
who died. But what's interesting in this
We'll see.
is that these
Just move
Iranian
your helicopter
militias in
over.
Iraq said that their target are the U.S. or what they describe as the invading force here in Iraq, and so there's been a chorus of condemnation.
Yeah, the one that has no
from
health
the
on it.
political landscape here in Iraq, notably from the Iraqi politician
Did you
Saidi
take it?
al-Hakimi. Al-Hakim, sorry, who says that the
Cool. Now I'm
targeting
gonna save.
of
I
the
guarantee you
Iraqi
it loads from
intelligence
here.
service headquarters
Where you have this
constitutes
city.
a blatant attack on the sovereignty and the state of its institution, saying that this is a dangerous escalation. So, Sarah,
The autosave stays
Washington
on the
says
beginning of
it's
the
winning
turn.
this war here.
okay.
Iran is projecting
How's
power,
Nubia?
and it's saying through its
Usually all right.
I don't
Iran-backed
know if they're
militias in
losing
Iraq that it can
cities or
target
not.
any site here in Iraq.
Hard to
Well,
tell.
thank you very much. Nicholas
Ah.
Huck there,
I just
live
know
for us
that
in Baghdad.
the religious war is going
Now,
well.
Saudi Arabia has ordered an Iranian military attaché and 4 other diplomats to leave the country within 24 hours. That's after declaring them persona non grata. Iran has been keeping up attacks.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm curious.
Targeted Saudi Arabia. In the United Arab
I'm curious
Emirates,
if we
air
could get
defenses
religion
intercepted
before we
several
get
projectiles over
culture.
the skies of Dubai. And
maybe.
Bahrain says its air defenses
Also, I think maybe
have
you leave
intercepted
first.
and destroyed hundreds of
Because
missiles
if we
and drones targeting the kingdom.
if we start basically just wrapping England where they're getting religious pressure on all sides.
It'll convert her. Anyway,
I almost have
think
Korea done.
I think if you leave first, it should make sure it works properly. Cool. Alrighty. Goodbye, everybody.